Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 2 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the One Piece verse as Monkey D. Luffy. Let the tale begin. Chapter 51. Even Luffy nodded in appreciation. He was right. Kobe did have a talent. Kobe had a talent for adaptability. He was like a coal right now. With enough pressure, he would able to shine like a diamond. Luffy had actually taught him the basics about using a pitchfork last night. They mostly trained on his ability to dodge and some basic combat training. But it seemed that the boy had taken every lesson to the heart. That and the fact that he had to run and hide from his former crewmates helped him build a good physique. But one of the pirates managed to destroy Kobe's pitchfork, so now he was fighting hand to hand, and the occasional swords he picked up with. He might be in trouble now, Zoro said. He and Kuina had already sheathed their swords as it seemed they weren't needed in handling that sort of pirate. Hey, why the fuck are we fighting with our swords? Shoot the... Django was cut of as every pistol, guns, and riflery on the pirate's hands were snatched away by something. And it just so happened to be a six-armed monkey. I mean, come on. Who brings a gun to fist fight? Luffy mused. As Kobe was getting exhausted right now, and a pirate found the chance to slash at his back, making the boy fall. Kobe! Nami and Usopp shouted as Kobe fell. You are dead now, boy. The same pirate that hit him from the back held his sword up trying to stab him. But suddenly he winched in pain, as both of his hands exploded over his head. Ah, my hands. The pirate fell on the ground, crying and cursing. You should be glad that the wounds on my crewmate is only skin deep. If it was any more serious, I would have shot out your balls, Luffy said grimly, while he had one of his hands in a handgun position. He kind of felt bad for Kobe, but he had to do this if he wanted to toughen the boy up. Those words sent shivers down all the pirate's spine. Now, you lot play fair, and fight with just your hands, Luffy said, crossing his arms, as all of them dropped their swords and knives. Now, Kobe, get up, and fight him like the hero you want to be. Zoro and Kuina were both surprised that Kobe stood up with shaky legs. His eyes seemed to be foggy, and yet was determined. He had his hands held up high as he charged at a nearby pirate. He screamed as he punched the first pirate, before blocking the second pirate's incoming jab. He headbutted the second as he went full street fights on the pirate thugs. He's unconscious, isn't he? Kuina said, and Zoro nodded. Nami was surprised. What did she mean? Yes, he's somehow in a semi-conscious state, and he entered the state of flow unknowingly. Luffy said, grinning wide. Now that's some super talent right there. The state of flow is something that's even not fully supernatural, as many athletes or even general workers could tap into the state of flow when concentrating on their work fully without any distractions. It seems that the pink nerd can do some amazing stuff if he put his mind into it. Luffy had entered this state multiple times before. It wasn't something like observation Haki, but as important in its own right. Actually, this might be actually a sign of how talented Kobe was in observation. If by training one day, Kobe was able to get at that state, he had no doubt about Kobe's hidden potential. God, he wanted the boy in his crew. But then again, the state of flow is easily more noticeable in hand-to-hand combat. Luffy remembered some of the UFC fights or boxing fights he saw back, like for Muhammad Ali, and his amazing footwork and dodging might be considered being a flow state. Though other than fighting people who enjoy work, any work, even working on a boring business, if they find it interesting, then time becomes distorted and your focus reaches a level that makes things easier. Though, it seemed that while Kobe had all the intentions, his body couldn't keep up. Still, Kobe had some amazing stamina for someone that didn't know how to fight. All the odd jobs in his earlier life in Alivita Pirates made him build up a good amount of stamina. But the pink-haired boy lacked the muscle and soon dropped on the ground, as his body gave up. In total, he had beaten almost half of Black Cat pirates with the help of Usopp. Now that was saying something. All of the pirates that were still on their feet were actually scared to get near the fallen Kobe right now. Anytime he might pop right up and start punching them again. Kobe looked bloodied right now, a big gash on his back, his left cheek swollen, and his glass broke. But most of them all, his fist was all mangled up. His once vibrant pink hair was now dyed red due to all his opponent's blood. Zoro, clean off the cannon folders, Luffy said. What am I cleaner to you? Zoro wasn't complaining, though, as he had a bloodthirsty smirk on his face. He took his 3 swords out, getting ready. "Hey, this isn't fair. We can't even use our guns," one of the pirates from the Black Cat Pirates complained. Sparky, give them their guns back," Luffy said, amused. Were they actually waiting for his permission to attack them? "You lots can use any weapons you want. Not that it will work against my badass green cabbage swordsman." Zoro snapped his head back to Luffy, narrowing his eyes. "Did you just call me a cabbage?" Me? Never." Luffy denied, looking at Kuina. "Did I say anything about our swordsman looking like cabbage?" Kuina looked amused and shook her head. "Nope, I'm sure he must be hearing things." Zoro's eyes twitched, but he sighed. They were messing with him. He took his 3 blades out, putting one on his mouth. "It's time to cut some pirates." Chapter 52. Don't fight him, Min. Django said, "Shoot him." Nami's eyes budged when she saw one of the pirates pick up their gun. But before he could shoot, the man was knocked out by a shot that hit his head. Nami looked, and it was Usopp, who was now a panting mess. Sweat all over him. His hands were shaking. Taking all of those shots had taken a toll on him. "I'm not done yet." Zoro smirked. He liked the will of that boy. Nami was awed by the outward skill of the wooden gun user. He didn't expect that. But it wasn't enough for the pirates to stop as many got the chance to shoot at the sportswoman. Nami was horrified when he heard the first shot and quickly looked at Zoro, who stood still as if nothing happened. She would have sighed in relief if not for what the boy spoke next. "Really now?" "Bullets," Zoro said, as she deflected the shots without much difficulty. A small smile dawned his face. "You should have brought a cannon." With that, Zoro started to plow through the remaining pirates, giving them nasty wounds or knocking them out. Nami's eyes were almost out of his socket by what he saw. How was he moving so fast? And with 3 swords no less. How was that even possible? But then again, he was called the Pirate Hunter for nothing. Usopp had the same reaction and made a mental note to not piss him off. Luffy whistled. "He doesn't hold back, does he?" Nami smiled warily, and she thought that at least sword users were normal. Zoro smiled at his own work as all of the pirates fell, leaving only a handful behind. Django seemed frustrated and worried. Almost all of his crew were down. He had to act fast, or he would be the next one. He got out his hypnotic ring and turned towards their remaining forces, which were visibly cowering. "Don't you run on me, you dipshits. Look at me," he shouted. Even the fallen pirates looked Django. "When I say 1, 2, Django, you won't be able to feel your wounds, and you will become stronger. 1, 2, Django." The men's eyes hardened, and their muscles bulged. As if they had completely forgotten the slaughter that had just occurred, they let out a battle cry and charged forward with their fists in the air. "Arawagaghai. Let me try this time," Kuina said, joining the party, as she moved away from Luffy's side. The girl unsheathed her sword, Wado Ikamanji on her side. She took in a breath of air, readying herself, Toboejeru Orochi, Howling Serpent. With that, she moved faster than before, going with a white blur as she avoided the bullets, swords, or anything with her amazing speed and took out any pirates that dared to be in her way. Nami felt her world spin right now. The woman was even stronger than Zoro, but she was even more wide-eyed when Kobe and Usopp screamed. "Oh, you can't be serious," she said. It seemed both Kobe and Usopp were also affected by their hypnosis and were prowling through the Black Cat pirates. Django was wide-eyed and he called, "Sham! Butchie! Kill them! Stop that bitch!" This was not what he expected, he said, pointing at Kuina, who stopped, leaving only a dozen or so pirates. She was smiled at the challenge. "Bring it on, Sunglass." 2 pirates that were near Django nodded with hard eyes. One was slim and one not so slim. It was clear that both took the cat thing way too far, though. They looked at Kuina fearfully, then turned back to Django and fell to their knees, groveling. "What are you trying to do to us, Django?" the slim one sobbed. "She just took down our whole crew. There's no way we can fight her," the larger one said miserably. "Whatever," Django replied, pulling out his hypnotic ring again. "When I say 1, 2, Django, you will both stop groveling and get stronger. 1, 2, Django." The 2 men's muscles bulged considerably, but their sobbing only intensified. Django developed a tick over his eye. She's already. The two cat-like men jumped forward, barely blocking Kuina's sword, while the other wanted to use the chance to hit her on the back. But what they didn't expect was for their metal claws to get cut and be defeated before they could spout any of their nonsense. Wait, you can already cut steel. It was Zoro who spoke. He couldn't believe Kuina figured out that alone, and he couldn't. Kuina wiped her sweat from her forehead. That was a good workout, she said, ignoring Zoro's comment, as she looked at Django, who was barely keeping himself standing. Oh, I forgot one. Django, a voice called out. Didn't I tell you all to meet me at the mansion? Django didn't dare turn around to face his death, but he could tell that the man was walking closer. Wait, what happened here? Django now couldn't stand still, so he fell on his butt. Captain, I can explain. But Kuro didn't let him, as blood spilled as the hypnotic user fell. You let my whole crew be defeated by a bunch of kids. Kuina was wide-eyed. That was fast. Way faster than her. He crossed almost 100 meters instantly. Kuina raised her sword. This was going to be a hard opponent. Kuro smiled sadistically as he brought his claws up, but before he could make his move, a voice called out to him, Klahador. He turned to face Kaya, who looked like she'd been crying, which made sense. She'd probably woken up and found Mary in a bloody heap on the floor of the mansion. What surprised him was the gun she was pointing at him. Please leave this village. I'll give you the sum of my wealth, but you can't hurt anyone. You must leave in peace, she said firmly. Kaya, what are you doing here? Run or he'll kill you, Usopp shouted, running towards his friend as he tried to reload gunpowder to his gun. Reloading bullets was easy, but reloading gunpowder in the wooden revolver was a bit of a hassle. Your usual revolver didn't have that problem, as the bullets would have gunpowder in them. But this was supposed to be a gun, which Sparky was able to reconfigure as a gun, so there were some drawbacks. Usopp would need to look into the mechanics on the gun to be sure. Chapter 53. Kuro started at her for a few seconds. Then he broke out laughing. Kaya's eyes widened. Sorry, Miss Kaya, but this isn't just about the money. I had plenty of it back when I was Captain Kuro. His eyes hardened as he relived the memories. Kaya took a step back because of that look. What I couldn't stand was the lifestyle. The Marines constantly attacked my ship. Bounty hunters followed me wherever I went. It all got so damn annoying. What I want is a peaceful life. The villagers trust me. I have a good standing within the village. All I need now. A feral grin broke out across his face as Kaya looked at him in horror. Is for you to die so I can inherit your wealth. Stop your monologuing right there, you villain. Today is the day you feel justice. Luffy said, No, I mean you face justice? He looked at Kuina, who nodded at her dumbly. Only then did both Kuro and Kuina notice how the boy was in between them. He was just with the group a moment ago. How was he so fast? He was fast as Kuro, or even faster. Kuro seemed to jump a few meters back. He had to be serious if he wanted to face this boy. He didn't seem to be as weak as he let on. You know Gramps would probably punch me in the face if he hears those bad one-liners of justice, Luffy said to himself. The monkey on his shoulder nodded. Wait, Sparky wasn't there a moment ago. How? How did he get there? Kuina, Zoro, and Kuro both seemed to be frustrated, but for different reasons. Luffy rubbed his shoulders with both of his hands, as if he felt cold. He would punch me either way, knowing that I became a pirate. He said, scared, genuine fear. The monkey nodded again, as if sympathizing with his rubber friend. Almost all of them wondered who his so-called Gramps was. But then some of them remembered who he was. Wait, aren't you the pirate hunter from Dawn Island? That Naginata, there's no doubt about it. Captain Kuro said, his eyes wide. Luffy had two of his Naginata crossed behind his back, and the enemy captain had recognized Horn's Edge. You are Monkey D. Mario, the grandson of the marine hero. No wonder you are so strong. Luffy actually felt a tick mark on his forehead as he cocked his fist. I'm going to find the fucker who made that newspaper and grill him. My name isn't Mario. It's Monkey D. Luffy. Kuro almost seemed glad. So, you aren't the same person. Sorry to burst your bubbles, but he is the same person. The newspaper just got his name wrong, Nami said, making the black cat pirate worry again. Oh, come on. Kuro seemed frustrated, not like his usual calm and collected self. He almost seemed scared. Why wouldn't he be? From what he had gathered about the bounty hunters in East Blue, all of the pirates were wary of the unknown hero of Dawn Island. There he was, a savage that took down a devil fruit user with one swing of his blade. And not to mention his affiliation with the marine hero. He had slim chance, but he couldn't let them live, or all his work for years would be for nothing. Enough. Kuro moved, trying to catch Luffy off guard, but he was stopped by Kuina's sword and jumped back when the green swordsman drew his blade. My new crewmate is worrying about me. Luffy said, okay then, one sword girl, I chose you. He said as pointing at Kuro. Hey, I wanted to fight him, Zoro said, before he frowned. And we aren't your crewmates. Yet. Luffy finished. Kuina's brow twitched, but she ignored the rubber head and the cabbage head. She focused on her opponent. You are fighting me, Kuina said, more so demanded. Sparks, not the monkey, flew as Kuro took some distance from the woman. And don't interfere. Luffy nodded and grinned. She didn't seem to negate his claim of being one of his crewmates. That was good. Nami, Usopp and Kobe looked at the scene. They didn't know what to say. They were fighting a notorious pirate, for God's sake. Oh, it seemed Django's hypnotism made Kobe and Usopp still valid in the fight, though their weak bodies were at their limits. So you are the famous white lady. I couldn't recognize you at first, but that sword, there's no doubt now. Kuro said, you're quite famous for being a ghost. I thought you went a South Blue. No matter, you will be a dead ghost soon enough. He said, due to Kuina's wearing of a white kimono, white sword, and her incredible speed, she was giving the nickname of White Lady, a title that had quite a bit of rumor on it. As Luffy walked away, he said something, I can give you a hint? No, Kuina said as she pushed the claw user off her. Kuro jumped back, landing a few meters away. I want to see what's so special about the so-called Kuro of 100 plans. Luffy shrugged, going towards his crewmates. Kuro disappeared and appeared right in front of Kuina, with his claws coming down on her. Kuina was quick to deflect the blow, kicking the man on his leg, trying to break it. The blow landed, but Kuro retracted immediately with another slash, while reducing the blow from the kick. While she could cut steel, but the speed was a problem for her. Kuina wasn't a person to hold back and did a quick draw of her sword, Toboejiro Orochi, Howling Serpent. Kuro had to use his incredible speed to barely avoid the blow. It seems I can't hold back, Kuro said, jumping back. He started swaying left and right. Nukiashi, and Kuro disappeared again, but this time, Kuina was surprised to not see him. He was moving even faster than before. By pure instinct, Kuina held her sword to the right to avoid a metal claw. She was about to hit back, but Kuro was already gone. Cold sweat ran down Kuina. That was by chance. She would be in deep trouble if she had taken that hit. It wasn't that Kuro was stronger than her. No, he was just faster. But if the fight went on, she would be the obvious victor, but she didn't want that kind of victory. Chapter 54. Cold sweat ran down Kuina. That was by chance. She would be in deep trouble if she had taken that hit. Second time, Kuina was a bit slow to react and a claw wound appeared on her leg. She winched and hit back, but Kuro was already gone. Kuro appeared not far from her, and he was fixing his glass with his palms. With that, you should be down to speed, he said with a feral grin. But then he looked at his claw. The blood was less than expected. So you avoided in the last second. No matter, I will make sure the next one leaves a scar. Kuina had avoided a deep injury, and luckily the cuts weren't too deep to cut off her mobility. She had no use holding back anymore. He disappeared again, but Kuina closed her eyes this time, letting her ki flow through her blade, a technique she picked up from a certain blue-headed pirate. Howling Serpent. And a gale of cold wind cut Kuro before he could even strike. A deep wound appeared on his left shoulder, and frost could also be seen on his body. It wasn't just him. The whole 1 meter around Kuina had deep cuts with frost on them. Howling Serpent was a wide-ranged attack. that attacks were so cold that it froze the water particles around and cut anything it touched. Aha! Kuro grabbed his wound and fell back. I will kill you, you bitch, he said in anger and almost losing a limb. Before he could do anything, he felt a deep pain coming out of his right side. He looked down and saw a deep wound on his gut before he knelt. Orochi no Kiba, Serpent's Fang, Kuina muttered as she sheathed her sword. The claw user held his stomach, making an effort to stop the bleeding, and he fell on the ground, barely conscious. Kuina smiled a bit before she winced at the pain on her leg hit her. It wasn't deep, but it was annoying. Also, her shoulder had some pain. She didn't have the speed required to execute the move, except today, after seeing Kuro's unusual feet movements, and she was lucky to be able to use it in battle with getting barely a skin wound. Kuro saw the straw hat walking towards him. The boy looked at Kuina. You really outdid yourself, didn't you? That move is quite good, but be careful not to pop your shoulder out, accidentally. But I expect nothing less, miss. New crewmate. Luffy then smiled his odd laugh. Shishishi, but first things first. Sparky tended to Kobe's wounds. Give some bandages to Kuina as well. Get those wrapped up, they won't need stitches, but be sure to check. Usopp, get some rope, we need to tie them up. Zoro, don't get lost, and Nami. Luffy looked at her, ignoring the dirty look Zoro gave him. We need to loot them blind, don't we? Nami grinned with delight, as her eyes turned to Belly, and from nowhere he took out a bag and started doing her. Everyone followed Luffy's order. The Straw Hat captain himself looked at Kuro. You know, Luffy began as he looked at the fallen captain. You suck as a fighter, but as a pirate you fail miserably. Neither of those things bother me, Kuro responded in between his sharp breaths. I tried and failed, but that's what a pirate is. You are wrong. Luffy shook his head. You look down at the life of a pirate, but the fact remains that you couldn't handle it. You ran away with your tail between your legs. You are just a coward that saw piracy as an escape. Luffy then picked up a nearby gun and crouched down in front of him, pointing it in on his head. I should kill you, but Kaya won't like it, Luffy said, moving his head towards Kaya, who gave a pleading look. That girl was naive, and he didn't blame her. He wasn't the one to judge. Situations change people. Kill me and be done with it. Luffy raised an eyebrow. The weak don't get to decide anything, not even how they die. He smiled. So, I hope you survive level 1. Luffy shrugged. No one knew what that meant. Well, impale down info wasn't very common. Usopp quickly came back with rope and started tying the pirates up. Luffy asked Kaya, do you have a den mushi? Because he wouldn't use his to call the Marines. Kaya nodded. Mary had one. Her face quickly saddened. I will ask him. Miss Kaya. It was Mary who came and looked at Kaya, and he was surprised by what he saw. After a quick explanation, he looked at Kuina with admiration. I can help with that. Mary wanted to help Kuina with her wounds, but Kobe was almost done. Years on Alvida's crew got him skill in the basic medical department, and because of the hypnosis, he just couldn't feel the pain. So he also helped with first aid with Sparky. Luffy was glad that Kobe didn't need stitches. The wounds weren't deep on his body, so blood loss wasn't a thing to worry about right now. So, you do have a den mushi? Luffy asked. Mary looked at him and nodded. It's quite old, but it can do the job. Then call the Marines. Tell them to send help. Unknown pirates have attacked the island. Don't say anything else. Luffy said. Kobe looked at Luffy confused. But Luffy-san, they are the Black Cat pirates. So then why? Luffy smiled before explaining. Chapter 55. Then call the Marines. Tell them to send help. Unknown pirates have attacked the island. Don't say anything else. Make it seem like an emergency. Luffy said. Kobe looked at Luffy confused. But Luffy, they are the Black Cat pirates. So then why? Luffy looked at Kobe. Well, the Marines think that the Catman is dead. So if we call them, they would try to cover up the incident by not coming. Marines and the world government have a way to cover things up. They might act all high and mighty, but they are just a bunch of scum. Luffy said, so if we say that they are unknown, we have better chances of getting help. Why do you think no powerful marine ships attacked pirates like Alvida? They don't have good fighters here in the weak sea. It's also that most of the islands don't give world nobles their heavenly tributes, so they just send weak guys here. Kobe nodded slowly, processing the information. His guts told him Luffy wasn't lying, but it was still hard for him to believe that. Maybe he was being biased towards Marines, and he didn't know what the whole heavenly tribute was. He didn't ask, just kept his mouth shut for now. Nami was also on the same boat, but for different reasons. That afternoon, after Kobe, Kuina, and Mary had been bandaged up and briefed about the situation to the whole village, the villagers were very happy, and they even volunteered to look over the pirates. And when the Marines came with 2 ships, they were very much surprised to find the whole thing done by 2 youths. Kobe and Usopp. Well, Zoro and Kuina did help, but they were already blacklisted from the Marine bounty hunting operation. They didn't have any bounty, but they wouldn't be able to cash in bounties either, and was considered criminal. That's why they didn't show up when collecting the bounties. Some found it hard to believe, but Kobe's wounds made them believe the story. And just like Luffy predicted, Kobe and Usopp were offered triple the price for Captain Kuro if they kept the incident under the wrap. They didn't want to lose their reputation. Just like Luffy said, Kobe again was torn apart from what he saw. Was every Marine that way? The boy clenched his fist, and he made a decision. Usopp, of course, took the money and gave it back to the village. The village idiot was now celebrated as their hero now. Usopp also took the chance to over-exaggerate his victory, but the villagers knew of the long nose's quirks and took every word with a grain of salt, though they were very grateful for the money Usopp left them. Even though Usopp was always causing problems in the villagers were quite good towards the professional liar. Almost all of them gave a helping hand when Usopp's mother died. So in a way, Usopp was trying to repay the favor. Poor Nami was almost crying blood seeing so much money and not getting their hands on them, but she didn't try to steal it either. So after everything, all of them except Luffy made their way to the beach. After that, they arrived at the beach, only to see a dumb situation unfolding. Luffy was carrying a ship on his shoulder. A whole freaking ship. A ship that was humongous for the Straw Hat Boy. But he carried it with ease and drooped it in the sea, and gently pushed it onto the waters. Kobe's mouth was on the floor from what he saw, and Usopp having the same reaction. Kuina and Zoro seemed impressed, and they both looked at each other and nodded. A silent agreement. Nami, on the other hand, looked over at Luffy's amazing physique. So all those muscles weren't just for show. She felt a light blush on her face. "It's called the Going Merry," Mary said. "It's an older model, but it should be helpful to you. Consider it a thank you gift." It was still a relatively small ship, but it was much more spacious than what they'd been using up until now. Luffy and Sparky looked at the ship. This was going to be their new home. Usopp was looking at the ship fondly as Kobe, Luffy, and Nami boarded, but he also looked a bit uncomfortable. He looked from Luffy to the ship and back to Luffy. Before he could say anything, though, Zoro spoke. "I think it's time we settle this, Luffy," he said as he tied his green bandana. "Yes, it's a good time as any." Kuina agreed. Luffy smiled amusedly. "Let's make it quick. I will knock you guys out, but don't worry. Next time you will be on the ship. Are you ready?" "Of course we are." Zoro snorted, putting all 3 swords in effect. "Aren't you being cocky here?" Kuina said as she made herself ready with her own blade. "Am I?" Luffy's sound came from behind. She was wide-eyed as she jumped forward, but she felt a thud on her neck, and she was knocked out.
Onigiri.
He slashed Luffy, appearing behind him, but he was wide-eyed when he saw that all there of his blades were tied by Luffy's chain, a chain that came from the nameless Naginata on his shoulder. Before Zoro could do anything, he was also hit in the back of his neck. The green swordsman walked forward, his losing consciousness fast, but had to say something. "We will be in your care, Captain." With that, he fell. But Luffy was already near him as he grabbed Zoro before he could fall. Kuina over his shoulder. "Well, that ended fast," Luffy said as he again jumped to the ship. "Are you serious?" Nami was wide-eyed and bamboozled right now. Kobe chuckled warily. He knew Luffy would win, but not this fast. He didn't even use his rubber body nor his blades. Just how powerful was the new captain of the Straw Hat Pirates? We have a journey to make. Washing time won't do us any good." throwing one body to Sparky, the other to Nami. Give them some time to rest in their beds. All of them were so shocked that they didn't comment any further and followed their orders. Usopp began awkwardly, but he had a shine in his eyes. Luffy was strong, and that was the type of person he wanted to follow. I was wondering if your offer to join your crew was still in effect. Luffy looked at him confusedly. Huh, was all he said. Usopp looked down. Well, it's okay if it's not. I'm sure we'll meet on the sea someday, he said, already feeling down. What are you talking about? Luffy asked, confused. You already joined, remember? Now get on. Usopp's eyes widened before a wide grin spread across his face. I'm the captain, he shouted, jumping into the air with his fist raised. Not a chance, Luffy said as Usopp climbed aboard. But if you want, you can be one of my sniper or gunsmen or both. Tell you what, you can be one of my main officers. Then I will be the Sniper King Usopp, one of the main officers of Straw Hat Pirates, the long-nosed boy said as he got up the ship. Atta boy. And so their journey started. Chapter 56. The Going Merry sailed the oceans with the new crewmate of Luffy on board. Luffy jumped onto his feet from the dock where a dripping paint bucket lay and held up a flag with a pirate flag excitedly. It's done. His crewmates looked at the flag and nodded. Well, not bad, I'll say, Usopp said. I would have made the nose a bit more pointy, but I have to say, you really thought this through. On the flag was the iconic symbol of the Straw Hat Pirate. So the Straw Hat Pirates, because of the straw hat, kinda simple?
No?
Nami asked curiously. Kuina and Zoro had woken up quite a few hours ago and taken to the role of piracy by practicing their blades against each other. Training, that is. On the deck, they were constantly practicing their swordsmanship to overcome their weakness. Their loss was in a way eye-opening for them. Now they were taking a bit more rest. Luffy actually felt glad that their sudden loss didn't make them spiral into desperation, though they were a bit too eager to challenge him again. Now he kinda got how his grandpa felt when all the times he just threw challenges at his face. Anyway, back to the conversation at hand. Well, this straw hat holds significance, Luffy stated, grabbing the hat that was on his head. Everyone looked curiously at Luffy, even Sparky. Oh, really? Usopp said, holding his own flag with it had a long nose, a brown hat with a cross-stripe pattern, and a slingshot in place of one of the crossbones and a wooden gun as another. Does the hat also have a story? Zoro and Kuina, who were resting from a recent sparring session, also curiously joined the conversation. That it does, Luffy said as he spun the straw hat. This one was passed down from Roger to Shanks, and now to me. So, I value it dearly. It's kinda like a crown passed down from one king to another. So I don't have any choice to be the strongest pirate king ever. Kobe, Usopp, and the rest of the crew didn't know what to say. That had their doubts. But Luffy was no ordinary guy, was he? Kuina and Zoro were both surprised and awed by their captain. They knew about red-haired Shanks. Anyone with a passion for swords would. Usopp was the one to break the silence. But wait, didn't you say your grandpa was the marine hero? How did that hat not raise flags? Luffy blinked, not expecting that question. He shrugged. Who knows? The moment Gramps heard that Shanks gave me his hat and told me be a great pirate grandpa, kinda made the whole pirate crew flee to the Grand Line. He was all angry and bitter back then, and even if he is a marine, he won't stop me from pursuing my dream, perusing what I deem justice. I mean, even my dad isn't a marine and is a constant pain in their ass, and grandpa does nothing. Well, he won't do anything. Unless you do something unreasonable and go full evil, then you are good as dead. The old man is kinda scary in that sense. Luffy shivered at the last part. Sparky, who jumped on his shoulder, nodded. Anyway, let's not droll too much on my past, and let's focus on our journey. The pirate ship Going Merry is ready for action. Let's get this journey started. Usopp and Sparky cheered while the others also went on with their activities. Kobe was on his part, fully enjoying the journey, and he had already decided that he would join Luffy. Seeing the Marines trying to hide Kuro was the last straw that broke the camel's back. However, there was some hesitance, and he didn't want to rush it. So for now, he was good as it is. Also, now that the hypnosis had run off, Kobe was fully feeling the pain of his overworked muscles and wounds. The boy also wanted to join the training, but Luffy reprimanded him until he was a bit more stable. So, now that we have our ship, what's next, Luffy? Nami asked. Luffy thought for a moment and turned his attention to the positions that needed to be filled. Well, we'll need a chef, he began. As well as a doctor. Sparky isn't that well trained enough for the Grand Line, and eventually a carpenter. We should also recruit someone once we get into the Grand Line who has practical knowledge and experience from traveling the area, Luffy said. Nami nodded at each suggestion, genuinely impressed. Luffy had really thought this through. And of course, we'll need a musician at some point. Can't go without that. Nami's sweat dropped. Right? Luffy looked at her innocently. Before remembering something, oh, yeah, we also need a belly dancer. But I think you are multi-talented enough to do the job. You might be lacking up there, but your hips are broad enough for an enjoyable performance. Why you? Nami screamed, come here. With that, Nami was chasing of Luffy around the ship. Kobe and the rest sweat dropped at the scene. Luffy wasn't a pervert, but he seemed to find some sick pleasure in teasing the orange-haired girl. Soon things went on as it is, and Usopp was trying to figure out the canon of the ships. He was already done with today's training. Luffy didn't push him hard as this was basically his first day. Suddenly they heard the sound of cannon fire and turned to see Usopp standing in front of one of their few cannons with a shocked expression on his face. In the distance, they could see the shattered remains of what looked to be a strange rock formation. I hit it, Usopp whispered in shock. Nice, Usopp. Try to hit a flying piñata next time. Luffy chuckled, before he frowned as he sensed two auras at the rock formation. One was frantic and desperate, while the other was extremely faint. But both of them were relatively strong to be picked up by Luffy's Haki. Shit, he almost forgot about that part. Nami, can you take us over to that rock? Nami looked confused but did as she was asked. Chapter 57. Nami, can you take us over to that rock? Nami looked confused but did as she was asked. As they pulled up next to the rock formation, someone jumped onto their ship. Damn pirates. First, you attack us while we're vulnerable, and now you show up to finish the job. It won't be that easy, he shouted angrily before catching sight of Zoro. Big bro Zoro? Big sis Kuina? Johnny questioned, pushing himself into a sitting position. What are you guys doing here? Why are you all on a pirate ship? Then he looked at the odd six-armed monkey. And who's the monkey? Relax, that's Sparky, one of my crewmates, Zoro said boringly. But first, where's Yusaku? He's. Johnny started crying and rushed to the side of the ship where another, smaller boat was hooked to the Going Merry. On the boat was a man whose skin was a sickly, unhealthy white. He had a shaved head covered with a red helmet, and he was dressed in a black shirt under a green trench coat. The man also wore yellow and red plaid shorts and brown boots. A bloody bandage was wrapped around his waist and his head was bleeding slowly, a puddle already pooling below him. This was Yusaku, Johnny's bounty hunting partner. He looks bad, Kobe fretted, and Usopp gaped at his sides. We were just minding our own business, Johnny explained. Yusaku has been getting sick lately and old injuries started opening again for no reason. He collapsed last night and hasn't gotten any better since. Give it to me straight, big bro, Johnny cried as he fell to his knees beside his friend. Ishoshaku honadi? Now don't think that, Zoro tried to reason. Nami made herself known to the rest of the group, walking up to and examining the injured man. You're all a bunch of morons, she announced. You. She pointed at the youngest of the crew. We've got a bunch of limes in the storage room. Bring some up. You. Johnny, right? Your partner has scurvy. Scurvy? Johnny blinked. Will he be okay, big sis? For one, he hasn't been eating right, so he doesn't have enough vitamin C in his bloodstream and should be fine if we get fruit into him soon enough. For two, don't call me sis. Yeah, call her a babe, Luffy retorted with arms crossed and nodding. She likes it. Nami tried to hit Luffy, but like paper blowing in the wind, it was dodged. She clicked her tongue. Also 3, don't listen to anything Luffy says. Definitely not calling me babe. We're back, Nami, Kobe announced, he and Usopp emerging from the storage room. He carried with him limes falling from the basket in his hands on account of his shaking arms. Under Nami's guidance, Usopp and Kobe began squeezing juice from the limes into Yasaka's mouth. "How long will this take?" Kobe asked. "Scurvy could be a death sentence on a ship. I've had it before and was lucky to survive." Yasaku below him sprung to his feet, startling a scream out of Kobe and Usopp, both of whom jumped behind Luffy. "Yasaku!" Johnny yelled. "Johnny!" Yasaku answered, the men locking arms. The two cheered, dancing together. "Hooray, hooray! You can't be that healthy instantly." Nami yelled, flabbergasted. "That's not how biology works." Luffy would have laughed at the scene, if not for the fact that Yasaku has some real talent in the Kamii Saimai Kikken department. His body was unconsciously able to take the medicine to full effect. That would even take Kamii practitioners some bit of effort, more so when you were at that stage of scurvy. Now wasn't that interesting? Maybe the two of them would be up for a career change. "Allow us to introduce ourselves," Johnny said, either ignoring or not hearing the orange-haired navigator.
"I'm Johnny."
"And I'm Yasaku," his partner added, before they locked arms around each other's shoulders. "And together, we are the best bounty-hunting duo in the universe. Big Bro Zoro used to be one of us, too. And Big Sis Kuina also helped us a few times when we got stuck in some situations." Johnny continued after their announcement, him and Yasaku disentangling from each other. Johnny continued, "Never thought we'd find you guys on a pirate ship, though." "Thank you," Johnny and Yasaku said at the same time as they turned back to Zoro and Kuina. Both of them seemed to be training, and after both of them explained how Luffy had made them join his crew, and it made both bounty hunters see the Straw Hat Boy in new light. Luffy was sitting at the head of the ship, while his weapons were wrapped around his back in a cross formation. "We need a cook," suddenly the boy called out, spinning around and looking at Johnny. "A cook?" Johnny said. "In that case, I know the perfect place. It's a little hard to track down since it moves around on the sea, but it's said to be one of the best restaurants in the world. It's supposed to be near the Grand Line right now, and there have also been rumors that a certain hawk-eyed man is in the general area." Zoro's eyes widened. "Which way?" he demanded. "Come on. Why would he be in these waters?" Kuina found the rumor skeptical. She had gone to Four Blues. Hawkeye would rarely leave the Grand Line. "Still, we have to get there," Zoro said. "Well, lucky for you. I know the place." Nami interrupted. "One of the best restaurants in the world? The only one I've heard about in the East Blue that moves is called the Baratie, right?" "That's it," Johnny nodded. "Yasaku and I have been there a few times, and it's never disappointed. Last we heard it was anchored to the north of here. It's a restaurant at sea." "A restaurant at sea?" Usopp asked curiously. There certainly were a lot of strange things in the world. "Shishishi. We are going there anyway. One of Nakama's there." "So let's go," Luffy said, punching the air. "But, Big Bro Luffy, haven't you heard the rumors?" Yasaku asked. That grabbed their attention. Rumors other than Mihawk being there? Now Luffy was interested. The bounty hunter nodded. "There's a rumor that they relocated their restaurant a bit towards the Calm Belt, 'cause the area ran out of Sea Kings." He finished. "Sea Kings," Kobe and Usopp said in unison. "But why?" Johnny nodded. "Apparently they cook them there," he said, shivering while holding his arms. "They cook them?" Kobe said. "They ran out of it?" Usopp said, even paler. "And we are going there?" Nami added. Nami, Kobe and Usopp looked at Luffy, who just grinned. "Can we please not go there?" "Of course not," Luffy said, placing his feet onto the railing of the ship. "Set sail. Mates, we are going on an adventure," he said, grandly, before looking at his three Wari crewmates. "Also, if we are scared of some big fish, then how will you be able to conquer our dreams? And trust me, we will be fine." Oh, Luffy was internally laughing at his own statement, and the three of his crewmates felt assured. Poor them, falling for Luffy's smooth talk. Anyway, it wouldn't be his first time eating Sea King. They tasted great. Sparky also seemed to be drolling like Luffy. "You should be able to get there in a couple of days," Johnny said warily, while some of them gave him a dirty look. "But you have to be careful. This place is kind of close to the Grand Line, so there is no shortage of dangerous adversaries. Chapter 58. It was just another day at the Going Merry. They were making their way to Baratie. Luffy was the last one to wake up. Usually, he didn't sleep that late. But today Sparky was cooking, so he decided to get some more shut-eye. Other than Luffy and Sparky, the rest of the crew knew shit about cooking, so it fell on their shoulder. Even though they weren't any professionals in that art, they were far better than the others. Both Luffy and Sparky were quite the eater, and eventually, they had to learn to cook themselves, and Makino was kind enough in the learning process. When Luffy got out of the room, he heard a murmur. Almost all the people on his ship except him were discussing something. "What happened, guys?" Luffy said as he walked towards them, yawning. He was bringing along the nameless Naginata on his shoulder. The plan was to get some workout done. He was strong already, and without any challenges, he wouldn't get any stronger. But it felt just wrong, skipping a good day of exercise. "Look, Luffy, they are calling us a hero," Usopp said excitedly, pushing a newspaper on Luffy's face. The captain grumbled, still feeling a bit sleepy as he looked at the newspaper. Monkey D. Mario strikes again in 2 locations. The hero of the Dawn Island is gathering strong people under him. Underneath that, it showed pictures of Zoro, Kuina, Kobe, and Usopp. Well, except Kobe's face was covered with his mask. And after that there was information and picture about Luffy and the team, beating the heck out of the Buggy Pirates and the Black Cat Pirates. Well, they had the picture of actually Luffy beating Buggy, and the other picture was the tied-up pirates that were left back at Usopp's village, and the picture might have been taken when Usopp and Kobe were collecting the bounties. Now, almost all of them were regarded as heroes. The paper even made sure to add Zoro and Kuina's former epithet. Pirate Hunter Zoro and White Lady Kuina joins the hero Mario. The newspaper quickly crumbled under Luffy's hands. Before he held it up high, and with one palm used Rokugan to destroy any traces of the newspaper, only leaving some white pieces behind. "Hey, why to do that?" Usopp said frantically, picking up the newspaper, only to cry silently as the newspaper was gone. Sparky seemed to be laughing his ass off, while others seemed confused for the most part. "Well, except Kobe. Are you angry because they got your name wrong?" the boy asked. "It's much worse," Luffy sourly said. "I am pirate now, and they still call me by that stupid name." And that was when a sound started coming out of Sparky's bag, drawing the attention of everyone in the ship. "Perry-Paraper, Perry-Paraper." Sparky quickly took off his backpack and took out the transponder snail. It was black in color and had a cool metal finish to it. "Is that a transponder snail?" Johnny asked. "I haven't seen that model before," Yasaka said. "Only Nami had. It was one of those high-tech ones that costed a pretty penny, but granted a secure line to whoever talked from the other side. This model was the same one that Makino used." Luffy groaned upon hearing the call. "Don't answer that." Sparky rolled his eyes and started tapping on the side, securing their connection, before picking it up. A small holographic screen popped up on the snail. "Spaku," the monkey said, trying very hard to pronounce his name. The 6-armed monkey was quite young, and he needed some time to fully develop his vocal cords. Sparky informed Luffy in a few months he might be able to speak, so he seemed to be able to pick up a few words. "Wait, is that you, Sparky?" An image of a shirtless man popped up. He had a lean build, much like Luffy, maybe a bit more leaner, and wore a cowboy hat and a pair of jeans. He looked at the monkey. "Oh, it is. How are you?" The monkey shrugged and made a few sounds telling him he was good. And Sparky then pointed the snail towards Luffy, who was standing still with a grumbled impression. "And if it isn't my younger brother, making a name for yourself as a hero. You're sure making Gramps proud," Ace said, trying his best not to laugh, as he held the newspaper high for Luffy and everyone around him to see. "I can already hear the screams of pirates. Run, Mario is coming." With that, he barked, laughing. "Why you? Take that back. I fought them as pirates. I'm sure whoever is doing this is doing it on purpose." Luffy cocked his fist with a tick mark on his forehead. "I'm so going to roast the newspaper bird next time." Ace was coming out of his fit of laughter. "Well, at least one of us has to follow Grandpa's route. The grandson of Marine hero. Well, at least one of us needs to be a hero. keeping the family tradition and all. I fucking hate you. My lil bro's angry. What are you going to complain to the Marines about your big? Ace flexed his biceps that had a tattoo on it, strong big brother, who also happens to be a successful pirate, unlike a certain someone. The others in Luffy's crew recognized who that was. Ace was quite famous, and the tattoo gave it away. It was none other than the recent second commander of Whitebeard pirates, Fire Fist Ace, a man with a bounty of 700 million. Of course, their rubber-headed captain would be related to this guy. Logic didn't seem to work in regards to Luffy's family line. Luffy rose his eyebrow before he crossed his arms smuggling. Well, I hear that a certain old man beat some humility into my so-called big brother. That brought Ace's face down with narrowed eyes. What's with you and old guys? First Gramps, then Rayleigh, and now Newgate. You sure have a losing streak with old people. You are still a kid if you get beat up by old-timers like them, Luffy said with a cocky grin. Heh, I would like you to try and beat any one of them, Ace said, but he still looked a bit sour. The rest of the people who were hearing the conversation didn't know if that was an embarrassing feat when all of the people that Ace lost to were such legendary figures. That was some bragging rights, right there? Yes, be a sour loser, Luffy said. Anyway, I officially made my crew. Wanna met him? Oh, I would love to. That cheered Ace up. But suddenly Ace's holograph distorted. It seems that something was happening on the other side. Hey, keep it down at this hour. Ace seemed to frown and look towards a certain direction. Luffy, I will speak another time. There's something going on the ship, he said seriously before cutting the call. Luffy also frowned, but didn't pay much attention as the rest of the members on the ship was looking at the straw hat pirate captain with an awe expression. Did something happen? Luffy asked as he picked his nose with a boring expression. You are related to Fire Fist Ace? Kobe was the one to speak. Yeah, he's my brother. Good guy, really. You should meet him, Luffy said. Anyway, we should go do some training. What do you mean? He's your brother? Nami asked, almost screaming the question. I thought you were the grandson of Garp the Marine hero. How does that even add up? Well, I am. Gramps adopted him before my mother and father decided to get freaky in bed. And had me, Luffy said, shrugging. And he's following his dreams. Like I said, Gramps won't stop you unless you do something shitty. Luffy, before we get any more sudden shocks, are there any other families that are No's famous figure? Nami asked as she rubbed her forehead. Yeah, my father's a dragon. A collective dumbfounded expression. Now that didn't even make sense. Well, he's not a dragon. He's the revolutionary dragon, the most wanted man alive, Luffy said nonchalantly, still picking his nose. That's even worse than freaking dragon, Usopp screamed, and I thought my family was bad. Well, your father did run of to-go milk. Luffy snickered. Usopp deadpanned, and yours was cuddling you at my age. Usopp knew a bit about Luffy, and this was the first time he had mentioned his father. So he knew Luffy had grown up with only Garp. Luffy was about to say something but didn't. Yeah, you make a point there. Chapter 59. A few days later, the excited voices of Johnny and Yasaku echoed across the ship. Big bro Zoro. Big bro Luffy. Big sis Nami. Big sis Kuina. Lil bro Usopp. Lil bro Kobe. We've arrived. Why am I big sis? Nami grumbled. Why am I lil bro? Usopp grumbled. So, what do you think? Johnny asked once they made their way out. He observed their reactions. Zoro kept a blank face. Nami smiled and let out a low whistle. Usopp looked on in awe. Luffy wore a wide grin. It's a huge fish. So cool. I'm getting psyched, he said enthusiastically. When you guys are done, we've got company, Kuina commented. A marine ship pulled up next to Going Merry. Nami, Usopp, and the bounty hunter duo all stiffened as someone walked out onto the deck of the by-default enemy ship. Kobe was quick enough to hide and keep himself not visible. Where did he put his mask again? Hey, you pirates. I've never seen your flag before. I am Marine Lieutenant Iron Fist Fullbody. Who's your captain? Identify yourselves. I am Strauhat Luffy. Luffy shouted as he stepped forward. He almost wished that the Marine would recognize him as Mario, so he could sink his ship and officially be lab-led as a pirate. "I am Honorable Liar Usopp," Usopp shouted, stepping up beside him. Luffy shot him an annoyed look, but turned his attention back to Full Body. "Our mark was just made a couple of days ago," Luffy shouted back. "I was the one who saw him make it," Usopp added, crossing his arms and nodding. "So, a bunch of kids playing pirates, how typical. Nothing new. Well, I'm just here to eat at the restaurant. Consider yourselves lucky. But the next time we meet, consider your lives forfeit," Full Body shouted. "Come on, darling. Our food is waiting for us." Kobe sighed in relief. So not all of the Marines he met were bad. But then, as their ship pulled up towards the entrance to the restaurant, Full Body turned to the Marine on duty and pointed his thumb down. "Their ship is an eyesore. Sink it." The man didn't even hide his voice. Kobe gasped. "Hey, the bastards are firing at us." Yasaku yelled frantically, making Kobe frustrated if not angry. What was that Marine doing? Doesn't he have any honor? Where was the justice in shooting some random people who had a Jolly Roger? Okay, they might not be just random, but the point still stands. And here he was, dreaming to be one. Well, dreamt of. Now he wasn't. He was in with Luffy now, even though he didn't officially declare it. There was still a part of him that hoped that in his short journey a true Marine would come and show the justice that Kobe shot after. Kuina held her sword, preparing to cut the cannonball, but Zoro held her back. He moved his head towards Luffy. Luffy picked his nose, taking out a booger and coating it with Haki, before flinging it towards the upcoming cannonball. It exploded when it hit the water, but their ship was unharmed. Honestly, his armament Haki was lacking. He actually planned to blow the whole ship with that one. Well, who could blame him? It's only been a few months since he was able to figure out the last Haki. His armament Haki wasn't strong, but his technique was on point. Mainly because he learned to cut steel first, he could coat other things with Haki easily, and even was close to Rio. But his main problem was that his Haki wasn't strong, and even coating something outside other than his fist drained a lot out of him. "Did you just throw your booger at that thing?" Yasaku asked. "I did," Luffy said as if it was obvious. "How's that even possible?" Johnny and Kobe shouted. "Armament." Kuina said, "Why am I not surprised? So you even know Haki?" Zoro was confused as the others. Shishishi, Luffy just smiled looking at her, much to his amusement. "Don't worry, when you guys build enough strength, I will teach you how to use Haki." The enemy Marines, who had been ordered to sink their ship, scrambled for the second cannonball that they didn't think they'd need, and tried to fire it. "Huff, this is boring," Luffy whined, before taking out Horn's edge from his back. "Nami, speed it up, or we might get wet because of some waves." Sparky rolled his eyes and shot the cannonball down with one of guns. If Luffy wanted to show if he was going to help him. Nami and Kobe had seen what Luffy had done before, and she scrambled to the steering wheel of the ship. Now Kobe was actually feeling bad for the Marines. Only a little bit. And with one swing, all of the crewmates saw the ship get cut in half. The sea waves after that were huge. But it seemed that Nami was still not fast, and the chopped ship brought some rainwater on deck, making them wet. Luffy looked a little. "And now we are all wet," he grumbled before he looked towards Nami. Her clothes had been the wettest, and gave a good view on things that a man could imagine. Well, she did wear something underneath, still. Even though Luffy teased Nami, she was packing well there. But what was the fun of admitting that? "We should all get more wet," he declared. If Nami did hear what Luffy said, she might have ignored it for the Have-Marine ship. A few days ago, she would have not believed people would be able to do that. And now, here she was. Chapter 60. She didn't have any more doubts left that Luffy wouldn't be able to handle Arlong. Zoro was a bounty hunter that was quite famous in the East Blue, but Kuina was someone who even managed to take down a pirate crew of 40 million alone, and Luffy was able to beat them like it was nothing. So she had no doubt that Luffy would be able to handle him. But asking him was another issue. Why didn't she take up on the offer of joining the pirate crew when Luffy asked? Now she was only a temporary member. Not to mention, she touched her shoulder, where a mark was set, like a slave mark. She was already a member of Arlong's crew. She doubted it would change things with Luffy's character, but she didn't know what to do now. Zoro had a murderous grin on his face, and he was excited. This was the man he was following. It seems he didn't choose wrong. Zoro snuck a glance at Kuina, who was eyeing Luffy. She also seemed a bit proud of their captain, though she might challenge him now for another duel. What happened just now? Did Big Bro Luffy just cut the marine ship in half? Johnny asked, shakily. Yeah, he did. Didn't he? Yasaka repeated. Kobe sighed. Luffy also did the same thing to Alvida's ship. He said almost a whisper, but others could hear it just fine. How's that even possible? Usopp gulped, before he jumped in excitement. Hey, can I do that too?
Ah, sorry.
You want to learn swordmanship or learn how to sink a ship with one move? Luffy asked. The later one, Usopp said. Well, that would take time, but not impossible? Really? Before Usopp could talk even further, a giant serpent rose from the sea. A Sea King? Nami screamed. This one was bigger than the cow Sea King that Arlong had, and it was 2 times the size of Going Merry, not enough to eat it, but big enough to crush it. They were doomed. But suddenly, the whole area suddenly felt as if it was dark. A dreadful feeling came out. Its source was Luffy. And suddenly the giant Sea King was scared. Scared enough to crawl back into the sea and not come back. But it wasn't the only one that was affected. What just happened? Kuina asked. She seemed shaky, not from the Sea King, but from what Luffy just did. Oh, I took care of the pesky little worm. Luffy said casually, grinning. What do you mean it was you? What did you even do? Nami asked. Her chest was beating too fast. First Luffy, then a Sea King, then Luffy. And why did you do it to us? Everyone in the crew was panting with cold sweat on their foreheads. Ah, come on, Nami. It was just to prepare you. And it builds character, he said, rubbing his head. Kuina didn't know how to react to the sudden change. One moment he was dangerous, and the next moment he was Luffy. You still haven't told us what it was, Usopp said now that the whole ordeal was over. It's called Conqueror's Haki. What? Kuina said, blinking. But I thought there were only 2 types of Haki. Luffy spoke. There is a third one. It allows you to forcefully overpower the minds of those with weak wills, like producing your aura outwards and pushing it down on others. Traits like self-confidence and mental discipline help one resist it, but the most important factor is willpower. A person with an unbendable will won't even bat an eye in the face of the most powerful conqueror. Kuina didn't speak. She and Zoro were the only one that was left standing after what Luffy did. Sparky as well, but he didn't count. The others were on the ground when Luffy used that. Luffy added, some say, 1 in a million people in the world are born with it. Luffy saw Kuina's reaction, who gripped her sword tightly. I call that bullshit. Anyone with high enough ambition have a chance of unlocking it. Shanks said himself. People who are willing to bet their everything on their dreams. That's the people who can unlock the power of a king. Kuina didn't say anything. Before she looked at Zoro, that means Mihawk and Shanks have it. Luffy just gave a wide grin. Like I said, high enough ambition. And after a certain point, Conqueror's Haki will become a bit common. More so when we enter the second part of the Grand Line. Johnny and Yasaku looked at Luffy with awe. They had much to catch up. But could they even catch up? No. It was all about ambition. All of them took in the explanation with thoughtful expressions. Who knew that such a thing existed? The world truly was vast. Kobe felt dejected. Was his ambition weak? Because as he saw so far, the Marines didn't follow up with the justice that they promised. But wait, was his ambition to join the Marines or serve justice? It was to serve what was right. But could he serve justice while he was a pirate? Could he make that possible? No, he would make that possible and show the world the true picture of the Marines. A bead of hope was sowed in his heart as he looked at the now sinking Marine vessel. Chapter 61. They reached the restaurant, and a waiter with a large bill met them at the door. Hello, you horrid scumbags. My name is Patty, and I'll be seating you. He said it with a practiced voice and a blindingly fake smile, and yet he gave off a tone of sincerity despite himself. A blonde-haired chef with spiraled eyebrows burst through the kitchen doors and made his way over to their table. Luffy grinned, but rather than greeting them, his gaze lingered on Luffy for a second, before he turned to Nami and Kuina, who his gaze really lingered on. "Welcome to the Baratie," he started formally, 2 red roses in each hand, towards the girl. "My name is Sanji. What can I get you all?" "Food," Luffy yelled excitedly. "That much is implied," Sanji replied, ignoring him. "You're going to have to be more specific." "Meat," Luffy said. "Milk too." "Yes, we would like to order as well." Nami also wanted to eat something, and Luffy said he was going to treat them. So she started ordering some of her favorite dishes, which also seemed quite expensive. "For you, madam, everything is free," the man said coolly. "For you have taken my love." Then that coolness vanished because the unbonded simpness. "Well," Nami began, unaware of Luffy's gaze leveled on her and Sanji. "I'm considering the poulet mandarine, but it's just so expensive, you know? Can you do anything about that, Sanji-kun?" The chef looked like someone shot him in the heart, equal parts scandalized that the menu dared to concern the woman before him and delighted that he could be of service. "Of course, mademoiselle. No gentleman like myself would even consider charging you. Everything here is free for you. Compliments of my undying love," he said, before looking at Kuina. "And for you, my love? I would like to have the deep-fired Sea King steak if you don't mind," Kuina said casually, as if she wasn't fully taking advantage of the cook. "Suck up," Zoro snickered, earning a kick to the back of the head. Sanji retreated before the swordsman could retaliate, moving on to another table on the other side of the room. "I don't like him," Zoro grumbled. "He's just our waiter," Usopp pointed out.
Sous-chef Kobe corrected.
One of the customers, who by the looks was a pirate, came to the table, and that made Nami uncomfortable. That earned him the glare of all the king's Haki user, making the man stop in his tracks. But the other pirates' companions came by and 6 of them stood near the Straw Hat group, making Nami more angry. "Hey, you waiter," one of them said, most likely the leader or in this case, the captain, called out to Sanji. "We need some business with this miss. Thief here," he said, pointing at Nami. Sanji raised an eyebrow, standing straight looking eye to eye. "Well, first of all, I'm a chef, not a waiter. We're a little short-handed at the moment, you see. Second, we don't allow fighting between guests in the restaurant. And hurting women or even scaring women here is an untold law here." That made the group of 6 hold their hands over the weapons. "You don't know her, you bold cook." Another one spat. "She's one of the Arlong's bitches." He could only say that much before his face exploded with a cloud of flames, and he broke through one of the restaurant's windows, falling out. Luffy blinked. Did Sanji just use dyeable jam? How this was another surprise. It seems that this Sanji might have a bit more than the original canon one. Never call a woman that. Sanji was behind the group of 6. "Do I have to make you guys out of here personally, or can you dipshits make yourself useful and get out?" He lazily moved his legs, setting out the fire. "Wait," the leader said, "you are the guy who's famous for fishing out sea kings." Sanji didn't say anything for a while, before he added, "I don't fish them. I kick them out of water." He said, "Now get out before I kick you in." The group gulped and nodded, quickly scrambled out of the restaurant. "Well, I guess that settles that," he said, smiling, as he spun around before going towards the orange-haired girl. "I am sorry you had to face those awful people in our humble setting. I will be sure to give you a special tangerine juice." Nami, on the other hand, was glancing at Luffy, who didn't seem too concerned. But she was sure that if anyone heard the pirate, it would Luffy. "Hey, Sanji," a voice called out. They all turned to see the large man who had ushered them in. "What do you think you're doing to our customer, you bastard? How many times do I have to tell you not to beat the crap out of our customers? They are scared as they are with you fishing sea kings. We are going to run out of customers that way." "Customer?" Sanji scoffed. "Get your eyes checked, Patty. Those guys weren't even ordering anything. They just barged in here and tried to pick a fight with our other guests." Patty blinked at this information and then said, "Okay, then, do whatever you want," before walking away. They were interrupted once again, however, this time from a gunshot. A dark-skinned man walked in, sweating profusely and soaking wet as he hobbled over to the nearest table and sat down. Bring me some food. Anything will do. This place is a restaurant, right? Patty made his way over and clasped his hands together with the same awkward smile on his face. Hello, you miserable bastard. I apologize, but I must ask, do you have any money? The man, who looked like death had passed over him clumsily, pointed the gun at Patty's head. Do you accept lead? So I assume you can't pay, Patty stated before promptly smashing Jin's head to the ground with both arms, along with the table he was sitting at. Jin groaned as his stomach rumbled. This elicited no sympathy from the muscular chef. Sanji watched with a neutral expression as Patty ruthlessly kicked him and then threw him out of the restaurant while the customers cheered him on. That was when a blonde-haired man with a long mustache and a longer hat walked in. Hey, Patty, what do you think you're doing destroying tables? That's coming out of your paycheck? Patty gave him an apologetic smile and nodded. Sorry about that, Boss Seth. Won't happen again. A little while later, Sanji strolled out of the restaurant with a plate of food in hand, which didn't escape Zeph's notice. He set the plate in front of the grumbling, dying man. Eat up, he said. The man gulped, but looked away from the food. That's even worse. I won't accept charity, he said with difficulty. It's not charity, Sanji replied evenly. To me, any hungry person who makes their way to this restaurant is a customer. Pride will get you far in this world, but not if you're dead. Wouldn't you like to live to see another day? The man's eyes widened considerably before he promptly grabbed the plate and dug in greedily. His tear ducts betrayed him, and he started to sob. I don't know what to say. It's so delicious, he said emotionally in between bites. I thought I was gonna die. I really thought I was a goner. A wide grin spread out across Sanji's face. It's pretty damn good, right? Sanji said proudly. Of course it's good. A voice called out, grabbing both of their attention. You are the future Pirate King's cook, for God's sake. Chapter 62. Of course it's good. A voice called out, grabbing both of their attention. You are the future Pirate King's cook, for God's sake. Sanji frowned at Luffy. And you are? Oh, where are my manners? Luffy said as he sat on the railing of the floating restaurant. Name's Luffy.
Monkey D. Luffy.
The one who will become the king of the pirates and the strongest man in the world. So want to join my crew? I'm sorry, Sanji blinked, but I can't leave. I owe the old man too much. So you refuse? Yes. I refuse your refusal, Luffy responded, crossing his arms. That's not how it works. Sanji and Jin yelled, sending the latter into a coughing fit. Luffy remained unfazed. No one spoke for a minute while Jin gulped his food down before Luffy looked at him. He was the only one in the marine ship that didn't get knocked out by his Haki, and he was food-deprived prisoner. Well, I'm not gonna leave until I have you on my crew, the teenage pirate captain declared. Sanji stood up, ignoring Luffy as he went back into the restaurant. Jin just ate the food, only glancing at the boy from time to time. I have decided, Luffy said. Hey, what's your name? Jin, who was finished, looked at Luffy. Jin, he said. But they call me Man-Demon Jin. So join my crew? The Straw Hat Boy said. Jin looked at Luffy, thinking if Luffy was thinking straight, but he didn't want to reprimand the boy. Sorry, but I'll have to refuse, he said politely.
No.
Luffy said.
What?
I refuse your refusal. Ah, this again. Jin was almost finding it a headache. You're strong and good, so come sail the sea with us, Luffy said as if that was the end of it. Jin grew annoyed. Hey, do you listen at all? Sure, Luffy said. What's your reason? I already served someone, Jin said in frustration, and I am not going to betray him. But what if he betrays you? Luffy added, half knowing he will. This world was different, but he didn't think that bastard would change. He won't, Jin said with resolve. Don Krieg is a great man. Luffy-san, wait, Kobe cried, exiting through the door. You don't know who that is? Yeah, he's Jin, and he's gonna join the crew, Luffy said, smiling. Luffy-san, are you crazy? Kobe yelled, grabbing Luffy by the arm. That's Man-Demon Jin of the Krieg Pirates, He's one of the deadliest men of the East Blue, wanted for 12 million berries. Well, I'm not gonna leave until I have you on my crew, the teenage pirate captain declared. You're a pirate, right? Jin asked as he got his coughing under control, getting a nod from the rubber man. Obviously, you're just starting if you're looking for a cook. Let me give you some advice. Stay away from the Grand Line. That sea defies logic and is only a death sentence. Well, thanks, Luffy smiled. But I'm going to the Grand Line no matter what you say. I'm after the One Piece, and that's where it is. Luffy said, and I'm also aiming to be the strongest, and you don't do that being a wimp and scared because of some sea. People die all the time. What matters is how you live it. I can't stop you, Jin sighed. It's your death. No, you are not going to stop me, Luffy said, grinning, pointing his thumb to himself. Soon enough, you will follow me and join my crew. Here, Jin. Sanji came back, dragging a small boat by the rope. You can take this to leave. Thank you. Eggplant, get back to work. A large man yelled from somewhere over them. He was a tall, rotund man with a braided blonde mustache, a small beard, and short hair. He was dressed in a regular chef outfit with the exception of his pants being shorted, revealing that his right leg was missing from the knee down and was replaced with a peg leg. His chef hat was so tall that it would have brushed the ceiling if they were inside.
I'm sorry. Sanji Jin apologized.
You'll probably get yelled at because of me. In response, the chef picked up the empty dishes and threw them into the ocean. There. No evidence, no problem. Jin balked before falling to the deck. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll never forget your kindness. Accepting Sanji's charity, Jin climbed into the boat and set a course southeastwardly. As he sailed off into the distance, Sanji, Luffy, and Kobe went back inside. I found us a cook, Luffy announced as he reached the table. Everyone else now finished with their food. The blonde curly brow that served us. He's a real nice guy who won't let any of us go hungry. Great, Zoro grumbled into his beer. All the cooks on this boat, and you pick him? You don't like him? Nami asked. I think he's pretty nice. Kuina seemed to agree as well, as she chowed on her food. That's 'cause he gave you free food, Usopp interjected. Captain, Sanji said he doesn't want to join, Kobe reminded. He refused. And I refused his refusal, Luffy nodded. We aren't leaving until Sanji agrees to join us. Kobe sighed. Oh, also there's this Jin guy, Luffy said. Yeah, Jin, the man-demon. I think he would fit right in the crew. He also refused. You were too negative, Kobe. And I refused his refusal as well, Luffy nodded. Shishishishi. But he already left, Kobe said. Luffy just laughed hard, before leaning forward. I got this mystery feeling that he would be back. The Straw Hat rubbed his chin. Sometimes I question the sanity of our captain, Zoro said. Usopp patted Zoro. It gets better, hopefully. Sparky shook his head, as if saying, it only gets worse. Luffy rolled his eyes. You stupid eggplant, the voice of the head chef shouted as Sanji shot out of the doors to the kitchen, landing on his back hard. Zeph stepped out of the doors as they tried to close. Get the hell out of my restaurant. I don't need a shitty chef like you ruining our reputation. Shut up, you old fart. Sanji shouted back. I'm staying here until I finish the last batch for this month. Fat chance, runt. Just get out with those brats and leave. Sanji pushed himself to his feet and shoved past Zeph, stomping back into the kitchen. The older blonde glanced at the pirates. Luffy's grin widened. We're gonna be here for a while, Zoro said. There were a few days left for the month to end. Chapter 63. The Straw Hats stayed docked at the Baratie for 6 more days. Luffy was spending his days enjoying the food, getting to know his new crewmates, beating up rowdy pirates, and hunting sea kings. He didn't need to pay since the fact that the rubber boy would help the chef catch those ridiculously large sea kings. Sanji was quite impressed that Luffy was able to do that, even more so when it was known that Luffy couldn't swim because of him being a devil fruit user. It seems that Sanji in this world was a lot more driven, and would practice his kicks to catch fish, larger fish, which now made its way to the smaller sea kings that roamed the area. And he was able to fish sea kings with his kicks, eventually learning Diable Jam himself. It seemed that Sanji was ahead of Zoro in strength, maybe even better than Kuina, and that drove the green-haired swordsman to push himself into training, even challenging Luffy and asking him to teach him a few things. Surprisingly enough, Koby asked Kuina to train him. He didn't want to bother Luffy, as he didn't officially join his crew yet, and didn't want to burden him, and Koby was diligent enough to go through all the training routines Luffy set up for him in the morning. After leaving Orange Town, Koby was training hard with newfound motivation. Now he was trying to see which fighting style works for him. Zoro seemed a bit unapproachable, and Kuina seemed to have very good knowledge of training new kids because of her father's dojo, even if she hadn't taught new trainees for quite a while. And so both got to it, though the pink hair was struggling a lot. Seeing the greenhorn training, Johnny and Yusaku begged Zoro to train them, which the three sword users grumpily agreed. However, he was on short time as well, as he would constantly fight against Luffy, though it was more of a sparring match rather than training. Seeing Kuina far above him made him push himself even harder. Nice weather became prominent in the area, so the grind continued. Heck, it didn't take long for the whole restaurant to be on friendly terms with the Straw Hats. Charisma was one of Luffy's strong suits, even if he acted like Luffy most of the time. By the 6th day, Koby had lost most of his extra weight and would probably be able to hold his own in a fight. Seeing the improvement, Luffy pushed Usopp in his own way of training, like carrying the long nose with Jippo in the air and throwing him in Sea King's way. Only small Sea Kings that were 1/3 of the size of the Going Merry, and the long nose would scream and swim to save his ass. And that seemed to do the work. He would also make him run blindfolded, while Sparky would shoot at him with wooden bullets. It might seem torture, and the long nose did complain a lot, but Usopp never skipped training. That was saying something on his part. He wanted to be strong, no denying there. Kuina gave a small sigh, holding the wooden sword lazily, as Koby again fell. "I almost had you," Koby said, sweating profusely, his hands shaky. "You surprised me there, but not to that extent." Kuina clarified. Koby's spear was on the floor. The boy chose this because of his admiration for Luffy, but it was a lot harder to use than Luffy made it out to be. Koby was drenched in sweat, while Kuina didn't have any. Koby felt a bit down. "Hey, look at it this way," Kuina said. "At least, now your spear doesn't fall out of your hands before a minute." "It's still not enough," Koby said, securing his wooden weapons on his back. "I can't even take down a good pirate with this." He sighed. "I'm nothing but a liability." Kuina flicked his head. "That's wrong, dummy," she said, giving out an old sister vibe. It seemed other than taking out pirates, she enjoyed teaching even more. "I bet you would be able to take down any of those pirates from Usopp's island one-on-one at your level, except for the captain. But thinking again, you already did that with just 1 day of training. Now you would be able to do that without Usopp's help. It might not seem much, but you have a talent for fighting. But I'm not sure spear works for your fighting style." "Really?" Kuina nodded with a small smile. "I won't tell you to pick up a sword either. You have a tendency to jump towards brawling. Maybe you don't even need a weapon. Using your fists is always an option. You already know some basics of fighting barehanded. Maybe you should improve that." Koby was about to say something, when water from the corner of the boat, and then Usopp jumped out of the water. "I live another day," he cheered frantically, breaking both Kuina and Koby out of their conversation. "Usopp," Luffy called out in the air, running through it. "You will never take me, the great Captain Usopp, alive," he said, running with breakneck speed inside the restaurant hiding. Kuina and Koby looked at the sniper sympathetically. "It's a good thing I asked you to teach me," Koby said, shuddering a bit. He took a glance at 2 dead bodies, who weren't dead. It was Johnny and Yusaku, who were overtrained with Zoro. Well, they would look like that, but after a meal they would be just as energetic as the day he met them. Honestly, they had some insane recovery, but Luffy seemed to say that it was similar to a technique that he has. Kuina chuckled a bit before sighing. "But I have to say, I am still weak compared to our quirky captain," she said, but she didn't feel dejected. She felt alive for some reason. "But I won't stay weak. So, you better not either," she said, pointing at Koby. Koby stood straight. "Yes, Kuina-chan." The good cook spun around before he presented with a plate of red decorated cake on it. Here's your afternoon strawberry cake. Maybe we can take a small break, she said, and from nowhere Sanji pressed it a decorated table and chair. Kuina took the plate and sat comfortably enjoying the cake with bliss. Kobe's sweat dropped with the sudden change. Chapter 64. I'm going to check up on the ship, Nami said. She was holding one of tangerine-flavored ice cream on her. Okay. Hey, what is that? Nami asked, pointing at the distance. She stopped her travel as the ship entered her view. It's Don Krieg, a customer yelled, standing so quickly that his chair toppled. Don Krieg is here. The customers panicked and fled. Looking out the window, a great shape grew closer, a ragged ship tapping the fins of the seafaring restaurant. The panic ended as quickly as it began, leaving the ship empty of everyone but the chefs and the straw hats. Luffy and his crew rose as the rhythmic, uneven thump, thump, thump of boots on wood announced the approach of unsteady people. A moment later, the front door flew open. At the entrance stood Jin once more, this time with a large man slung over his side. Please, the man begged, his voice raspy. Help him, please. Yeah, right. Patty laughed. This is a golden chance. Someone call the Marines right now.
No.
Jin cried. If it's money you want, we can pay this time. Just help him. Like we'd help a man like Don Krieg, Karn scoffed. The world would be better off without a man like him and all of his followers. I promise I won't attack the restaurant, the man, who Luffy suspected was Krieg, vowed. Just give me food. Don Krieg was an older man with short, gray hair, long sideburns, and a square face that was ragged and gaunt from hunger. His dress involved golden, fur-lined armor with his Jolly Roger on each shoulder covered by a floral t-shirt, the jacket he was using as a cape. Under his chest plate was a gray shirt and dark pants hung on his waist. Bandages were wrapped around his head and various parts of his body. Don, Jin cried. Please help us. Sanji walked through the space Patty had previously occupied, a plate of food coming to rest in front of the sickly villain. The older man forewent table manners and dug in with his hands, Jin thanking the chef profusely. What's so special about this guy? Luffy asked. He looks kinda weak. You don't know? One yelled out. Don't you know about anyone in the East Blue? Admiral, Don Krieg is a man wanted for 17 million berries for unspeakable acts. Killing, raping, kidnapping, every bad thing in the book. You said he did the unspeakable? Luffy yawned. Anyway, so he's one of those. Thank you, Krieg whispered, drawing Sanji in to take the empty plate away. When Sanji was close, however, Krieg surged upward, punching the blond man in the gut. Only fell himself hitting rock-solid steel. The large man winced at his own pain, while Sanji just sighed. Luffy frowned. Was that techie? No, it wasn't. Jin could only watch as his captain struck the man who had saved them both. Don Krieg, Jin shouted. Why would do that? He saved our lives. I only brought you here because you'd promised not to attack. Sanji casually walked away, joining the others, raising an eyebrow when Luffy was looking at him thoughtfully. Yes, he'd responded, drawing his gun. A gold shining on, pointed right at Jin's face, shutting him up. The food was delicious. Shut the fuck up and listen. Yes, Don. Jin could meet no one's eyes, only staring down at the floor in shame. This is a pretty nice ship. I think I'll take it. Don Krieg, Jin whispered. Please. Krieg ignored him. Sanji, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. I have about 100 men on my ship, Krieg continued, ignoring his subordinate. All are weak with hunger. Feed them and leave, and I'll leave you alive. This time he took out his gun, pointing it at Sanji. Sanji shrugged and began walking toward the kitchen. Sanji? Patty asked. Where are you going? To the kitchen. I have 100 meals to make. What? Every one of the cooks gathered around Sanji, the one named Patty stepping forward and punching the sous chef into the ground without resistance. Or at least tried to, but he hurt his arm and Sanji didn't even move from the spot. You little shit? Want me to handle this, Captain? Zoro asked, He was eager to test out his new skill. Nah, just let it play out, Luffy said, and I got a new crewmates to recruit. I don't care who was right and wrong all those times you fed the scumbags I'd thrown out of here, Patty hissed at the pain in his arm. But this time you're just wrong, Sanji. Confirming the other chefs wouldn't let Sanji into the kitchen, Patty walked over to one wall that he slid open to reveal a hidden compartment. Out of it, he pulled a lobster-shaped cannon. I hope you saved room for dessert, Don Krieg, 'cause here's the meatball of doom. He shot a cannonball at Krieg, who took the shot head-on, filling the surrounding air with smoke. As it started to clear, the first thing Minnie noticed were the ripped and broken hinges on the doorframe. Oops, looks like I broke the doors. The smoke cleared as the cooks laughed, revealing Krieg without a scratch. Was that supposed to hurt? Krieg asked, shrugging off his ruined floral-patterned shirt. Light glinted off his golden, wood-steel armor. The gray-haired man shifted, activating his armor's weapons, twin Gatling guns appearing from his shoulders. Get down! A chef known as Karn yelled, himself, Patty, and a half-dozen other chefs diving for cover. But Luffy gave the command. Zoro cut them. Chapter 65. Was that supposed to hurt? Krieg asked, shrugging off his ruined floral-patterned shirt. Light glinted off his golden, wood-steel armor. The gray-haired man shifted, activating his armor's weapons, twin Gatling guns appearing from his shoulders. Get down! A chef known as Karn yelled, himself, Patty, and a half-dozen other chefs diving for cover. But Luffy gave the command. Zoro cut them. With pleasure, Captain, Zoro said, cutting the bullets and destroying them in the process with two of his sword, even before they could hit a target. And suddenly he disappeared, cutting the Gatling gun as well. Krieg stumbled back a few steps, falling on his ass. He was awed again by what he saw. Was that even humanely possible? He saw people cut one or two bullets, but not hundreds at once. And he became furious when even his Gatling gun was cut off. But he was cut off as the sword was near his throat, and one sudden move would get himself killed. Kuina picked one of the bullets up. Meh, roughly chopped. I could do better. Luffy laughed, while Zoro's eyes twitched. Did he teach Zoro how to cut steel? Yup. Well, technically no. Zoro wanted to learn it himself, and by fighting someone way stronger, and with some tips it was possible. You see, Zoro was already strong enough to cut steel, but he needed to get the concept down, and the green-haired swordsman was already working himself towards flying slashes. I was holding back, Zoro said, a bit embarrassed. Kuina was amused, but she was also worried that if she didn't train harder, Zoro might suppress him one day. And she didn't want that. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Mosehead, Sanji said, exiting the kitchen, making way for Zeph to come by. The head chief trod his way past his wounded and lost employees, a large sack over his shoulder like a one-legged Santa. He dropped it in front of the notorious pirate. Here, he said, that's about 100 meals. Head chef Zeph, the cooks cried, aghast at the actions of their boss. Krieg seemed to recognize the name because his eyes widened. You're Redfoot Zeph, he gasped. The unrivaled captain who was also the ship's cook. They say you got your name because you only used your feet in battle, and they were always covered in the blood of your enemies. So you are alive. I am, Zeph nodded. I lost a leg, but I can still cook. Give me your logbook, Krieg demanded. The Grand Line may have bested me once, but with your logbook, I would be unstoppable. I had the best men, the best equipment. I just lacked the needed information. With it, I'd become the king of the pirates. Luffy laughed again. Yeah, like that would happen. He then looked at Jin. Really, Jin? Him. You could have chosen better. Like me? This man won't even bat an eye to sacrifice you for his gains. Follow me instead. He said those words, jabbing the thumb to himself. The other crewmates of the Straw Hat had to say, when recruiting, the rubber brain gained an unworldly amount of charisma. And that was a good offer, because all of them knew a pirate like that wouldn't be able to handle against Luffy. Because I'm gonna be king of the pirates, he said with a whiff of his king's Haki, making Krieg fear a bit. Kuina and Zoro just smirked. They, along with the rest of the crew, didn't get affected this time much. So did the other crewmates, though the chiefs and customers behind were a bit pale. except for Sanji and Zeph, of course. You are the bounty hunter, Monkey D. Mario? The man that took out a man of 50 million berry. Krieg said, a bit scared. I'm sure you used some underhanded tactics. Luffy gave the other guy a flat look. This Mario shit is getting a bit boring. Go on. Bring your crew. I'm not a bounty hunter anymore. Not that I ever was. A hero? Meh, you can call me that. Anyway, I'm a pirate now, so we fight the old-fashioned way. A crew against a crew. Brat, do you think this is a game right now? Krieg growled. I don't have time to deal with you right now. After I feed my men, I'll finish you off. The Admiral carried the food out of the broken doors and onto his flagship. Jin stayed behind, tears rolling down his cheeks. I am so sorry, he cried. I am so sorry. Don't apologize, Jin, Sanji told him. Once they're fed, I have no obligation toward them. I'll kill any man who attacks this restaurant as long as they have food in their stomach. Please, Jin begged. Please leave, Sanji. I don't want to see you die. I don't care, Sanji shot back, gesturing to the chefs around him. We don't care. This restaurant is our livelihood and the old man's dream. We won't abandon it until we're dead. Hey, Jin, Luffy interrupted before he could say more. I thought you said you didn't know anything about the Grand Line. I don't know anything anymore. Our entire fleet was wiped out in only 7 days, only because of one stupid island. Those bounty hunters. Curse them. We lost 400 of our men to them. Luffy blinked. Was it? Whiskey Peak. Luffy said. How did you guys fall for that? You guys are weak. I'm pretty sure even Zoro could take the whole island down. It also made Luffy think. So Mihawk wasn't here. Well, there were many changes, so it was understandable. But Luffy really wanted to test himself out against a figure like him, and he would regret having that thought later on. Jin shook his head. You don't know the outside world, Luffy. He shook his head. By the way, Jin, Luffy said, walking past him, exiting the restaurant, where boats and ships were docked. Why do you follow your captain? Other than the fact that he's your captain, of course. Jin looked at his back before answering. Don saved my life years ago. I can't just not repay him. Luffy hummed at the answer, standing outside. Then he looked at his crewmates. Kuina don't fight. That stands for you two, Sanji and Zoro. That made all three of them nod, though Sanji blinked. Why did he nod? He wasn't even the crew. Nami, Johnny, and Yasaku don't engage either. Kobe and Usopp, you guys are up. I didn't join your crew, Sanji said, as he lit up his cigarette. But I think I'm a bit overkill for them. And if your crewmates don't finish up fast, the restaurant will take damage. Fine. Your restaurant can keep all the loot they collect from Don Krieg. Deal. No, said a certain orange-haired girl said. Chapter 66. Usopp and Kobe looked at the scene and sighed. After the training, they were a bit eager to test out their skills. Kobe held his spear tightly, while Usopp checked his double wooden revolver and the slingshot that was on his side. You heard it, guys. Deal with the cannon fodders. But don't fight, Jin. You guys aren't strong enough, yet. Well, maybe both of you can try it once. That might be interesting. Luffy mumbled to himself. Kobe nodded. The rows of pirates came into the restaurant, all hungry for a war. Kobe tightened his grip on his spear. I am not a pirate, nor am I marine, but I will stop them from destroying this place. Why, yes, the great sniper Usopp will cover your back, the long-nosed pirate said, while his legs shook. He quickly scrambled towards the fallen table, setting up position. Krieg! Luffy yelled, grinning. It's time to put you in your place. My 2 against your 100. Fight me like a man if you have the balls. But with your buffed-up body, I'm sure the overuse of steroids has made them useless. Well, at least no one would be carrying around your ugly mug in the future. Some genetics are better left unpassed. Was HGH or Trin even available in the One Piece world? Who knows? But the words did piss the pirate off. I'll kill you, brat. Luffy and Krieg started fighting on the wrecked ship, more like playing the fool for what's he worth. Luffy wanted Jin to join, and that needed some motivation. So, like the expert, he started jumping around like a monkey, and Krieg tried to hit him. Stay still, you damn monkey. That is my family name. Luffy said back. Shishishi. The rest of the pirates jumped out of the boat, running, when they were stopped by a boy with pink hair. The boy moved quickly, repeating what he had learned, quickly fighting off a few pirates, slashing their hands so they couldn't fight back. Lesson 1. Always try to disarm your opponents. Yeah, and that happens to be literal in some cases. As Kobe would winch when he accidentally cut off a limb while disarming them. Blood and screams were happening as they jumped Kobe, getting stabbed or shot before they could wound the pink-haired boy. He was at the edge of the platform when a pirate finally tried to fight back. "You little brat!" A large pirate bubble Kobe's size swung his dual blades at Kobe, who parried it with his own. The pirate was big with dirty hair and a sadistic grin on his face. "You messed with the wrong crew, brat. Now die." "Nah, I will pass," Kobe responded. "But seriously, have you seen your face? I am sure you are too ugly to be given a bounty." But then again, they made an exception for Krieg, so they might as well for you. Like a good crewmate, he was following Luffy's example. "Why? You little shit." The man was enraged and Kobe took the chance to push the dual blades off and slide away in between the man's leg, accidentally Kobe's spear cutting the man's pants. When the Kobe was a bit far, the giant man wanted to give chase, but he got entangled in his pants and fell on his face, his naked ass visible to the men on board. There was silence for a second, before all of them burst out laughing. Even his own crewmates were laughing at him. The pink-haired felt a bit guilty. "I actually didn't intend to." But Kobe was cut off. "Just like how I taught you, Kobe," Usopp said, from the top of Baratie, shooting with his wooden gun, and suddenly a white powder-like substance smashed into the large man's face before he could stand up and fix his pants. The men fell, sleeping. A/N. Pure Colombian cosine. LOL. It seemed Usopp wasn't just physical training. He also made some custom bullets for his wooden revolver. Kobe wanted to protest, but that brought the enemy pirates into sense, and they attacked again. Kobe clicked his tongue when 3 pirates surrounded him, but he steadied himself, looking sharply. He held his spear on his side. He hoped and prayed that this worked. If not, then he was going to be in a whole lot of pain. Blade's Fury. Kobe shouted his first named attack and quickly swung his blade in rapid succession while avoiding his enemy's blades. When he was done, only 2 wounds were visible on Kobe, while multiple wounds bled out of the 3 pirates, knocking them out, possibly killing them if the bleeding wasn't stopped. Kobe was happy with his accomplishment when he noticed that one of the enemies were behind him and was swinging a massive club towards him. It was just like Alvida's club. QB closed his eyes while tensing his body, but no pain came. Only sounds of coughing came, making him open his eyes. Then he saw the club user coughing what seemed like fire. Another projectile hit the man's head, knocking him out. The great sniper Usopp to the rescue. The sniper shouted, intending them to know it was him who knocked him out. Kobe smiled before shaking his head. He had a long way to go. Fighting against a far superior opponent is a fast track to getting stronger than the average mook. Who knew? Meanwhile, a new pirate had found his way towards Kobe. This man, with droopy black hair and a smug-like expression, was covered in pearl and steel armor, complete with a matching hat. This was Pearl, the invincible wall. "Do you know who I am?" he asked as Kobe challenged him. "I am the invincible wall, Pearl of the Krieg pirates. I have fought in 61 battles and never lost even an ounce of my blood. You can never beat me." "Wait," Kobe shouted. The opponent looked strong. He needed to distract him. "You said you were strong." The large man nodded, with crossed arms. "And you never bleed?" He nodded again. "So you are a coward?" The man nodded again, but they looked at Kobe with anger. That was when Usopp shot the man's eyes with what appeared to be tomato sauce. Hot tomato sauce, in fact, with extra spice. Chapter 67. Usopp shot the pirate's eyes with what appeared to be tomato sauce. Hot tomato sauce, in fact, with extra spice. "Ahahaha!" The man screamed. Kobe took the chance to find a weak spot in the armor, but only saw one opening, and he sighed, kicking the man in the balls. That made the man's eyes wide open and more of the spicy stuff got into his eyes. "Am I pearls?" Pearl whispered in horror. All the men felt the silent pain. Even Usopp, who was far away, crossed his legs. With that, the man fell. I'm sorry for killing your whole lineage. Kobe apologized sincerely, while he was fighting to hold back his laughter. Now that pearl fell, the rest of the Don Krieg pirates have lost their motivation to fight. Kobe was panting yes, but even he was surprised about his growth. He might not be able to take down the likes of Alvida and Kuro just yet, but he was getting near that level. But suddenly he felt a shadow over his head, and he quickly spun and blocked the attack with his spear, only for it to break, and for him to get back a few steps. And it was Jin who attacked. As he used his odd-shaped weapons, what were they anyway? Jin used a pair of specially weighted tonfa with metal spheres, and he used the weapon with high efficiency. Kobe, even with the help of Usopp's shot, found it hard to keep up with Jin. Unlike the other cannon fodders, Jin had skills, even if he was facing two different opponents. With fast reflexes, he would dodge Usopp's bullets and Kobe's spear, and attack swiftly enough to push Kobe back. You are good, kid, Jin said as he dodged another one of Usopp's bullets, gripping his tonfa tightly. But this ends. I might not be at my full strength, but I can take both of you down, he said, panting. While in the past 6 days, Jin had eaten once. That was because Sanji offered it to him. After that, he had gone straight to his captain and brought back him here. Other than some fresh drinking water, he hadn't eaten anything. But he could fight with hunger. He was used to it. Kobe's spear clashed with Jin's tonfas. Really? You sever him as a captain? Kobe growled. That makes you no different from any other pirates. Scum that picks on the weak when deep down they are weak themselves. Jin snorted. Was that supposed to rail me up? He pushed back. I have served Don for many years. He might not be the beast, but I owe my life to him. And that's why I proudly call him my captain. The pirate pushed forward, couching as he avoided getting another shot from Usopp. He was angling Kobe in a way where the sniper couldn't get an advantage out of him. Kobe yelped as Jin threw one of his tonfa towards the pink-haired boy, and it made him distracted enough to let go of his spear. Jin used that time to snatch it out of his hands. Hey, give that back, Kobe said as picked up one of Jin's tonfa. They had more weight than what Kobe was used to. Jin didn't say anything, just broke the spear, throwing it out of the boat. Kobe growled, a bit afraid, but did the same for the other tonfa he was carrying. Fine, let's do with the old way, Jin said as he tossed his tonfa to his side. Fist to fist, pirate to pirate. Kobe was the one to rush him, catching the man by surprise. But Jin recovered from the tackle and pushed down on Kobe. He was about to slam both of his fists on Kobe's back when the pink-haired boy hit him with a quick yet powerful liver punch. Why you little? The blow was powerful, but Jin was able to hold Kobe down and knee him on the face. Kobe took a couple of steps back, and Jin was about to charge for another attack, but was interrupted by a shot from Usopp that hit him right in the face. My eyes. Jin took a few steps back. The shot from Usopp's gun was powerful enough to knock any pirate out of their consciousness, but Usopp went the extra mile and put red chili essence, basically hot sauce, in his bullets. While Jin couldn't see clearly, Kobe wasn't any better. That knee to the face broke his glass. Now he wasn't seeing clearly. Kobe tossed his broken glass to the side as he cocked his fist for another round. Your blows hurt less than the whale Alvida's. He spat blood before charging him again. This went for another few minutes. Kobe wasn't trained for long, only over a week, and yet the training from Luffy and Kuina made him a capable fighter. Maybe it was his talent, or maybe it was him constantly fighting someone stronger and pushing himself over the limit, but it was now showing results. Kobe, unlike other beginners, didn't have a stamina issue. Years of working as a cabin boy under Alvida made his stamina go up by a lot. And also with him constantly getting bullied, he was quite tolerant to pain. So only after a few days of training, his skills as a talented fighter was showing. Why do you even serve that monster? You seem to be different from the other pirates that I have taken out, Kobe said, as he practically brawled with Jin, getting tossed by him again. But the boy didn't give up and charged relentlessly. Jin snorted, this again. You tell me, why do you serve the straw hat? Call it a hunch, but you aren't in his crew, right? He said, as Kobe was getting pushed back. You speak too much like a Marine. Do you really think we pirates have any morals?
No.
Kobe said, his voice drenched with anger. You pirates don't. I have been in a pirate crew for 2 years. I was worked there forcefully. I have seen them rape, kill, and even slaughter innocents. But Luffy isn't like that. He might call himself a pirate, but for me, he's a hero. And that's why I call him Captain. Captain Luffy. So you finally joined the crew, eh? Luffy said, suddenly appearing right beside Kobe and Jin's power struggle. Both fighters yelped and separated, seeing the sudden Straw Hat Boy appearing. Hey, get back here, Don said from behind. But an air bullet from Luffy was enough to knock his lights out. Don, Jin yelped. Kobe calmed his resolve and nodded. Yes, I want to be part of your crew, Captain. Good. I also want to be strong and brave. I want to serve my own justice. Luffy's grin widened. So, you want to be strong? The boy nodded again, and that made the grin on the straw hat just a bit wider. Chapter 68. Luffy's grin widened. So, you want to be strong? The boy nodded again. If Kobe wanted to follow his own justice, there was no other way. Luffy grinned and held his hand high. An odd-shaped fruit was caught by it. Then you can have it. It might be a tight decision, and you might not be able to swim, but it should grant you enough power to defeat Jin. The rest is up to you. Kobe didn't even hesitate, and took the fruit and chowed on it, till there was nothing left. The boy's face was a shade of green, though. It tastes like shit mixed with rotten eggs. Hey, what did you do to my captain? Jin asked as he stood up, trying to jump on Luffy, only to be tackled again by Kobe. Your fight is with me, Kobe shouted. And this time, he was pushing Jin back. Yes, I can feel the fruit's power. In me. Luffy frowned. It seemed the newest member of his crew was getting an episode of 8th grade syndrome. Or a placebo effect. Nah, it was definitely 8th grade syndrome. Yeah, you haven't even activated the fruit's powers. Luffy corrected, trying to push your claws out of your fists. Huh? Kobe questioned, but did what he asked, and suddenly 3 bony claws popped out of Kobe's knuckles. Ah! The boy screamed as they popped out with new wounds, but was shut off like it was never there. That's the claw fruit. Other than the ability to give you claws from your body, it also gives you with super senses, along with regeneration. Now, you are almost unkillable. Luffy said, almost because I did kill the previous user to get it. So you might not only rely on that part of your ability. What is that, a devil fruit ability? Jin asked, and he was able to pick up his tonfas while Kobe was distracted. He was also able to wash off the hot sauce from his face. It won't save you. We will see about that. I can feel its power in me. Kobe shouted, and got a hit in the face by Jin's tonfa. Even Luffy winced at the crunching sound as Kobe was flown back. But the pink-haired boy quickly got up and growled like a wild animal. With claws out, it charged at Jin like a wild animal. Okay, I officially changed the fruit's name to human fruit, model Wolverine. Even he is acting like one. Now he just needs a beard. The pink hair might even work. Luffy mused as Jin and Kobe fought. Now, even without Usopp's help, Luffy had signaled the sniper not to. Kobe was fairly equal to Jin. With each attack, Jin was breaking one or several of Kobe's bones. But the boy had enough pain tolerance to fight through it, as they regenerated a new one. But the same couldn't be said for Jin, as was getting small to deep cuts all around his body from Kobe. Kobe was still getting used to his new heightened senses. His eyesight had recovered. Now he didn't need his glasses and his hearing was superhuman. All the senses were quite overwhelming. But his fight let him tune them down and use them to guess where Jin will hit. While he misjudged many, he was still able to improve and fight. More so, now that his animalistic senses were taking over. The battle continued for a few minutes, and both fighters were locked against each other. I won't let you win. And I won't let Don loose, Jin said as both of them struggled. They were now practically in the center of the restaurant. The tables were cleared beforehand. If not, they would have been broken everything around. The area around them was a pool of blood, mostly from Kobe and Jin. And the unconscious or dead bodies of 100 pirates from Don's group lay littered around. Hey, what are you doing? Said Patty, pointing in a certain direction. All heads moved towards there, to see Don Krieg with a bazooka in his hands. Jin, hold the boy there, Krieg ordered, as he aimed the bazooka towards Jin and Kobe, where they were locked with each other. If I can't have the restaurant, then no one can have it. But Don? Our crewmates will die? The man flabbergasted, with wide eye. Like I fucking cared. You are fired. The man shot a rocket toward them, while he was at the edge of the restaurant, near a small boat. His plan was to flee with the boat to his ship and go from there. But the shot never reached Jin or Kobe, as a giant hand caught the bazooka like a fly, crushing it. The bomb exploded in the giant hand, only some smoke coming out between his fingers. And the source of the giant hand was Luffy, who was looking at Krieg seriously. All of them suspected that Luffy was pissed with Krieg, but the rubber boy could care less about him. Sparky, take out the trash, we have company, Luffy said as his hand returned to his side normally. The giant ship that was of Krieg suddenly got cut in half right in the middle, as it parted in two ways. All of the people were surprised, the Straw Hats for a different reason. Wait. Nami looked at Luffy. He still had both his Naginatas on his back. If you didn't, who cut the ship? He asked the question that most of Luffy's friends were thinking. Him. Luffy pointed past Krieg. It was a small boat, where a man with a large blade strapped to his back was casually riding in between the parts of the two halves of Krieg's ship. You, what did you do to my ship? Krieg shouted as he shot another bazooka, or at least tried to shoot, but was beheaded as Mihawk appeared right behind him, a handkerchief wiping the blood from his small blade that was even smaller than a butter knife. See, Captain? Jin fell helplessly like the body of the Krieg fell in the ocean. He couldn't even see the man move. Warlord of the Sea. Hawkeye's Dracul Mihawk. Kuina said with wide eyes as she gripped her sword. He looked to his side. Zoro was already in front, drawing his 3 swords at Mihawk. You are Hawkeye Mihawk, are you not? My name is Roronoa Zoro, and I challenge you to a duel. Chapter 69. You are Hawkeye Mihawk, are you not? My name is Roronoa Zoro, and I challenge you to a duel. Wait, 3 swords, one of the chefs gasped. He's the famous pirate hunter of the East Blue. Both of them stared at each other, while Luffy suddenly grabbed Kobe and Jin and made some room for them. Right after that, a powerful wind cleared 10 meters around Mihawk, and he did that by using the small blade. This should be enough. Zoro didn't even flinch as the wind brushed past him. He was getting ready instead. So you are well known around these parts, the warlord said. Still, this is the most peaceful of the 6 seas and the weakest of the 4 blues. One shouldn't use a cannonball to kill a fly, but it still feels like I'm shooting a mouse. I'm sorry. I don't have anything smaller than this. And it wasn't mocking either.
Onigiri.
He pulled his swords out and charged, but the man held him back with ease. 3 swords stuck against the smaller blade of the warlord. The green-haired swordsman was wide-eyed. This was the power of the strongest in the world. Zoro pulled back and dove forward, attacking with everything he had. Tell me, Mihawk said without emotion, countering effortlessly, what drives you forward? Why do you fight? Weak 1-inch Zoro was wide-eyed when he was thrown back by Mihawk's attack again. Zoro got up, sweat on his forehead. I fight for my dream and my ambition, he answered. I will be the world's greatest swordsman, and to do that I must defeat you. Toragari. Zoro attacked again, but his swords never connected. Rather, the warlord's small knife stabbed Zoro right in the chest. Zoro stood tall, as all the people that were watching the fight paled seeing the swordsman get wounded. Luffy, for his art, covered his eyes with his hat. Kid, state your name. With a shaky yet determined voice Zoro spoke, Roronoa Zoro. I am Roronoa Zoro. I will remember your name, strong one. I haven't seen anyone like you in a while, Mihawk stated, pulling his knife out of the pirate. Zoro almost sagged, but he caught himself. As a swordsman's courtesy, I will sink you with the world's strongest black blade.
I'm honored.
Zoro began spinning his swords. Santorio Oji, Sanzan Sekai, the 2 attacked, stopping behind each other. The 3 swords Zoro held in his hands all shattered and blood spurted from a new wound in his chest. Though Zoro's last attack sent huge waves in the sea, and even destroyed any part of the broken ship that was behind Mihawk. It wasn't that Zoro was weak, it was just that Mihawk was just way stronger. Disappointed but content, Zoro removed the broken blade from his mouth and coughed red. He turned to face his adversary, raising his arms wide but without fear. "What are you?" Mihawk asked when he saw Zoro. "Scars on the back are a swordsman's shame," Zoro responded. "If I die with a scar on my back, I'll have tainted everything I ever stood for." "Very well." Hawkeye smirked, liking the phrase, and brought his sword down across the green-haired man's chest, with all intent to kill, only to meet cold black steel. Now, stop teasing me with those scary moves," Luffy said. As his black, nameless Naginata blocked Yoru, "That attack would have killed my swordsman, and you knew I would block it." "It was a guess," the famed swordsman said. Everyone around them gasped seeing Luffy move so fast, and he wasn't looking the same either. His body was a bit more bulked up, his hair was wavy and a bit long as it rose upwards, and his skin was red, with some steam coming out of it. But the most noticeable thing around them was that his blade, the nameless Naginata, which he never wielded in other than the training, was completely black. And it was even sparking while it struggled with Mihawk's Yoru. Though even if Luffy was impressive enough to block Mihawk's sword, it was clear the boy wasn't having it easy. Mihawk's lips curved upwards a bit. "I was wondering when you'd make your move," he said, pushing down on the blade as he released his Haki. "Conqueror's Haki. But are you willing to fight me knowing you aren't strong enough to survive against my blade?" With that, the swordsman pushed down, but Luffy didn't give up. He gritted his teeth as his muscles pumped more blood, and almost all the veins in his arms were showing. Almost all of the chiefs except Zeph and Sanji fell to the ground, unconscious. While Sanji and Zeph were on their knees, the same with all the Straw Hats, they didn't get knocked out, but they couldn't stand against the Haki. "Well, I see my crew as my family, and there's no way I'm willing to just sit around and let one die." Luffy wasn't the one to be pushed back either, and released his own Haki. His was wild, unlike Mihawk's controlled burst, but it created enough force to push of Mihawk's Haki. As the future pirate king who aims for the strongest spot in the world, that would be a disgrace and shameful. To the outsiders, it felt like a wave of royal purple and crimson red was struggling against one another, red lightning flashing in between Luffy and Mihawk, and it only lasted for a moment before Mihawk and Luffy pulled back their Haki. Chapter 70. To the outsiders, it felt like a wave of royal purple and crimson red was struggling against one another, red lightning flashing in between Luffy and Mihawk, and it only lasted for a moment before Mihawk and Luffy pulled back their Haki. This time the strongest swordsman in the world pulled back his blade and rested it on his shoulder. His sharp eyes met Luffy's small smile on his face. "Not bad for a rookie. So you are the one that Shanks chose, huh?" he said, noticing the hat that was hung behind Luffy's neck. "Figuring out Haki, even without fighting through the Grand Line. Truly admirable. I'm eager to see what you can do in the future." Luffy didn't say anything, and kept his Naginata on his side, a wild grin on his own face, though he had some sweat on his forehead. He stood tall as he observed the sword user. "So that's what feels like to clash blades with the world's strongest. I have a long way to go." Mihawk looked around, his eye lingering a bit more on Kuina, Kobe, Sanji, and Usopp. They were enough to be noticeable to him. "You have gathered a strong crew." Shanks wasn't kidding when he said that you would shake the seas when you start your journey. "I will be looking forward to it," he said, walking away and jumping into his small boat. Zoro was on the floor. His knee gave out in front of the clashing Haki, and he looked at Mihawk's retreating figure. "And Roronoa Zoro, the next time we meet, be strong. The title of the strongest swordsman isn't something you can reach at your level, so be strong if you want to gain it." With that he was gone. Then there was silence, as if all of them were waiting for another storm to pass. "Captain," Zoro called out. It almost made Luffy jump forward. The swordsman was on the floor panting in a sitting position.
I'm sorry.
"I failed you. From this moment on, I will never lose again. Not until I am the strongest. Is that all right, King of the Pirates?" Luffy smiled. "Then I have one condition." He held up one finger. "And what's that, Captain?" Zoro asked, almost coughing blood. "Always value your life, Don't even try to throw it away. I'm a greedy little pirate that doesn't like losing stuff, so live. Luffy said, even if I give you a dangerous task, always value your life more. Train so hard that all opponents you face will see you as an unmovable wall. My crewmates are more important to me than anything. You got that? He said, holding out his hand. Yes, Captain, he said as he took the hand and stood up with Luffy's support, who was now shirking down to his original side. A wild laugh broke the silence, and it was Zeph. Eggplant, wake everyone up. Today's meal is on me. I have to make food for a future king and his crew. In his years of living, including his time in the Grand Line and also surviving starvation, this might have been his wildest day. A clash between Conquerors in the East Blue. That was something you never see happening. Sanji, who stood up, dusted his clothes as he lighted up another cigarette. He kicked Patty on the ass and did same for the other chiefs. Hey, morons, wake up. Sanji was also swayed by those words. He treated his crewmates as family. Now wasn't that something? Also, Eggplant. Zeph stopped as he stood in front of the kitchen door. You are fired. What? Sanji barked, the cigarette falling out of his mouth. What do you mean, old man? Didn't you want revenge on that stupid family of yours? Then why not follow that man? He might be able to fulfill your dream, that and also seeing all blue. Yeah, but why would I join a crew to fulfill my selfish goal? Sanji said, making his way to Zeph. Will they even have me? He spoke the words with uncertainty. Zeph and the chiefs were the only one who accepted him for what he was. But, yeah, join my crew, Luffy said, suddenly appearing right on his side. Stop doing that. Sanji got spooked a bit. And this is no joking. I have my own goals. I want to see the All Blue. A place where all fish lives, and I want to destroy a certain family. My former family. Are you still willing to have me on your crew? Yup. Luffy nodded. He was back to his goofy self. His muscles were less bulked up and his hair and skin color returned to normal. Everyone in my crew has some selfish goal. Zoro and Kuina want to pursue strength. Usopp wants to be brave. Kobe wants to pursue justice, and Nami wants freedom. The orange-haired girl was wide-eyed. He knows. Fine, then I will join your crew. Sanji said, but remember, Captain, you have to follow one rule. And that is? Luffy tilted his head. Never waste food. Luffy grinned. Never planned on doing that either. He said, but then you also have to follow my one rule. And that would be? Sanji said, quirking his brow. Don't ever smoke, like ever. It's bad for your health. Luffy said, seriously. The chiefs that woke up gasped at Luffy. They could never get rid of Sanji's addiction. Sanji looked at the fallen cigarette that lay a bit far from him. It was still lit up, asking for someone to take a drag. Is it too late? Just get a drag? Yup. Luffy grinned, before jabbing his thumb toward Zoro. I already made him quit alcohol when he wanted to learn stuff from me. You have to know, I'm a greedy captain, and I want every member of my crew to be healthy as humanly possible. Live long lives and grow old together, so that we become grumpy old men and women annoying the next generation. So none of that smoking shit. You got that? And besides, if you died early, who would cook for me? Sanji was hit by a wave of emotions. Because all those words Luffy said were genuine. Maybe this won't be so bad after all. Sanji clicked his tongue, putting his hands on his pocket.
Fine.
He said, walking towards the kitchen, mumbling along the line of shitty captain. And with that he closed the door, getting into another argument with Zeph over which food to cook. Luffy's face curved up to a smile. Well, it seems that this Sanji was more driven towards destroying his family. Maybe that's why he was strong. But before he could think any further, Sanji got out with plates full of food. How the heck do they even come up with that much food in so short time? Well, he wasn't complaining. Food's ready. Chapter 71. When Jin woke up, he saw an unfamiliar ceiling. What happened? But then he remembered. Dawn! He cried as he snapped awake, removed his blankets, and looked around. The last thing he saw was his former captain's separated head before collapsing from exhaustion. It was a standard room with a few beds, and other than him, a green-haired swordsman was also snoring in one of the beds. The other beds remained empty. Jin got out of the room, He heard a small commotion from the down floors as if there was a party going on. Now that he was awake, he winched at the pain all around his body. His body was almost covered with bandages. The pink-haired kid did a number on him, and his stomach rumbled. "So you are awake?" It was Sanji who had a plate of food on him. "Captain told me to wake you up and feed you, but it seems that you are up already." The man then walked towards a nearby table. "Have it, and when you feel better come down." "Wait, is Don really dead?" Jin asked. "Why do you care? The last thing he said to you, before trying to blow you up, was firing you of your duty as the vice captain," Sanji said, sighing. He really needed a smoke for this conversation, but alas, he was forbidden from that act. That, I want to meet Luffy," Jin said as he looked down. Sanji raised an eyebrow. "Might I ask what for? Because if you were planning on attacking..." Luffy had his quirks, but as his new crewmate, he would do his damn well to not let any harm towards his captain, though the boy wouldn't need any help with his strength. It really made him wonder how a kid like him who was from the Blues was able to go up against the Mihawk without pissing his pants. While Zoro stood his ground and survived Mihawk, Luffy was even more impressive.
No.
"I want to thank him," Jin said, looking Sanji in the eye. "I might have served an ungrateful captain, but I'm a man that shows his gratefulness. Luffy saved my life back there. The pink-haired kid would have survived the explosion with his devil fruit, but I would have been dead. Meh, I didn't want to lose a prospective crewmate." Jin jumped forward. Looking back, it was Luffy. "How do you even do that?" Sanji rolled his eyes, and people called him fast. Jin realized that Luffy was in front now. And, "Thank you. I don't know what else to say." "Don't mention it," he said, "but want to join my crew. Your previous crew is kinda dead." "Well, Don Krieg is dead, and a few civilians on the ship called the Marines to take care of the rest of your crew. They did have a nasty record of crimes, while you were no exception. But I can't see your talents wasted behind bars. I had to hide you here and bandage you up. I technically saved your life, and also saved you from prison." Luffy said, "Now, I'm not saying you have to join my crew because of it. No pressure and all. But pretty please?" Sanji's sweat dropped. Was his captain guilt tripping a former pirate into joining his crew? And it seemed to be working. "Oh, okay. Then I will be in your care, Captain," Jin said, as streams of tears came out of his eyes. He always dreamt of following someone like Luffy, with grand ambition and strength to back it up. Shishishi. Luffy then put his hand over Jin's shoulder and hugged the man on his side, while also pulling Sanji into it. "Now, let's get to the party." Sanji already felt a small smile on his face. This journey wouldn't be boring. When Jin came down, the chiefs and the rest of Luffy's crew were a bit cautious, but Luffy managed to ease them up. Jin wasn't a party person, but he did enjoy the feast. Though it seemed that he would need to change up his food-eating habits, it seems that his new captain was all for health. By his quote, "Alcohol and muscles don't mix well." Meh, he wasn't a heavy drinker anyways. But Jin wasn't the only one that was awkward in the party. Nami was having it hard as well. She was even trying to actively avoid Luffy. Now that the party was on way, and Luffy was enjoying the party, Nami sneaked out of the Baratie onto a small boat that she found. She didn't want to trouble Luffy anymore. Luffy knew about her, knew about Arlong. No way, she could ask for his help now. As she got on the boat and pulled in the rope, she almost got toppled out of it. But there was someone to catch her. "Be careful." Thanks," Nami said as she sat down, putting her bag of treasures near her. Other than the money he got from Buggy, she didn't steal a dime from the Straw Hat Pirates, even while Luffy left the bounty from the Krieg pirates unguarded. She looked back as the fish-shaped restaurant got smaller and smaller from her view, her small boat taking her away. "I'm going to miss those fools," she said softly. "I will too, especially the handsome Straw Hat Captain." "Yes, especially the handsome Straw Hat Captain," she said, fondly, before blinking and saw Luffy sitting on the boat with her, a piece of giant meat that he was taking bites out of. "How the heck are you here?" she screamed comically. Why wouldn't I be?" Luffy said, finishing his meal and doing the whole thing down. Then he suddenly narrowed his eyes while he rubbed his chin. Nami, are you trying to hide something?" What do you mean?" she said before sighing. She couldn't lie to Luffy. He was too dang smart for that. Luffy, I know you have feelings for me, and believe me, it's mutual. But I'm a greedy man, and I won't be just satisfied by only one woman, however pretty she is. Luffy nodded, seriously, before looking at Nami, who was still dumbfounded. Though you are really lacking in your chest and ass area, why you? She tried to hit Luffy, only to fall on top of the boy when he moved away. The boat was small, and sudden movements meant accidents. Fufufu, trying to jump on me the moment we are alone? Luffy said with a smirk on his face. Gramps warned me about women like you. I was hoping he was right, he said, wiggling his brows. Nami got up from his chest, face a shade of deep red. But after some time, she broke into a burst of laughter. Luffy also joined the laugh. After the mutual laugh, Luffy spoke softly. So you want my help? Nami looked at Luffy. He was actually being genuine about it. And it panged her heart. And something in her told her to trust the boy. On the Baratie, get a move on. Sanji barked orders as the chiefs scrambled their way to the smaller ship, trying to set up Sanji's things in the Going Mary's kitchen. Come on, Sanji. You are just mad that caused captains on a date. Usopp snickered at the love cook, while also carrying the supplies of food they would need into the ship. But a glare from the cook was enough to scramble him away. The captain's orders were clear. Come to Konomi Islands with their ship, and him and the navigator were going on a small date. But Usopp had the slightest clue that things weren't like that. Their next target was a pirate group called Arlong Pirates. While it might scare any other pirate crew in East Blue, Usopp had confidence this would be another small activity for them. What do you mean? Sanji said, his eyes streaming down with water. I'm just concerned about Nami-san. He wept and tightened his fist. And my dear captain, he said, biting his lips. Get a move on. We need to catch up to the captain, Jin said as he limped to the ship with Kobe's help. Jin was the only one who knew the location of the Konomi Islands, and he was put in charge of bringing the rest of the crew there. The only person who was not working was Kuina, who was gifted tea and snacks to keep her busy, and Zoro and Sparky, who were napping on the ship. Even Johnny and Yasaku were working hard. Chapter 72. Do you think Captain and Nami are all right? Sanji asked. He was inside, cooking a meal of rice, meat, and bean sprouts for them. They most likely missed dinner. It was already getting dark. They would reach the island by tomorrow morning. It's possible, but then again, Captain Luffy knows how to cook. And he can fish just as well, but in a small boat, it might be hard. But then again, they left a few hours ago, and Nami's great at navigating the waters. Maybe they are already on the island. Kobe replied, already somewhat recovered from the battle. Kobe was still getting used to his fruits, and now because of the fruit powers, his full battle powers changed. So he opted to learn from Sanji about kicks and his footwork. Sanji was also interested in how Kobe would incorporate his black leg style with his fruit and offered some tips, which concluded in Kobe getting his ass kicked, literally. With Kobe's powers, Sanji didn't need to hold back that much, and Kobe seemed to abuse his powers. What Kobe needed right now was to face opponents of all kinds and develop his fighting style. It was good that almost all of the members of the crew were stronger than him and used different styles. It will make it easier for him to find his own style of fighting. It's only been a day since the incident happened and Kobe got his powers, but the boy was eager to push himself. He set a lofty goal from himself. He wanted to be a hero. He didn't know how he would accomplish it as a pirate, but he would make it possible somehow. And he needed strength for it. Also, Kobe seemed also knowledgeable about food and cooking, which led the chief to ask the boy for some help, though Kobe wasn't doing any of the cooking, just passing around the ingredients to the chief. I don't know much about the Konomi Islands, but I remember hearing that it didn't have much marine presence. Even so, Alvida still avoided them because of rumors about Sawtooth Arlong. Kobe said, while he helped Sanji. The cook hummed. Is he another guy like Krieg? No, he's what you would call fishman, and they say they are 10 times stronger than normal men. Kobe said, now after seeing many things in his small journey, he was getting used to the being skeptical of rumors. Unless another warlord drops by, they should be safe. Probably. Do you know anything about them? Sanji smirked. I know of mermaids. Kobe chuckled warily. Yeah, you would know of them, he muttered. Wait, did you say Arlong? Johnny asked as he entered the kitchen, slamming the door open. As in Sawtooth Arlong? Oh, really now? Sanji said, not interrupting the panic in the two swordsman duo. Don't tell me that's where we are going, big bro, Yasaku said from behind Johnny. Arlong is a fishman from the Grand Line. He's not human. He's way over mine and Johnny's class for now. But then thinking about the rest of the crew, they grew in some confidence. But I'm sure we can handle them. We won't back down from some Grand Line reject. Sanji ears perked at the mere mention of the Grand Line. For others, it might be a place for disaster, but for him, it was kind of like home. Even though he was technically from North Blue, most of the time they had to move. Well, he and his mother at least, until his so-called family found them. Sanji's fist tightened at that memory, but he knew he wasn't strong enough. Yet, I saw Nami get startled at the mention of Arlong, Kobe offered, breaking the chief out his thoughts. I'm afraid she's mixed up with him somehow if that's where she's headed. Do you think she has a history with him? Sanji looked at Kobe. Well, if I see that so-called fish even trying to harm Nami, then he's going to be in deep trouble. But then again, with how much Captain cares for his crew, I can see him doing far worse if things come to that. While Sanji might not like the idea of Luffy being alone with Nami, but from how he saw Luffy acted, he was a man who could be trusted. He wouldn't let Nami get hurt. Luffy had an air around him that made people trust him. Nami would be safe with him, that was for sure. I'm worried about her, Sanji admitted, though there was no change in his disposition. I don't know Nami that much, not much about my new captain either, but I trust him. I wouldn't just follow anyone. Well, Captain might be. Not finding the words. Luffying around most of the times, but in serious situations, you can count on him to have your back. Kobe nodded. That was also the reason why I joined him. Yeah, but you'd said you wanted to be a Marine. You changed your mind, Johnny said. Well, Luffy does have that effect on people, Yasaku said. Kobe then perked up. Hey, then why don't you join our crew? I mean, you guys are cool and know a ton of stuff. I bet you could even give most of the fishmen run for their money. Who, us? Johnny looked at Yasaku. But we didn't get invited to the crew. But we wouldn't mind following a man like Luffy. Yasaku nodded. Yeah, we aren't that strong in the grand scheme of things. Sanji tilted his head. Why don't you ask Luffy to join the crew? Strength can be gained in the Grand Line. There's Haki, then 6 Navy techniques, even devil fruits. I don't have a say in this. But I think if you are bold enough to ask Luffy, he won't completely outright reject it. Yeah, you should ask Captain, with how he is. He might actually have forgotten to ask you to join his crew. Kobe said, well, unless you have any plans to settle down in the East Blue, why not sail with us? Johnny and Yasaku thought for a while and nodded. They would ask the rubber boy next time, though they were a bit afraid of getting rejected. Chapter 73. Anyway, you said Arlong is from the Grand Line, right? Do you have any more information about him? He's got the highest bounty of any pirate in the area, Yasaku nodded. He's worth 20 million, but I'm honestly not sure how that compares to some in the Grand Line. He once sailed with a warlord, though. A warlord? Kobe asked. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, the pirates sanctioned by the world government to fight for them? Wait, isn't Mihawk a warlord? He winced at the thought. If the man wanted, their journey wouldn't even reach to the Grand Line. They were lucky that Luffy had some connections with Shanks. It was almost amusing how a newbie pirate from East Blue, which was considered the safest sea, had so many connections to big shots. Johnny and Yasaku nodded. Yup. And that made Kobe confused a bit. Why would anyone become a warlord? Don't they work for the government? Why would pirates work for the government? I'm sure they each have their own reasons, Sanji said. But mostly it's because the government gives them free rein to do whatever they like as long as they follow some of their orders. It's a messed up system, bound to be taken advantage of. I can see many ways how someone can take advantage of that, Kobe said, looking down. The flaws of the Marines are too bold to go unnoticed. So, his decision to join Luffy was better than joining that organization. There are a few others that have been in the paper, Sanji said, perking up. I've heard about Boa Hancock, the one who's called the most beautiful woman in the world. Sanji almost cooed at the name. Kobe's sweat dropped at the love cook. Then there's Gecko Moria. He used to be a rival of one of the 4 Yonko, Supposedly. Johnny said, also then there's Crocodile. He was supposed to have fought Whitebeard. The last one I know about is Jinbei, a fishman. Jinbei is the one who sailed with Arlong, Yasaka nodded. The rumor is part of his agreement to become a warlord was freedom for Arlong, and some of his former crew from the marine prison impelled down. That was almost a decade ago and Arlong has been lying low here in East Blue since. Kobe frowned. So he basically gave up and lived here hiding in the blue. Basically yes, Sanji said. The Grand Line is a scary place. I have experience in that department, he said chuckling to himself. Kobe was wide-eyed. You have been to Grand Line? Johnny and Yasaku was also surprised. More like got kicked out there. The old man, Zeph, found me there. He had to lose a leg to save me from some very bad people. He said, his mood bit sour thinking about that day. His mother might have gave her life to protect him from his so-called family, but her sickness got worse and she passed away. All that running was for nothing, as his father had already deemed him unworthy and left him to die. He had to lose a leg just to save me. Wow, Johnny said. I don't know what to say. Yasaka said.
Chef c'est froc.
Kobe said, making Sanji chuckle, as he ruffled the pink-haired pirate's hair. Well, that he does. While my real father abandoned me, but his enemies wanted nothing more than to kill me. I would have lost my life that day. Zeph saved me, and I found another father, which just so happened to be better than my original one. The blonde said fondly. I'm a man with daddy issues, he laughed at his own joke. The others didn't know what to say. But then we had to starve a whole month in the clam belt, until we were rescued. It kinda sucked, but it also gave us the valuable lesson of food. That everyone deserves it, no matter how bad they are. With that he was finished cooking. Dinner was ready. But then they were interrupted when all of them heard a sound. Moo. What was that? Sanji said, frowning getting out of the kitchen. The kitchen was a cow? Yasaka wondered. Why would a cow be way out here in the ocean? Kobe asked. Almost as if answering Kobe's question, the ship rocked, a swell of water growing upward from the port side. The bulge was stripped away by gravity, leaving a large, white cow with green splotches and a golden nose ring to stare down at them. What is that? Johnny screamed, fumbling for his weapons. Sea monster! Kobe yelled, pressing himself into the wall. Sea King! Yasaka cried. I thought we left those waters. Moo. Sanji, on the other hand, had a thoughtful expression. He snapped his finger, a Sea King, cow variant. Now I'm real interested in what I can make out of you. With that he moved, his legs snapped out, kicking the beast in the side of the face. The Sea King flopped backward into the water, sending a deluge of pseudo-rain over the ship. It retaliated again, but Sanji was kind of beating the heck out of it. Wow, Yasaku, Kobe, and Johnny muttered together. Anyway, food's up, Sanji announced, as the Sea King was barely conscious. Kicking black and blue. Kobe was the one who asked, are we going to eat that? Why not? Sea King meat is my specialty. Let me get my knives. Sanji said, standing top of the Sea King's face. Moo? The Sea King paled. Kobe kind of felt bad, for the poor thing. We can tie it up and let it pull the going merry, he suggested. Yeah, we could get fast to Big Sis Nami that way. Yasaka thought aloud. Great idea. Sanji turned to the Sea King, already pulling out a rope from somewhere. All right, cow. If you don't want us to eat you, be useful and pull us that way. He pointed forward. The commotion brought all the rest of the crew to outside, and Jin, Usopp, Zoro, and Kuina had different reactions. Sparky just seemed to be bored, and seeing the Sea King it mouth watered. Sanji seeing this, he spoke. Sorry there, Sparky, he said, pointing at the cow. We kind of need to use him for the ride. I have a few Sea King meat in the fridge. I will fry them up for you. Sparky seemed to be down for a bit, before cheering up. Jumping on Sanji's shoulder, he patted his head to hurry and make food again. The love cook chuckled at the eager monkey. Using the Sea King to propel their ship through the water was the best decision the partial crew had made. After dinner, Sanji made sure to also feed the sea cow in a small break, though the poor beast run out of stamina real fast from all the pulling. The compounding fatigue started taking its toll on the poor cow as the Konomi Islands came into sight. Everyone barely had time to scream before they flew from water to air, their ship being slingshot into the air over land. The ship seemed to sail through the empty air, only meeting air resistance. The residents in the ship braced for impact. Going merry might survive this, but it would take a ton of damage. Chapter 74. No, we are going to die. Usopp cried, holding onto the ship with dear life. Just so you know, it's all your fault, you shitty cook, Zoro complained as he held on to the ship. How's that my fault? Sanji complained, okay, maybe it's kind of my fault, but thinking again, he should have paid more attention to the Sea King. But I didn't know the ship would fly. Prepare for impact. Kobe called. Everyone readied themselves for a crash. The ship was going to hit the ground, and it stopped rather suddenly, but for some reason, it wasn't as if it crushed. But the sudden stop made the residents of the ship fly off from it. All of them landed on the ground. Only Kuina, Sanji, and Zoro was able to hold on to the ship. The rest met the ground head first. Usopp's top half was even buried under the ground. Is everyone all right? Kobe gasped. Lil bro Usopp, we got you. Johnny and Yakusoku called, pulling the long-nosed pirate out of the ground. He didn't seem injured, though. The rough training after his journey had toughened him up quite a bit. Is anyone hurt? Sanji gasped, looking around. Kuina Swan, you all right? The lady in question was okay. So was the rest of the crew. However, they were fortunate enough that the going merry break under the pressure of sailing through the ground. The ship. Usopp checked around inside when he found no damage done to it. The ship looked completely fine, almost as if this whole ordeal didn't happen, and the ship was already here from the beginning. But something popped out from under the hull. Well, it's a good thing you guys arrived. It was Luffy, though half of his body was under the ship. Caption, did we run you over? Kobe greeted, panicking when he saw Luffy under the Mary. Are you okay? We didn't kill you. Did we? The last one is a stupid question, but are you all right?
I'm fine.
Luffy said. He waved casually, getting the rest of his body out of from the ship and dusting his clothes. Nobody seemed to ask the logic behind how Luffy was unharmed. She's quite heavy, almost buried me there. Wait, Luffy, did you catch the ship? Usopp asked. Some would think the question is stupid, but with how undamaged the Going Merry was, it was almost as if someone caught it before impact. Like caught it in arms, before it made the impact. Yup, he said, dusting his clothes. Caught you guys just in time too. The ship would have taken quite a lot of damage if it wasn't stopped. Almost all of the members of the crew had a certain level of shock in their expressions. And Sparky seemed happy to see Luffy and jumped on his shoulder. Good to see you, buddy. Luffy chuckled. But I have been waiting for you guys for a few hours now. Didn't think you guys would get here that fast. He said. Nami was a fast navigator. With her, any journey, even in a small rowboat, would be faster than normal. But it's pretty late, so let's call it a day. We should strike Arlong first thing in the morning. Arlong's actually here? Jin asked. What about Nami? Sanji asked. She's mixed up with him. Didn't you see her shoulder tattoo? Zoro answered. I'm pretty sure she's a member of his crew. Luffy raised an amused eyebrow. It seems that our green swordsman isn't as clueless after all. Zoro was about to reply to Luffy, but he was cut off. Nami would never be part of Arlong, Sanji said with conviction. Oh, but she is, Luffy said, breaking the cook's conviction. But she's good now. Nami would never do that. Right. Sanji said. I would never do what? Nami approached, a look of contempt on her face. She had changed her top, now wearing a green sports bra of sorts. Luffy wanted Nami to trust him, and it seems that the last act was just enough to ask help directly. Luffy could have taken down the fishmen pirates right now, but Luffy wanted to make a show to the villagers, and he would be overkill for the pirates here, so he would guide his weaker crewmates to fight them. If he was going to do good, why not do it in broad daylight, and take credit for it? He was no Robin Hood, and the Marines would definitely try to steal the credit if they attacked at night and no one was there to see the deed. Now Luffy was all for his first bounty, but he also wanted it be far more than Ace's first bounty. What he was his brother, of course. There would be sibling rivalry. As Nami walked toward the moonlight, he blinked. It seems while he was exploring the islands, Nami had gone home and changed. And she looked quite good in that. Hey, what happened to the shirt you put on? Nami looked at Luffy, confused at the odd question. You said you didn't like it, so I took it off. She shrugged. Luffy rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like your pants either, or your bra. Why you get over here? Nami breathed fire like a dragon as she started chasing of Luffy. Sparky, who was also on his shoulder, laughed along with Luffy as they were chased off. Wait for me, Naomithiith Swayan. With that, Sanji was also gone. His feats created a dust cloud as she chased after the navigator. The rest of the crew stood there, dumbfounded. Well, that happened, Zoro said, shrugging. I would say let's dock the boat, but we don't need to do that now. Seeing the going merry on the ground. So, I'm going to check out for the day. You heard the captain. We need to hit the Arlong pirates tomorrow. With that, he jumped onto the ship. Of course, all of the other members had the suspicion that Zoro was making another excuse to take a nap. I'm going to explore the island, Kuina said, jumping off the ship. Kobe shrugged. Me too then. The others shrugged. While some joined Kuina, others stayed on the ship. Chapter 75. Luffy stopped in front of an orchard. Inside the orchard was a small, wooden house with a porch. Hey-oh! Nami also stopped her chasing once she found that she was actually in front of her own house. And this time, her sister might be inside. She didn't actually get here. She had sneaked into Arlong's place, where she lived most of the time drawing maps. She grabbed her stuff from there. Most of the times, actually she didn't come here. This place brought back memories, and also her sister and Jinzo would always try to convince her to leave Arlong. But now that she thought about it, she didn't need to avoid the place anymore. Nami was sure that Luffy and the rest could easily deal with the fishmen. Her thoughts were broken when a certain blonde came there. I'm here, Naomithiith Swayan, Sanji said, stopping in front of her, almost spooking her out. Luffy and Sparky chuckled at the reactions, and the commotion outside brought the only resident inside to come out. It was a woman with short, blue hair and several tattoos around her right arm and collarbone. She was dressed in a blue crop top that matched her hair and showed off her figure, and a pair of jeans. She also had dark blue eyes and a red bandana. Luffy blinked. While Nami was your top-class school beauty, Nikojo looked like a model, and unlike her sister, she was packing, both on the front and in the back. And her tattoos only made her look even more appetizing. No, I mean appealing. Sanji instantly swooned over her. Oh, my darling. Your beauty knows no bounds. Not even a horde of fishmen could keep me from helping a woman such as yourself. Thanks, she answered, turning to see Nami, and became wide-eyed. Nami, when did you come back? Nami looked at her sister and smiled warily. Hi there, sis. Luffy acted surprised. Oh, so she's your sister. Is she also a navigator?
No.
But she couldn't finish the sentence as Nojiko bonked her in the head. What was that for? Huh, so it wasn't a dream? Nojiko said. That's not how you check dreams. Nami protested. By the way, who are your friends? The girl asked, addressing the others. Nami sighed, jabbing his thumb at Luffy. The musclehead is Luffy. He might look stupid and simple, but don't fall for his charms. He's a very mean pirate. The monkey on his shoulder is Sparky, and the blonde is Sanji. He's a cook, and guys, this is my sister Nojiko. Speaking of cooks, did you guys have dinner? 'Cause I'm super hungry, Luffy said. Sanji spun around and moved between the two ladies. If it's dinner, I can make it for you. Yup, let's have dinner, Luffy said, as he entered the house, with Sanji following behind. I hope you don't mind us. Now, where's the kitchen? Sanji said. Nojiko looked at Nami's so-called friends who made their way into the house. They are a lively bunch, aren't they? Nojiko said, but then blinked when he saw a few other people in front of her house. Are they also your friend? Nami snapped her head to her side. Hey, how did you guys come here? She asked. Kuina shrugged. Don't know, I was trying to explore the island and made my way here. She shrugged. I'm good with directions. Kobe, Jin, and Usopp also were confused. One moment they were walking behind Kuina, and the next moment they were here, in front of Nami. Now, where the heck is water? A green-haired swordsman grumbled, exiting one of the orchard gardens. But then he stopped and looked at the rest. Hey, what are you guys doing here? We should be the one asking that. Kobe, Jin, and Usopp shouted in unison. Didn't you say you would take a nap or something? Kuina asked confused. Yeah, but then I went to the kitchen to find some drinking water and lost my way, he said grumbling. You lost your way, inside the ship? Kobe asked. Well, that explains it, Kuina said, nodding while crossing her arms. The rest looked at her, if she was being serious. Hey, guys, get inside. Sanji's almost done with cooking, Luffy said from inside the house. Well, the captain is calling, Zoro said. Almost all the crew was here. Let's get inside, he said, walking away from the house. That's the wrong way. While this was happening, no one saw that a certain fishman had noticed the group from behind the tree. On the going merry. Hey, where's big bro Zoro? Johnny asked. He was right here a moment ago, Yasaka said, confused. They were left alone to guard the ship. Chapter 76. As they ate dinner, they also spoke about things. Even though with the exception of Luffy and Nami, everyone had dinner, but Sanji's cooking skills can even make a full-stomach person hungry. His skills were too fierce. As they ate dinner, Nami also introduced the rest of the crew. She also explained to her sister that Luffy and the crew will take care of everything. And it actually made Nojiko break out in tears, even giving Luffy a wild hug and kiss to the cheek. Sanji was at first angry that Luffy made her cry, but then he quickly became jealous and started crying himself when Nojiko kissed him. Poor Cook has no game. Another one who also surprisingly became jealous was Nami. She didn't know why though, and no one seemed to notice it. Nojiko and Nami talked about their adoptive mother Balaimir, Nami's dream to draw a map of the world, the arrival of Arlong, Balaimir's death, and Nami's deal with the fishmen to buy back her village. By the end of the story, Kobe, Usopp, and Sanji were crying, with the latter rambling about how Nami was just as brave as she was beautiful. Zoro and Jin were silent, the former because that's just who he was and the latter because he'd seen and heard worse. That didn't mean he didn't sympathize, but shit happened. We have to help her. Kobe reaffirmed now that he knew the whole story. Those fishmen, they are monsters. Not all fishmen. Luffy, who didn't speak for the whole time, finally spoke. Well, there's another story as to why Arlong might have ended up that way. All of the heads moved towards the Straw Hat Boy. I won't try to justify the acts of Arlong or any of that, but the fishmen in general aren't treated that well in the Grand Line. With that, Luffy started his own tale of how the fishmen were discriminated against and how their island was constantly under threat before Whitebeard took over the island. How the celestial dragons hunted mermaids for their own amusement and auctioned them at Baratie Archipelago. That's horrible, Kobe added. But didn't any fishmen stand against that? Luffy nodded. Oh, they did. And one man stood out amongst them. His name was Fisher Tiger. He said, as far as sources tell me, Arlong was with Fisher Tiger's crew, the Sun Pirates. Though my info may be wrong. Take all my info with a grain of salt. I don't know if my info is 100% correct or not. It was mostly gathered from rumors. Luffy added the last part because this world was a bit different from the One Piece world he knew. So things might be changed a bit. Nami's eyes widened in realization. The mark that fishmen had was that of the sun. Luffy looked at her and added the part. You see, Fisher Tiger was originally a slave for the world nobles and had a slave mark put on him. Their sun mark might be originally meant to hide that. But who knows? Nami looked at her own tattoo, her fist balled up. Was she a slave to Arlong? Luffy didn't speak anything, so he continued. Fisher Tiger was great man, or a great fishman. Luffy said he was all about freedom, so much so that he led an attack on so-called Holy Land of the world nobles, freeing a lot slaves in the process. Wait, someone actually attacked Mary Geos? Sanji said, a bit surprised. He actually knew about the fishman discrimination, but this was new. The Straw Hat Boy nodded. Yup, but they keep the incident under wrap. Luffy said, They don't want to give pirates or revolutionaries any ideas of doing the same. But if Fisher Tiger is so good, then how did Arlong become like that? Nojiko was the one who asked this question. Well, Arlong might have been a bad apple. How world nobles represents the worst of humanity, think of Arlong as the worst of fishmen. Not all fishmen are the same as human. Nami and Nojiko were finding it hard to believe, but Nami trusted Luffy, and Nojiko didn't voice her opinion. Both the girls still remembered how Arlong killed their mother in cold blood. But then again, not all fishmen treated them badly. Nami remembered a six-armed fishman that was quite gullible and even tried to save her from Arlong's wrath most of the time. Anyway, the story goes that one of the slaves that Fisher Tiger saved was a small girl that needed help getting to his home. The fishman saw it as an opportunity to help the poor human girl and went there with his crew, but the Marines had already put a trap there, and Fisher Tiger was killed and Arlong and the rest were captured. But not that their death mattered, of course. His death was in vain. Fisher Tiger didn't die in vain. He died while trying to protect us. You, humans, killed him. Hatchan said, slamming the door open with fuming rage. Hatchan? Nami shrieked. The rest of the people inside all stood on guard, except a few. Luffy, on the other hand, was mildly surprised. So Fisher Tiger didn't die because of blood loss, but while fighting. So this was the change here, huh? Well, I take it back. Fisher Tiger was a great warrior, and his death was grand, and someone did succeed in his will. Sadly, it's not you fishmen, Luffy said, smirking, standing up from his seat and walking towards the mad fishman. Do you know what the girl that you saved back then did? What was her name again? Oh, Koala. Did you know she's with the revolutionary trying to take down the world government that killed once enslaved and his savior Fisher Tiger? His will for freedom lives on with her. Not Arlong or your crew. Even Jinbei is trying to make things normalize between man and fishman. But you guys are fucking disappointment. What would you know? Hatchan growled at the man, acting all high and might, saying that you are better than the rest. What Arlong is doing is almost similar to the world nobles that he hated most. You guys are making a mockery of Fisher Tiger and his ideals. Don't even try to lie, Luffy said, snorting. You guys are a bunch of disappointment. Arlong isn't like... Hatchan wanted to protest, but what Luffy said was on point. What they were doing was wrong. Even now Arlong is trying to hide his deeds from Jinbei, because he would stop him. Isn't like what? Didn't Fisher Tiger want to end the cycle of hatred? Luffy said, crossing his arms. I don't have anything against your kind. In actuality, I want Jinbei on my crew in near future. I'm all up for freedom, but what you are doing here is just wrong. Don't even try to justify Arlong's actions. You guys killed Nami's mother. Don't expect mercy from me tomorrow, because it will be a slaughter. With that, Luffy released his Haki, catching the fishman's breath as he fell on his ass. It was as if death was looming over him. He was terrified of the smaller man. Luffy didn't want to harm the Hatchan. He was better than the rest of the crew. But that didn't mean he wouldn't hesitate to kill him if needed. Luffy knew it wasn't morally right, and he wouldn't justify it. His first priority was his own crew, over the rest. Before he came here, all of them were just animated characters. Now they were real, and he would act in a way that's better for him and his crew. Go tell Arlong. Tomorrow will be war, Luffy said coldly as he crouched down. A war between my crew and his. I don't know about you, but I advise you to run away if you don't want to get killed. With that, Luffy kicked the fishman on the chest as he was sent flying out, breaking the door wall and into the ocean, which was quite far from the house. Luffy moved around. Sorry about your wall there, he said sheepishly. Hatchan drafted into the sea. As a fishman, he was not afraid of drowning, but that kick there might have broken a few ribs there. That Straw Hat boy was strong, and he was able to use that. Conqueror's Haki. He only had seen Fisher Tiger use that. The boy was no ordinary opponent. He had to warn Arlong. But thinking of Arlong, what they were doing, was it wrong? It was a stupid question. Of course it was. They hated human for what they did, but even Fisher Tiger didn't want that. He wanted to end the cycle of hatred. But here they were, enslaving humans. There was a reason why Arlong was trying to hide it from Jinbei. The warlord would stop it if he found out. Hatchan knew they were in the wrong, but his rage over Fisher Tiger's death blinded him. Not only him, but the rest of Arlong's crew as well. But in their hatred, they became the same monsters that Fisher Tiger was fighting against. The six-armed fishman clenched his fist. His eyes shed a tear for his former captain, and the rage and shame he was feeling right now. For now, he didn't know what was right or wrong anymore. He decided to warn Arlong. The Straw Hat Boy was strong. They need to retreat, or they will get killed. Chapter 77. Arlong crumbled the newspaper in his hand. He gritted his teeth. Are you sure this is the man? Hatchan nodded, grimly. Arlong, I think we should leave. He and his crew are with Nami. He said, he's strong. I saw him use the king's haki. Shut it. Kurubi said. Kurubi was a large, muscular fishman whose skin was a darker blue than his captain's and had long black hair and a stupid hairstyle with some hair sticking up in two small, forward-pointing, pointed buns. The majority of his hair was pulled back into a ponytail that fell down to his knees, and his sun tattoo was nearly completely hidden from sight on one pictorial. He was clothed in a navy blue GI held together by a black belt. Two fins grew from his elbows and looked like they would hurt. I always warned you of that girl. Now she goes around and calls the most famous bounty hunter on our ass. I'm sure he called himself a pirate, thought, Hatchan mumbled. Today's newspaper was about how the famous hero of Dawn Island saved the Baratie from the Krieg pirates. There was a picture to back up with proof when the Marines came to collect the bounty. There were even some lines on how he even stood against Mihawk in a small clash. But it was just a rumor, as there was no photographic evidence. Actually, what happened was that the Marines knew that Krieg was taken down by Luffy's pirate group. But Luffy's pirate group still didn't have a bounty, and Morgan used that chance to promote Luffy as a hero, which was giving the Marine a headache. Pirates were old news. Heroes, on the other hand, sold more copies of the newspaper. Marines were also frustrated that Morgan did that, but they could do nothing. Suddenly declaring a hero to be a pirate, who was in fact the grandson of the main hero, was a bit troubling for them. However, that didn't mean they couldn't just make up fake stuff about him and declare him a pirate. He wouldn't be the first one to be declared a pirate that way. Still, Luffy was a growing talk in both Marines and in pirate groups. Heck, even revolutionaries were shocked when they found out their boss had a kid who was playing hero in the seas. And a certain blonde was really having a headache from it, who also just happened to be the second in command in the revolution. It doesn't matter if he's a pirate or a bounty hunter, we will kill him. Arlong scoffed. There's no way a human from East Blue would be strong enough to fight a fishman. We need to show them their place. Show us what? A voice said, as the front door was smashed open. A person wearing a straw hat came along with a few men. It was Luffy walking in with his crew. All sound from within the stronghold stopped as they looked at the arrival. All had weapons in hand. They were ready to take them on. Hakahan's warning gave them a bit of time to prepare. Which of you is Arlong? Luffy said boringly, knowing who it is. That would be me, replied the light blue fishman, standing up with his own sword in hand. He had a nose like a sawtooth shark and teeth to match. A dorsal fin stuck out of his long, curly, black hair, and red sun tattoo was half hidden by his Hawaiian shirt. The mark of his crew was branded in his left forearm. And may I know why the most famous bounty hunter is doing here? Oh, so you know me? Luffy asked with a raised eyebrow, but then he saw the newspaper. He had gut feeling that he didn't want to read what's written there. Anyway, I hope you said your last prayer, your last phone call, and your last words, because today you will die. Shahahaha. Arlong laughed, his crew joining in. Only Hatchan was nervously watching the scene. This pathetic human thinks he can take me on? Shahahaha. Arlong and his crew grinned, amused at the humans. Luffy might be strong, but they had the numbers advantage. 50 fishmen against the crew. Even Luffy had to admit, he didn't think there would be that many. Arlong really had a good following. Well, it figures, even Hody Jones followed the man's beliefs. You weak? But Arlong was cut off. Sorry, but before you monologue about your evil ways and throw two-liners, I want to make an announcement, Luffy said, waving his hand towards Nami. Does anyone feel sorry for her? She did quite a lot for you guys. And I don't want my crew to accidentally kill any of you when there might be some good in you." The fishman looked at the boy, before the crew laughed more. Arlong was a bit pissed that he got cut off mid-speech, but he also laughed hearing Luffy. But there was one fishman that spoke.
I'm sorry Nami.
Hachan said, tears in his eyes. "I truly thought of you as a friend when you were on the crew, but I'm sorry. You guys didn't deserve it." And he was genuine about it. Arlong, the rest of the crew, was wide-eyed at Hachan, before all of them looked a bit pissed. Hatch was always the softest in the group. "But I will protect my crew. Nami, please take your new friends and leave." Arlong and the rest of fishmen looked Hachan with pissed expressions. Why was one of them giving a chance to a human? "I'll convince the crew and Arlong to leave the village, but please don't." Now they were more pissed because Hachan actually thought they would lose to humans, and he was begging for them, rather than the other way around. Chapter 78. I will protect my crew. "Nami, please take your new friends and leave," Hachan said, grabbing his 6 swords. Arlong and the rest of fishmen looked Hachan with pissed expressions. Why was one of them giving a chance to a human? "I'll convince the crew and Arlong to leave the village, but please don't." Now they were more pissed because Hachan actually thought they would lose to humans, and he was begging for them, rather than the other way around. Arlong was the most angry out of them all, and punched Hachan at the side of the head, making him smash into the boundary wall. "What are you saying, bastard? We fishmen will never beg in front of humans. Did you forget how those humans killed Fisher Tiger?" "Really?" Luffy shook his head a bit disappointed. "Don't you see the irony of the situation? You guys are no better than the world nobles Fisher Tiger fought against. Your superiority complex can only rival those fools living on top of the red line. What would you know?" Kurubi barked, with gritted teeth. He was furious about being compared to those human pigs. "What? Hit a nerve, didn't I?" Luffy said, smirking. "What you gonna do? Cry about it? I don't want to teach moral lessons to dead fishes anyways." Luffy said, "Usopp, shot Hachan out of the battle. Put him to sleep." "What, me?" Usopp stumbled, before standing up straight with a puffed chest. "Of course me." And he quick drew his revolvers and shot Hachan. The fishmen were surprised they couldn't even react with how quickly Usopp drew his weapons. Well, Sparky was teaching him the art of quick draw. 2 shots, and the Hachan the fishman was down for the count, though he might have a broken skull from those shots. Fishmen were tougher than man, that's why Usopp had to shoot both shots at the same place. But it seems Arlong's last attack softened up Hachan's head a bit. Kobe and Usopp winched a bit, but they hardened their resolve. The rest of the crew didn't react much, but Nami felt a bit sad. They won't kill all the fishmen, but they would beat each one of them to an inch near death. Arlong and his crew might have hated the humans, but they rarely killed, mostly being happy as long as they got their money. Only a few fishmen, mostly Arlong, did the killing. Luffy made sure to list them out. Not all of them deserved to die, but few of them did, and they would die today. It made Kobe see Luffy in a new light. He had seen Luffy kill before, but all of the times he thought it wasn't needed. But now he thought otherwise. Heroes are there to not only protect people from monsters, but also slay the monsters. Be them man, fishmen, pirates, or even marines. Putting the criminals only in prison doesn't work. The marines are not only sloppy, but they were downright useless. It was even more evident when staying in Baratie. They heard the news of Captain Kuro escaping imprisonment. One might ask, how did they find it out in the restaurant? Well, while they stopped at Baratie for the 6 days. In one particular day, a marine vessel came to the restaurant to eat, and they were discussing how Kuro escaped before he could be taken to impale down. It also made Kobe see the reality of things. Kuro might go on and kill more people, just because he wasn't stopped there. That day, Luffy would have killed Kuro, if not for Kaya. Showing mercy and pity to some people was just as important as finishing off a few people who needed to be put down. That was the justice Kobe wanted to follow, and Luffy was doing it, even without knowing it. Usopp was also a bit afraid now that Captain Kuro was on the loose. He might seek revenge and attack Kaya. But Luffy promised to stop the pirate before going to the Grand Line. Actually, after finishing of here, they were going to do just that, which was double work. And in a way, It also taught all members of the crew that showing mercy to your opponents might bite you later. What are you guys waiting for? Attack them. Arlong screamed as he told the rest of his crew. He had his saw blade in his hand. Kiribachi, you know the drill, guys, Luffy said, looking at the fishmen that ran towards them. Giving hell. With that, he backed up a few steps as his crew mates charged forward. Let's start the shit show, Sanji said, losing his tie and walking in front. He was itching to kick some fishmen today. With what the fishman was doing, it reminded Sanji of his siblings, and he didn't like it one bit. Also, he didn't like Arlong especially because of him killing Nami and Nojiko's mother. He knew the pain of losing one's mother. This whole ordeal was hitting home for him, and not in a good way. Don't get ahead of yourself, love cook, Zoro smirked before rolling up his sleeves. He still didn't have any replacement swords after his got destroyed while fighting Mihawk. He cracked his knuckles. I really miss my swords. Don't worry, swordsman, we can buy it when we go to Loguetown, Jin said, while keeping his special tonfa on his side. For now, pick up replaceables. Eyes on the price, boys, Kuina said, unsheathing her sword. She looked quite elegant in her white kimono and her white sword, but she gave of an aura of danger to them. The great sniper Usopp will take the high ground. Kobe, cover me, Usopp said, running till he reached the smashed gates and took cover. I will need to take a bath after this, Kobe said with a hesitant laugh, trying to joke a bit. He wasn't liking all the blood he needed to clean up from his clothes these days. Even though most of the blood wasn't his. Well, he was glad that most of the blood wasn't his. But he didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Kobe sighed. In fights, well, in the last 2 times he fought against pirates, Kobe actually did accidentally kill a few pirates, which were unintentional, but this time, Luffy picked out a few fishmen that needed to be killed. So, the boy was reading himself for what he needed to do. Killing with intention was quite hard, but he needed to do it. Kobe believed that Luffy wasn't a man who would kill because of amusement. But Nami suffered 8 years amongst these monsters. They deserved what was coming. Chapter 79. Sanji was the first one to jump forward, his feet already on flame as he kicked away the cannon fodders. Diable jam. Setting flames with his kicks. Damn it, cook, the green-haired swordsman muttered as he picked up one of the scattered swords, and with one swing cut 3 fishmen down along with their weapons. Don't rush ahead. Save some for the rest of us. He's right, Sanji, the other man commented. His now-stopped weapons revealed to be tonfa with large iron balls on the ends. It would be disappointing to have come all this way for nothing. We want to show off, too. Of course, Jin was also on his 4th target. His attacks would quite the crunch when breaking into Fishman's skull. And he was called the Man-Demon for nothing, as he already had a small smile on his face as if enjoying his work. Then you have to move fast, Kuina said, flashing away from them as she wielded her white blade like a white serpent cutting through the enemy ranks, freezing their wounds along with the targets. The fishmen screamed as they fell. These guys are, though, Kobe muttered as he finished of the 3rd fishman, a claw through the chest, right through the lungs. The fishman would live, but he was out. He grunted, pulling his claws out and winching when he saw blood on his clothes. Now, I have to clean up Fishman's blood. We will kill you, brat. A fishman, with tuna-like features, jumped onto Kobe, or at least tried to, until he was shot down by Usopp. Thanks, Usopp, Kobe said, giving a thumbs up. Usopp returned the gesture. Hey, get the long-nosed bastard, the other fishman said, pointing at Usopp. Several of them ran towards him. Not so fast. Usopp said, Sparky, I chose you, he said, pointing at the group of 4 fishman that was running towards him. Sparky, who was chilling on a nearby wall, rolled his eyes and made a hand gesture. Yellow waves came out of his hands, slowing the fishmen down, making it easy for the sniper to take them out. Usopp grinned. Sparky Devil Fruit was amazing. It was able to slow opponents down. Noro Nomi Usopp found the powers of the fruit really interesting, and he wondered if he would be able to get a fruit of his own. Maybe one that would let him be a better sniper and a brave warrior of the sea. Sparky was mostly sitting this one out. He was enjoying the one-sided beating, though. "Stop right there, Blondie," Chu grunted. "You won't get past me, Chu." A light blue skin and light brown hair fishman that had an Arlong tattoo on his right arm and what looked like a blush on his cheeks. 100-shot water gun. With that, he shot out water bullets, all deadly. Sanji easily evaded them, not out of concern, but because he didn't want to get his suit wet. "Shut it, fish face." And with one kick, the fishman was a friend as he felt smoke came out of his face, and his eyes went white. "Deep fried." Luffy whistled, causally punching another fishman out while he was eating rice crackers. "Chew!" Karubi shouted as he ran towards Sanji. Fishman karate. But he was cut off by a shot to the head, which didn't fully knock him out, but did make him take a few steps back. A pink-haired boy with his claws out ran towards him. "I will be your opponent." With that, he jumped toward Karubi. The fishman at the last moment rolled away. He was one of the fishmen that killed people while he was here. So Kobe needed to finish him off, but he was also one of the most powerful crew members of Arlong. So he needed to be careful. His powers might let him take a lot of damage, but this place was filled with water, with a swimming pool right near it. He didn't want to get drowned right here. Karubi, who had rolled away, was about to stand up, but two other fishmen smashed into his body, slamming him into the wall. Three-sword style. Onigiri. The green-haired swordsman was on a roll, plowing through fishmen like a tornado. He finally had 3 swords, though none of them were sturdy as his previous weapons. The rest of the fishmen jumped into water to get some advantage over the humans, but it wasn't going well for them. Arlong, who was furious, was now actually getting worried, thinking they might lose. "No." He shook his head. "He won't lose to another human. Never again." He looked at Luffy. He was the main problem, but Arlong had a way to deal with him. Sanji stood face to face in front of Arlong, who had his blade out. "Captain, are you sure? You want to give this one to me?" He looked behind at the Straw Hat Boy. Luffy, who was sitting over the body of 5 fishmen, gave a thumbs up. "Go on. It will hardly be a fight for me," he said, shooting down a fishman with air gun, who was in water trying to shoot Luffy with water bullets. Sanji was strong, but Luffy wanted to know just how strong he was. Arlong should be a good fight for him. In the East, Blue Arlong was quite strong considering he was from the Grand Line, sailed his ship with the likes of Fisher Tiger and Jinbe, but Sanji should be stronger. Chapter 80. Damn humans, Arlong growled in a mixture of fury and disbelief from where he was looking angrily at the humans. He wouldn't accept it. The fishmen won't lose here, not again. But he had to do something. He could already see the Straw Hat shooting down the fishman that jumped on the water with his fingers. The boy called it air bullets, maybe some kind of wind devil fruit. But his primary concern was the blonde human. He was also powerful, but his fighting style, it seemed familiar. He didn't know why, but he had to be careful. Even though Arlong was confident in his ability, he had a backup in case something like that happened. But he was saving it for the Mario Kid. He was sure he could take the blonde man without it. "Don't underestimate us, humans." Arlong barked. He had his saw-like sword on his side. "We will never be beaten by mere humans." "Luffy," Jin told Luffy in his ever-respectful manner, stepping over to his captain. "Arlong is alone. Are you sure you don't want to take him yourself? You are the captain." It was a tradition of pirates that only captains fought captains, while the crewmates fought off the rest. "No," Luffy responded, ever so casually. "Sanji can handle it. Also, I want to know what's his current ability, how much stronger he is compared to others, and how I should make his training plan for the near future." "As you wish, Captain." Jin gave a short nod. "Accept it as it is." The rest of the crew looked at Luffy and blinked. That was an odd thing. But those of who had sailed with Luffy for more than a day would know how serious he was with his training. Even while being the strongest in the crew, he would train the hardest. He would drag the poor 6-armed monkey along with him. The first few days they thought that Sparky was around the same level as Luffy in terms of strength, because the monkey was easily able to keep up. But then they discovered that the monkey had always used his devil fruit powers to slow Luffy down, meaning Luffy was using restrictions on himself and his abilities. And that's not to mention the fact that Luffy had a special bracelet that was made of sea stone, which he would wear and use when fighting Kuina and Zoro. Luffy explained himself. You don't become the strongest by only dreaming, but by working. His motto was hard work and grind. Whatever that meant, no wonder he was so strong. It only motivated the others to train as well. Even Usopp was gaining some visible definitions of muscles from his workouts. Though Luffy cleared it was just him burning off the excess fat, and muscle building took time. Unless he learned Saimai Kicken. They didn't understand what it was, but they didn't ask. Luffy would include them into their routine when they were strong enough. So it wasn't that odd that Luffy wanted to see Sanji's current abilities. Even they didn't see the blonde cook fight seriously. Aside for him, fishing Sea Kings, of course. You fish bastard, I will never forgive you for what you did to Nami and Nojiko, Sanji said. His usual air of comedy and calm was replaced by coldness and fury. I will end you. Let's see you try. With that, Arlong charged first, swinging his large sword over to Sanji, who jumped above the swing, spinning above the blade and delivering a flaming kick to the fisherman's chin. But Arlong was the captain for nothing. He recovered quickly and grabbed Sanji by the flaming leg and slammed him to the ground. Sanji was a bit surprised but used his other leg to kick the fishman and roll away from getting slammed. Both opponents looked at each other. In the brief exchange, it became clear that while Sanji had the speed advantage, Arlong was quite the sturdy foe. The battle continued, with Arlong on the losing end. Not only was Sanji faster, being able to avoid the fishman's giant sword with ease, he was also delivering furious kicks to the fishman, scorching him with his flames. With another kick, Arlong was smashed into the building. Sanji was still without a scratch and was casually dusting his clothes. Is that all the oh-so-great fishmen are capable of? No wonder you ran with your tails behind your back, Arlong growled. He didn't like it one bit. Luffy, on the other hand, was impressed with how Sanji was. He was still holding back, mind you, maybe using half of his strength, by his estimation. The cook used to fish Sea Kings, of course his kicks would be powerful. The reason why Sanji was dragging the fight longer was because he wanted to truly hurt Arlong. Not that Luffy would have done otherwise, but it seemed that Sanji was doing it not for only Nami's sake either. This didn't happen in the original. But then again, this Sanji was more driven. The canon Sanji was a tragic mess who didn't value himself. He saw himself as a useless mess that didn't need saving. Only after Whole Cake Island did he start valuing himself. That was the tragic hero Sanji was. But this Sanji wanted to destroy his family. He was driven by revenge. So of course his story would be different from the original one. And Luffy could see why Arlong and Nami's story would hit home for him. More so if it was driven by vengeance. Luffy moved his attention elsewhere. Sanji wasn't the only one fighting a fishman. The pink-haired Kobe was also fighting one. A fishman martial artist. What was his name again? Kurubi. The same fishman that in the original fought Sanji. Kobe was nowhere near Kuobi's level, but was getting up every single time because of his devil fruit. He was struggling a lot, it was given. Usopp wasn't helping anymore under Luffy's command. Kobe had grown in the past days, but he was far from any suitable level. Even the fight with Jin was won, because Jin hadn't eaten for 3 days, and he had some help from Usopp and overly relied on his fruit. If Kobe wanted to grow, he needed to push himself beyond his current abilities, plus Ultra and all that stuff. But it was also teaching Kobe about humility. Losing can also make you grow. If not, Luffy would have given up long ago after getting beaten up by Garp. Chapter 81. Why don't you stay down, you little shit? Kurubi growled. Fishman karate, 1,000-pound pook. Not falling for that again, Kobe jumped to the side, avoiding the shockwaves created by the attack and kicked Kurubi on his hand. The fishman grunted, stepping back, when his hand bleed. On the sole of Kobe's feet was another bone-like claw that he used to stab Kurubi's hand. Luffy was a bit impressed. So that's why it's called the Claw fruit. Not bad, but this ability kind of reminded him of Mr. Wondan Bonet's fruit. Other than the regenerative factor, of course. Sanji? Nami gasped, which brought Luffy's attention back to Sanji and Arlong. It seemed that Arlong had managed to finally slash Sanji with his sword. But it didn't seem to do anything, well, other than making an audible cracking sound. And the side of Arlong's saw blade had now visible cracks. Was that supposed to hurt? Sanji asked. His hand was up, on the side of his head, where the saw bald hit Sanji's arm. and a few of the saw teeth had cracks on it. And that's not all. Sanji was fully uninjured, other than his clothes being a bit damaged, of course. Arlong felt like he had slashed his sword against an iron pillar. But that wasn't why he was surprised. No. He recognized that trait. Curly eyebrows, use of leg-based martial arts that involved elements with a tough exoskeleton. But he couldn't finish his sentence as he was kicked on the balls with Sanji's flaming legs and thrown towards the second floor of the building, the large cluttering to the floor. Ah! Luffy whistled. That was brutal. The rest of the males winched at the sight. Even Kobe and Karubi winched by what they saw. But they quickly resumed the fight. For a while nothing happened. Maybe the last kick had done it. Arlong screamed, jumping down from the building, and he took something out of his pocket. It looked like a blue marble. I was saving it up for the straw hat, but you? I will kill you. The fishman seemed furious. Well, one could see that he was bleeding from his pants. Poor Arlong. But no one found pity in the fishman. Oh, it seems the fight's getting interesting. Luffy mused as he saw the fishman gulp the pill down. Luffy wondered if it was the energy steroids that Arlong 2.0 used. But wasn't it capsule-shaped? After ingesting the pill, suddenly the fishman's body bloated, before returning to normal. Now, you don't have any chance. Is that supposed to scare? Sanji was cut off as he was punched in the gut by Arlong. He slammed into the wall, where Arlong followed through, by dragging his face and slamming it on the ground. But Sanji wasn't down as he flipped up and landed a strong kick to the fisherman's jaw. It made Arlong let go of Sanji, and he used this moment to deliver another kick to the fishman and gain some distance. Arlong wiped his face off the blood. Your kicks don't hurt anymore. He grinned. Sanji stood up and dusted his clothes, not even bothered. Well, isn't that news? What have you taken? Steroids? I have heard that it makes your ball unusable, but then again, I made sure of that, he said while cracking his neck with a cocky smirk, and that pissed Arlong off as he growled and charged against Sanji with full force. Punches and kicks were exchanged, and this time Sanji was using his all. Even Luffy was impressed with Sanji's speed. But this time Arlong was in the advantage. The others who were on Luffy's side were also shocked with how fast Sanji and Arlong was moving. Arlong still couldn't keep up with Sanji's speed, but he seemed to take all the damage with ease and return the blows from time to time. And this time the fight was a bit more even. Jin was surprised himself. He knew Sanji was strong, but not by that much. He could have easily handled Don Krieg and his whole crew himself. Kuina and Zoro on the side were also surprised. The blonde was stronger than them. Zoro more so. In the past few days he has been around so many powerful people. Mihawk, Luffy, and even Kuina. Now even the cook was aware of him. It made his resolve stronger. He needs to grow stronger if he wants to follow through his dream. And he will get there. With that, Zoro started walking away, making Luffy and Kuina raise eyebrows. The others didn't notice, and Luffy and Kuina didn't ask. Now that he had 3 swords he could practice again, and his chest wound is also small enough that he could do some heavy training without reopening his wound. He did get stabbed by a knife smaller than a butter knife. Luffy was a bit interested in what Zoro was going to do, but he might most probably go do some training. There was no doubt that Zoro would gain strength fast. He might be behind now, but with observation, one can see someone's will. And Zoro's will was brighter than the rest of his crew mates, even if he wasn't the strongest. There is a reason why Mihawk acknowledged Zoro's challenge. On a scale of ranking, he would rank Zoro as being the 5th, above Jin and Kobe. The first was obviously him, with Sparky just behind him. Sanji was equal to Sparky in terms of speed, but Sparky had the upper hand in strength. Also, his monkey friend had more techniques, and with how eagerly Sparky was watching the fight, he might also have picked on a few new moves, and not to mention his devil fruit, which can essentially debuff any opponent. And that's not even counting that Sparky already had observation Haki. After Sanji, there was Kuina, then Zoro. But there was something special about Zoro, and he had no doubt that Zoro would get stronger from this point on. So of course, as a good captain, he would help him. On that note, Luffy looked at Sparky and jabbed his thumb behind him, pointing at the green-haired swordsman who was walking away. He mouthed a few words silently. Make sure he doesn't get lost, he said, and he also might need a sparring partner. The monkey blinked before shrugging and walking back towards Zoro. What? If Zoro wanted to gain strength, then as his captain it was his duty that his wish is granted. Besides being the world's strongest swordsman, as his right-hand man was a boon in his books. Chapter 82. I'm not surprised you are this strong, Arlong said, smuggling. Even though he was getting beat up, he had only a few injuries to show for. Sanji also had gotten some injuries, but they were few to count and only skin deep. You are one of those Vinsmokes, aren't you? And that made Sanji flinch and become angry, before he used that anger to fuel the fire and kick Arlong, which he this time dodged before grabbing Sanji's leg and throwing him through another wall. Is that all you have got, human? While I might not be a freak like you Vinsmokes, that pill that I took is a concentrated water pill, one of its kind, still experimental, but with it, the fishmen will gain the strength while they are in water, and it will also boost our recovering capabilities, Arlong said. Nothing can stop me now that I have fully digested the pill. Shashasha. Luffy was a bit surprised this wasn't on the original, but then again, Luffy knew from the canon that a fishman is half as strong as they are on land than water. So a concentrated water pill wasn't that far-fetched when you think about it. Sanji came out of the rubble, looking even more pissed as he wiped the blood of his face. Was that supposed to scare me? Shashasha, don't show me. False bravado, human. Arlong said, after I'm done with you and your crew, I will find sick pleasure in killing Nami and the villagers. Don't speak but her with your foul mouth. Sanji said, kicking the fishman in his face. I will beat you with everything I have got. Diable Mouton shot. With that, he kicked the fishman right in the stomach 5 times in under a second, shooting the fishman away onto the side of the pool, and Sanji blitzed above the fishman and delivered a furious kick to the fisherman's shoulder, making him crash into the ground. Sanji jumped off spinning in air and landed a few feet away from Arlong, as if he had performed acrobatics. Arlong, on the other hand, got up huffing, before he started to puke water, onto the floor. Arlong, Kurubi shouted. He didn't look any better than his captain and was filled with bleeding claw marks all around his body. Kobe, who was about to jump on his again, was caught by him. Get away from me, you brat. With that, he threw him towards Sanji. The chief was a bit surprised but was able to catch the boy. Easy there, Pinky, he said, catching the boy with ease and getting him down. He then looked at Kurubi and whistled. You did a number on him. Thanks, Kobe said, being able to catch his breath. And I also saw your lousy attempts to copy my kicks, Sanji said, making the boy winch. We will have to work on those. He patted the boy, making the boy smile. Luffy would have found the whole sibling bonding scene heartwarming if there wasn't a killer shark on land. Don't ignore me, human. Arlong jumped from Sanji's side with his teeth out, and this time with Kobe being in front of his, he wasn't able to avoid the attack, and stopped it with his hand, which Arlong bit down on. A cracking sound occurred as Sanji became wide-eyed. By the sheer force of Arlong's bite, Sanji's exoskeleton cracked. The cook screamed. Kobe was horrified by what he saw and attacked Arlong with his claws out. But Arlong swatted Kobe like a fly, who flew off into the pool, his jaw still on Sanji's arm. Take a dive, shorty. Diable jam. Flanchette strike. Sanji delivered a powerful kick to Arlong which freed him from the shark's jaw. He winced at the pain, more so, when he saw that a set of Arlong's teeth were still on stuck his arm. Sanji gritted his teeth and removed them from his wound. His hand was all mangled up, but he wasn't that worried. It would fix itself soon, but he was surprised that someone in the East Blue was able to crack his exoskeleton. But then again, he was his father's failed experiment. He quickly shook his head and looked to his side. He was more worried about Kobe. Oi, focus on fighting Arlong, Luffy called out. Finish off your opponent. Usopp, go save Kobe. What, me? The long-nosed gasped, a bit afraid. The pool was littered with unconscious or dead fishmen. Well, aren't you a brave warrior of the sea? Luffy questioned. Yeah, I will save him. As if he forgot his fears, he dived into the water trying to save the kid. Like I will let you. Kurubi also dived down into the water. No, you won't, Luffy said, throwing his chain into the water that tangled around the fishman before he fished him out of the water on their side. The fishman grunted. Jin, finish him off? With pleasure, Captain, Jin said, spinning his tonfas with a cruel grin on his face. I also been itching for a fight. Hope Kobe didn't beat all the fun out of you. On the other side, Sanji and Arlong also started their battle. Some would think Arlong might have the advantage now, but now, the last attack set off Sanji. And this time he didn't hold anything back. But Arlong wasn't going to lose either. Flambeade shot. Fritza sorties. Diable Mouton shot. With powerful move, he shot Arlong into the sky, before he jumped himself and started spinning with his legs on fire. Conqueror. With that he did an axe kick on the Arlong's head as it sunk into the fisherman's shoulder, cracking from pressure as blood and water leaked out of Arlong's head. With that Arlong smashed into the ground and suddenly his body started sweating an inhuman amount of water and blood, almost drowning his now dead body. So that's why the pill was still experimental. He would need to get his hand on them, if in the near future some fishermen joined his crew. And at the same time, Jin finished off Karubi and Usopp got Kobe out of water. Luffy smirked. His crewmates are surprisingly competent. Well, with them by his side, he would be able to accomplish his dream. With that, the whole ordeal with the Arlong pirates were over. Chapter 83. Just after the fight with Arlong, the villagers came to Arlong Park with whatever they had on hand. Pitchforks, knives, shovels. It seemed Nojiko wasn't able to convince the villagers that they were in the safe hands of the Straw Hat Pirates. They had gathered to finally stand up against the Fishman Pirates. But when they came, it was all over. Some couldn't even believe it. But then a few villagers recognized Luffy as being Mario and cheered for his victory, totally forgetting that he called himself a pirate beforehand. Luffy, on the other hand, became depressed enough to not retort them, drawing circles on the ground. Nami and the others didn't even bother and went along with the celebration. Of course, that was after tying all the alive fishmen so that none of them would try to escape. They had enough fishmen for the rest of their lives. And now that all the celebration was done, Luffy went back to check back on Zoro and the ship. Kobe and Usopp tagged along with him, while Jin and Sanji was helping the village prepare for the celebration. Kuina went on her own way to train a bit, to work on a few moves. When Luffy reached Zoro's location, he could see him fighting all out with Sparky. He seemed to be on the losing end, but the man was presenting. They were working on making flying slashes now that Zoro knew how to cut steel. Flying slashes required the sword to be vibrating in a certain frequency that was similar to cutting steel. A master swordsman could send flying slashes without creating any sounds. Contrary to popular beliefs, it's not the wind pressure that created wind slashes, but the frequency made the air pressure required enough to use wind slashes. Now Zoro was using Sparky's mastery over the Tempest kicks to learn about flying slashes. Luffy had no doubt that Zoro would be able to master that as well. In his opinion, Zoro should also learn Saimai Kicken to how to use his muscles properly. The next time when all of his crew was on board, he would introduce all of them to the Rokushiki techniques. That would bolster their strength, though they would need to hide the techniques in front of Marines if they didn't want any trouble. Seeing Zoro and Sparky duke it out also encouraged Kobe and Usopp. They all wanted to grow stronger to accomplish their dreams. Not wanting to disturb both Zoro and Sparky, the trio left them, before going towards where the Going Merry was. But Nojiko came running to them. Luffy, it's the ship. The group of Luffy, Nojiko, Kobe, and Usopp rushed towards the Going Merry and found Johnny and Yasaku looked a bit injured. They had bullet wounds on them, still fresh. Luffy was a bit pissed, looking at the bullet wounds on Johnny and Yasaku's body. What happened to you? He didn't like seeing his friends injured. Also, he was annoyed that someone attacked their ship, which was still at the middle of the jungle far away from the shore. Marines, Johnny said. But we captured them, big bro, he said, winching from the throbbing bullet pain. The wounds were still bleeding out. Kobe said worriedly. We should patch up those wounds. The village has some doctors who can look at this stuff professionally. Nah, don't worry about us, Yasaku said, flexing his biceps, winching from the wound on his shoulder. Ow. Kobe, bring them to the doctors. Luffy sighed. So, where are they? Johnny pointed at the back of the ship where 3 Marines were tied up, broken, and beaten. and Luffy recognized one of them from the series. Well, if it isn't Captain Nezumi of the Marines, Luffy said, slapping the man awake. Now, tell me, why did you do it? I'm sorry, but Captain Kuro was scary and threatened me, so I had to let him escape. Nezumi blurred out. His face was swollen, and it seemed that he couldn't see clearly because of the wounds, and he seemed to still be dazed. Not that answer I was looking for. Luffy mumbled dumbfoundedly. You did what? Usopp said, grabbing the Marine by the collar. You let that monster escape after we did all the work on beating him up?
I'm sorry.
I promise I didn't take a bribe to set him free. Okay, maybe I did take some money, but hey, I know where he might be, but let's cut a deal. And I will share half of what he gave me, Nezumi said, finally snapping out of daze. Hey, who are you guys? I will have you know I'm an honored Marine. But he was cut off by a punch by Usopp, knocking him out. Wow, the training really did build up his strength. The boy seemed to be pissed. Luffy, we have to get to Captain Kuro before he can harm anyone else. He was also worried that Kuro might attack Kaya later. He should have finished him there. Kobe also gritted his teeth. This was why he gave up his dream of becoming a Marine. Hey, I recognize that rat. Nojiko was the one to speak. Of course, you would. Another Marine spoke. He also seemed to be awake. Before I got entangled in this shit, I was in charge here to investigate him and the 16th branch in the East Blue. He's not only been working with pirates like Kuro, Alvida, and corrupt Captain Morgan. He's also the reason Arlong was able to stay out of the Marines' radar for years. I'm ashamed to say it as a fellow Marine. By his clothes, the man looked like Nezumi's coronaries. But the honesty in his voice and his determination said otherwise. And who might you be? Luffy asked. Another Marine won Arlong's pay list. Never. I'm a Marine investigator, came here to investigate under the orders of Captain Smoker, he said. But it seems that I'm stuck here, with this little shit. You are the hero, Mario, are you not? Luffy was about to refuse the claim, but wisely kept shut and let the Marine continue. One look at the Gong Mary's flag and all doubt would be cleared. But Nami had pulled the flag of the previous night, not wanting the villagers to accidentally attack the ship. So, it just looked like an ordinary merchant vessel. We are sorry, and I'm especially sorry that the crook Nezumi here tried to loot your ship. I tried to stop him, but I'm a rank below him, so I couldn't do anything. He said, please untie us. We will take our leave. Nezumi here will face justice after I bring him to Captain Smoker. Like we would believe a Marine. But Usopp was cut off. Oh, yeah. Thanks for saving me back then, Johnny said, cutting off. And looking at Luffy, big bro. He saved me from one of the gunshots that would have ended me. I don't think he's lying. Well, you have my thanks. Luffy said, before looking at Johnny and Yasaku. Then why did you tie him up? We just wanted to be careful. Both of them said. Well, that was smart of them at least. Chapter 84. Well, you have my thanks. Luffy said, before looking at Johnny and Yasaku. Then why did you tie him up? We just wanted to be careful. Both of them said. Well, that was smart of them at least. Luffy sighed, uniting the man. With his observation Haki, Luffy was able to tell if people was lying or not. A trick he learned from Sparky. Anyway, now that the Marine was freed. But he only united the honest Marine and the other one. Nezumi was still tied up. You can go, that's not my problem, Luffy said, before pointing at Nezumi. But he stays here with me. I need him to bring back Captain Kuro. I did collect his bounty, well, at least they did. Jabbing his thumb behind him where Usopp and Kobe was. So, we will finish the job. You can have him later. The honest Marine looked at Luffy intensely, before sighing. You do have the reputation for being a hero, so I can't do nothing. Not that I would be able to free him off your hand, but as a Marine, I also need a favor from you. Luffy raised an eyebrow. And what's that? Please help us capture Arlong. Oh, he's dead, Luffy said. Waving him off, the Marine's jaw was on the floor. We took care of him and his crew. We were just about to cash in his bounty. You can check it yourself. Also, take all the rest of the crew with you. Hope they don't escape. The honest Marine looked at Luffy with respect. So that's why you are called a hero. Luffy's eyebrow twitched a bit, but he didn't interrupt. But I have to ask, are you really related to Garp? Luffy nodded. Yup, he's my grandpa. Speaking of him, isn't he in the East Blue now? He usually comes here this time around. The honest Marine nodded. Yes. He's in the East Blue with his ship. Captain Smoker was once under his command and Admiral Akiji. But of course you would know that. The man said, I still can't believe I'm seeing the grandson of the Marine hero. He's my idol. For a moment he broke his stoic expression before coughing. Shishishi, well, Grandpa is cool, not gonna lie. Anyway, let's get all the pirates to your ship. With that, Luffy dumped all the rest of Arlong's crew to him and transported Theme into the ship they brought here. You know you might be a hero, but you are still holding a Marine captain as a hostage. The honest Marine huffed. Luffy was of course keeping Nezumi for the time being. He was also keeping him here because of some other reasons. But I will turn a blind eye to him. Try to keep him alive when you come by Loguetown when you come to collect Arlong's bounty. The honest Marine still thought Luffy to be the Mario the hero, and the rubber boy didn't correct his mistake. With this, he wouldn't need to worry about the rest of the Arlong crew being the village as they would be safely escorted to Smoker. Luffy grinned. Pleasure doing business with you. You make it sound like I'm dealing with a pirate. The honest Marine gave a short laugh, making all the nearby crewmates of the Straw Hats sweat drop. After all the Arlong pirates were cleared up, it was time to relax a bit. They were planning to start the search on Kuro tomorrow. Luffy would have stayed for a few more days, but he needed to catch Kuro, who might be anywhere in the East Blue, and then also continue his journey. He also needed to be on time for a few events, such as the Alabasta arc. He didn't want to doom a kingdom, just because he was a bit late. Luckily, they had a way to make their ship twice as fast. It was the Mamu the Sea King, but the problem is, he was nowhere to be seen. Of course, Luffy and Sparky was able to sense that Mamu was under the sea hiding, and Hatchan was the only fishman that didn't get arrested, and he might be able to bring out the Sea King out of the sea, though for now, he was still unconscious. But anyway, after the Arlong pirates were gone, the villagers threw a party in celebration, and Luffy would never say no to Sanji's cooking. You know, Luffy, it's still a dream for me. Now that the Arlong pirates are no more, I don't know what to do. Nami said, sighing as she looked at the people partying. Well, be my navigator, of course. Luffy said, why you don't want to draw the map of the world? Nami blinked. How did you? But then she looked at Nojiko, who was having fun with the villagers. She told you, didn't she? Well, I don't know if I meant to be a pirate and all. After thinking over things.
No, sorry.
You can't be a pirate, unfortunately. Luffy sighed. Nami felt as if her world shook. He wasn't being serious, was he? She was actually just playing around, of course. She wanted to join the crew. But before she could speak, someone cut her off. You can't do that, Captain. She will be best pirate navigator in the world, Sanji said with confidence, as she presented a plate full of grilled meat in front of Nami.
No,
Luffy said, before grabbing Sanji by the shoulder. We need to talk. Hold on to the plate for me. With that, he passed the plate of roasted meat to Nami, before walking a few distance off and saying something. Look at her. She can never be a pirate, because there is no treasure in that chest. You know I can hear you, right? Nami said. She felt even more roasted than the roasted meat she was carrying. Captain, Sanji gasped. How can you? Sanji, you have yet to learn, my friend. There is a quote I have read, he said wisely, with glasses on and a fake beard, which he suddenly got from somewhere. He was even running his hand down his beard wisely as he spoke. If she's flat and has no cake, her sister you shall take, Luffy said, spinning his finger and pointing at Nikojo. Why you? Nami said, but she was cut off. Don't say that, Captain. She will grow soon. Sanji seriously nodded. Nojiko was laughing her perky ass off. Bam, only the cook was on the ground. Observation Haki never failed Luffy, yet. Nami grumbled before clicking her tongue going away, muttering something to herself. Of course, he would make fun of her developing chest, but she was also glad it was a joke. She already felt like a part of the crew, but her sister on the other hand, I'm sorry, Luffy, but I would rather stay here, in the village. Now that Arlong's gone, We will need to stay together to fix the village. She said, it's a good thing that you didn't destroy the Arlong Park. There are a lot of stuff we can sell to get some extra cash for the village. Luffy just smiled. Sometimes it was honestly good being a hero. Chapter 85. So you want me to join the crew? Hachan asked, a bit of worry. He was now bandaged up and awake. You do know, your crew was the reason Arlong and most of my crew is either dead or in the hands of the Marine. Yes, but your crew did act all evil and enslaved a whole portion of the population. Luffy shrugged. Well, I'm not telling you to permanently join me, no. I'm telling you to lend me some help with your Sea King friend. Mamu was it? Not. You both can help us cross the first part of the Grand Line and be on your dandy way to the Fishman Island. But in the meantime, if you want to stay in the crew, I wouldn't mind. It will make the travel faster, and you will also be able to repay Nami's debt. Nami's dead, but I apologize to her, the fishman said. And wouldn't she mind if I join her on the journey? Luffy shook his head. I spoke to her beforehand. She would tolerate you. Unlike everyone, you weren't so bad. But it doesn't matter if you apologized or not. Your crew was the reason why she lost her mother. So she is still angry about it. But don't you want to show her that all fishmen aren't monsters? Don't you want to break the circle of hatred? Wouldn't your late queen and Fisher Tiger want that? Luffy said, and who knows, if you act right, she might even become your friend. Hachan didn't say anything and thought for a moment. What the Straw Hat Boy was saying certainly had merit. Now that he looked through what they did, over the years, they acted just like the celestial pigs that they hated most. Hachan always didn't agree with Arlong's superiority complex, but even then they grew up in the same streets and considered each other brothers. It was certainly hard that Arlong was now no more. But he also looked up to Fisher Tiger and Jinbe. Both wouldn't want happened. Even the late queen gave her life trying to make peace between the humans and fishmans. He had to set it right. So it was obvious what he needed to do. He would make it right, and won't let Arlong's deeds stain the name of fishmans. I will do it, Hachan said. But I will let you know. I'm not part of your crew. I will help you travel through the first half of Grand Line. But after that, me and Mamu will leave. Got that? Luffy grinned. Well, welcome aboard. Shishishi. There were a few reasons why he wanted Hachan on the ship. First was the knowledge of fishman karate. While Hachan mainly used swords, he should be able to teach the basics of fishman karate. If not, then no problem. Sparky should also know some of the basics after watching Karubi and the other fishmen. The other reason is also bringing in Jinbe later. Luffy would try his best to stop the war from happening. He didn't want Ace to die. And if that's the case, then he might not even meet Jinbe, let alone invite him to the crew. And if the war doesn't happen, Whitebeard would probably be alive. Then he might even join the Whitebeard pirates after warlord system was abolished, which he didn't want. Also, Hachan would also be helpful in controlling the Sea King. It would cut their journey time by half the time. They might even be able to explore more islands that way. Taming another Sea King would take time, and in nights when he wasn't looking, the creature might get other ideas. But with Hachan and Mamu, it wouldn't be that much of a problem. Luckily, Nami wasn't opposed to the idea of Hachan joining the crew. She actually liked the fishmen, as Hachan would help her get out of trouble many times with Arlong. So it wasn't all bad. For now, they would need to hunt down Captain Kuro. He really should have killed him the first time. A mistake. But you learn along the journey. Also, now that they had Captain Nezumi, it shouldn't be that hard to finding the pirate unless he flees to the other blues. Speaking of Captain Nezumi, the man also had a lot of treasures and a devil fruit stacked in one of the islands. He was planning to retire soon from his corrupt marine life. But now Luffy would be able to get those as well. All in all, it wasn't all bad to take a slight turn in their journey. The Going Merry had been stocked with everything the group would need until they reached the Grand Line. Arlong Park had been pillaged by the people and everything of value taken to help rebuild the towns of the island. To remember her adopted mother, Nami had asked Luffy if she could take some tangerine trees with them. He had readily given her what she wanted, him, Sanji, and a slightly forced Jin doing most of the heavy lifting. Kinda was enjoying her tea and cake break, while Zoro and Sparky were taking a nap. Usopp was tinkering with his gun, adding new features and removing some. One of those features were adding lead bullet to his arsenal and more firepower to his guns. Now his gun should be able to kill. Luffy didn't suggest anything. It seemed Kuro's escape hit him quite hard. The other members also did their work. The Sea King Mamu was tied with the ship, but was keeping itself underwater until they left the island. Hachan was also in the water as he didn't want to scare the villagers. Now, every resident of Kokoyashi village but one was on the docks to wave goodbye to the Straw Hat Pirates. The villagers were getting annoyed, however. Where was Nami? Set sail. They heard the woman of their thoughts yell. She was running towards them. You heard her. Luffy called. Let's go. She's gonna leave without letting us thank her, one villager realized. They tried to stop her, but it was too late. She rushed through the crowd, passing by each person one by one. When she reached the end of the dock, the thief leaped off as hard as she could. Luffy's arms stretched, wrapping around her waist and pulling her in, setting her down, as the girl then lifted the hem of her shirt, allowing all of the wallets and purses that she'd just stolen to tumble to the deck. What? My wallet's gone. She took my purse. You damn thief. We'll miss you. Nami didn't turn around, or cry, or say goodbye. They sailed away, the voices of the townspeople echoing in the wind. Chapter 86. The ship sailed as Mamu pulled the Going Merry with great speed towards the south side of the East Blue. Their destination was Sakura Island, one of the most beautiful islands on the East Blue. A tourist spot like the Goa Kingdom. You sure Captain Kuro will be there? Luffy asked the now tied-up Marine. If you lie, you will be fed to the Sea King. The Sea King in question looked back towards the Marine, making Nezumi shiver in fear. I'm sure he will be there. That's far as I know. I had my contacts there on the island. They said one person who looked similar to Kuro is trying to use the island's ships to cross to the North Blue. And that ship will reach the island in a week. Luffy squinted his eyes. I will take your word for it. But I find it really suspicious that you have all your treasures stored on that same island. Usopp on his side also frowned. You aren't trying to set us up, or anything like that, are you? He said, posting the barrel of his wooden gun on the man's forehead. The Marine gulped. It's a coincidence, he said. I would never think about it. Luffy hummed. The Marine showed no signs of lying, so he told Jin to take him to the down floors and gag him till further questioning. The Tonfa user nodded, and Ruff handled him to downstairs. Luffy patted Usopp's back. Don't worry, we will get Kuro. That bastard won't live this time. Usopp nodded. It will still take 3 days to travel there. I'm just worried that he might leave the East Blue and come back later to harm Kaya and the villagers, he said, clenching his fist. I wish I was then strong and mature enough to finish him off. Luffy patted his back. Hey, it's not like you. And we all make mistakes, he said. Usopp wasn't his usual self after Nezumi mentioned Kuro again. The news that Kuro escaped was long revealed in the Baratie, but then they didn't know where Kuro was and planned to search for him a bit before going on to the Grand Line. But now that they had a lead on Kuro, they could go there and finish him off. Luffy also viewed it as a chance to mature his weak-willed friend. Showing mercy to scums like Kuro would only bring disaster, and people needed to learn that. Not all men deserve second chances. But then again, it's not about second chances. What about the people that scum killed? What about them? They won't be able to get a second chance. It seemed that the prison system was flawed in both worlds. This would be a huge experience for people like Kobe and Usopp who still view the world childishly. Luffy hummed now that the journey has started and most of the crew had been gathered. He called all of them out. Guys, everyone out. I have something to say. Luffy shouted before jumping towards the head of the Going Merry, bringing all of their attention. Captain, you called? Jin said, coming out of the room, along with Johnny and Yasaku. Yup, now they were part of the crew. They were strong enough to contend with Kobe and had good teamwork working together. And also they had some good talent for semi-kaikin. So when they asked to join the crew, Luffy happily accepted them. But he told them to always hide from the Marines and not be seen with the Straw Hat Pirates. Even though they weren't labeled as a pirate crew yet, but they would be soon. His reason, simple. Other than notorious pirates, small-time pirates could be easily dealt with them, and Johnny and Yasaku would be able to cash them to local marine bases to cover their fees. Of course, the Straw Hat Pirates would take down the notorious pirates for recognition and bounty. Luffy wanted a good income source, And before going to Skypia, he needed money to buy rare materials and even devil fruits if he got the chance. And that required money. Even though Luffy roughly had over 100 million in bellies, he needed more if he wanted to buy good stuff along the journey. And bounty hunting would provide that. You called? Nami came out of the navigating room. Hatchan, who was on the top of the Sea King, also looked towards Luffy. But he didn't say anything. He was still feeling a bit hesitant in a crew full of humans. You called Cap? Need more food? Sanji said, still having a pan in hand, tossing egg rice with perfection. He was trying to cook a new dish with the local vegetables he collected from Nami's village. No, thank you, Sanji. Luffy said, I will take you up on that offer later. For now, I'm here to discuss about this. Heading it, the cook put the pan back in the stove before returning. Luffy took out a thick book into the air and pointed at it. The Rokushiki Techniques. Zoro, who woke up from his sleep, read the title. Sparky, who was also taking a nap, yawned, but was a bit interested. Wait, aren't those the techniques only Marines are able to use? Kuina asked. Sanji snapped his fingers. I was sure I heard of that somewhere. Well, yes, this is the Rokushiki Techniques, and this book contains how to learn those techniques. Luffy said, Sparky, if you would be kind enough to demonstrate. The monkey suddenly disappeared from his spot and landed right on Luffy's shoulder. To the untrained eyes, it looked like he teleported there. But there were more than enough people in the crew who could barely follow Sparky's movement. That is what you call Saru, a leg-based technique where you kick the ground a total of 10 times or more to gain sudden speed. Kuina blinked. Wait, this is similar to Captain Kuro's technique? Luffy nodded. Yup, I think he was able to steal the Saru from the Marines, but he might also discover it himself. He said, it grants a lot of speed, but without mastering it, you will be like Kuro, who couldn't change directions with it and couldn't even follow his own movements. The others nodded. Sparky. The monkey nodded on his shoulder and jumped into the air, kicking the air below, going a few steps. Geku. He tried to say Jeppo, but his vocal cord was still underdeveloped to fully speak. But he was getting there. Luffy was a bit excited at the prospect of a talking monkey. Anyway, that is what you call Jeppo, or Skywalk. Some of you have already seen me using it. It works by kicking the air. Like how in Saru, you kick the ground 10 times. Here you use that 10 times strength in one step to make yourself airborne and stay afloat by constantly doing it. Some of you might already have the necessary leg strength to perform the technique, and after a few tries you might be able to use it. The others nodded, Sanji looking eager on that technique. Chapter 87. Next is Tekai, or Iron Body. Like the name suggests, it makes your body as strong as iron, Luffy said, pointing his finger gun at Sparky and firing a few shots. The monkey tensed his muscles and crossed his 6 arms, tanking them with ease. And he was even able to stay in the same place with Jeppo while using it. An untrained user can only make all of his body go Tekai at once, and won't be able to use any movements when doing it. But a master user like Sparky and me can do it while moving. It's similar to Sanji's exoskeleton. The chef in question blinked. Luffy added. Next is Rankyaku, or Tempest Kick. Sparky, who was still in air, kicked his leg in a horizontal swipe which traveled towards Luffy, who backhanded it into the sea. Like how a swordsman is able to use wind blades generated from sword strikes, one can also do it without swords but only his legs. Luffy said, Sparky can even do it with all 6 of his arms at once. And that made Hakon really interested. He also used swords, but most of the times, he would lose his swords mid-battle. But if he could learn that, it would be helpful even while he was unarmed. And he also felt a bit of similarity with Sparky, being a fellow 6-armed and all. Sanji was also interested. He needed a ranged attack. And maybe he would be able to combine his flames with it. Who knows? The next is Shurgon, or Finger Pistol. Luffy said, making a jabbing motion with his hand while his index finger was outstretched. You literally jab your finger hard enough that your fingertip acts like a bullet, piercing your enemy. Skillful users can also make air bullets out of it by meshing the concept of Tempest Kick together with a finger pistol. Usopp was interested in it. And you see, I created my own version of Finger Pistol by using the rubbery element of my powers. Luffy then again shot multiple shots at Sparky, who this time loosened up his body like paper and avoided the shots. Like how Teki is hardening your body by flexing your muscles. Kamii is doing the opposite, by making your muscles like paper that avoids getting cut or pierced by anything. Both technique falls under Semikeiken, where one can control the full parts of his body, Luffy said, looking at Johnny and Yasaku, who gasped in the realization that this was what Luffy was speaking about. They knew they could do some unusual stuff with their bodies, like being more flexible and recovering fast from injuries, but it seemed that they were unconsciously using that technique. And lastly, Luffy positioned both his hands forward and blasted pressurized air from them. The crew was wide-eyed when it completely obliterated a giant rock that they were passing by, leaving only dust. Rokugan. This is an advanced form of all of the techniques combined, and if you are able to master Finger Pistol, Semikeiken, and Tempest Kick, you will be able to do it. Luffy then raised one arm and blasted it again. I can do by one arm, and if I try, maybe with my legs too. Now that all the crew has gathered, you all will start by learning one or two of the techniques. But first you will need to have physical conditioning to get your body to that certain strength, Luffy said. The training might be hard, but you will gain something valuable from it. Any questions? Kobe raised a hand. Yes, Kobe. Captain, where did you get those techniques? And won't we get in trouble from using them in front of Marines? Luffy blinked. Yup, I actually forgot, but you should try to not use them in front of Marines. They might actually send Cypherpole if they sniff out what we have. He chuckled, but it made Kobe pale a bit. But don't worry, in the Grand Line. It's not uncommon for pirates to be seen using one or two of the Rokushiki. The Marines are corrupt enough to sell them in the black market, but you will be marked if they know you can use them. Maybe use it like how I do. My version of the finger pistol is different enough that the Marines won't suspect that I learned it from their version of the finger pistol. Heck, one might even think I have some air-related devil fruit. I also got this book from the black market with some contacts I have there. Kobe nodded. Such powerful techniques, and corrupt Marines sold them in the black market. It was a good thing that he joined the Straw Hats, not the Marines. Their rot seems to spread everywhere. Any more questions? Luffy asked, and this time Kuina raised her hand. Yes. For a blade user like me, I find all of them very interesting, but I was hoping to learn Haki. Luffy sighed. There is no easy way to say it, but I will be blunt. You aren't strong enough to learn Haki. Maybe observation Haki, and I can train you with Usopp and Kobe here, who also might have talent in that aspect, but for armament, you need to have more willpower, which in my case I gained when I was stronger enough. But strength isn't required to unlocking armament. Some people have just more willpower than others. Unlocking armament was even tricky for me. It's been only 6 to 7 months since I have unlocked it. I don't know if I will even be able to help make Zoro unlock it. He might not have the strength, but his willpower is already there. So, for now, if you want to learn about observation Haki, join Kobe and Usopp. The girl nodded, thinking about his words. Zoro was also surprised that he had a talent for that. All this time he seemed to think he was lagging behind, but he might be able to catch up with this. Luffy observed Zoro's reaction and didn't say anything. Before joining the crew, scratch that, just before the fight with Mihawk, Zoro's will wasn't even close to unlocking armament. But it seemed fighting a powerful opponent and being exposed to two different Conqueror's Haki at the same time made his will grow like weed. Now that he had observed Luffy had first-hand an experience in seeing such sudden growth. So that's why Garp always said that battle is the best learner in gaining strength. Zoro was the prime example of that. Internally, he was a bit excited. Zoro's character always had a certain charm of coolness to it. I mean, who wouldn't like a badass swordsman that had an undying will? So that's why Luffy was excited with how fast Zoro might grow. Luffy then also remembered something. Nami. You might also have some talent in observation, so you should also try it out. Imagine how much more you can steal if you know where the treasures are. Luffy joked, but it seemed that Nami already started fantasizing about it. Her eyes already turning into belly. But we will also have to get you some strength, or at least speed in case you ever get into trouble and need to escape. Zoro, you might have a talent for armament Haki. So maybe fighting me, or the others that are stronger than you might make you unlock the ability. Luffy said. It made the green-haired swordsman nod. But then again, we will have to get you new swords. Your replacements won't help you that much in that aspect. Zoro snorted. He now was using 3 regular katanas, nothing too fancy, but they were even lesser quality than his previous swords. He had to get new ones. For now, let's all focus on training and getting your physical strength up a few ranks. Even I took a total of 2 years in fully mastering all the Rokushiki techniques. Even talented Marine or Cypher Pole agents spend a lifetime mastering those abilities. So I will suggest you pick one technique at a time and master it. I want our crew to be strongest, and that means in all aspects, Luffy said, before turning to Hachon. That means you too, Hachi. You might need some training if you want to survive the Grand Line with our crew. The fishman moved his head away. I'm not even a part of your crew, he mumbled. Luffy didn't say anything, just grinned. The fishman didn't refuse the training, so that was good. Chapter 88. The Going Merry sailed through the water with great speed with the help of the Sea King pulling. Nami had to only adjust the route a little bit, and it certainly cut down the travel time. 2 days had already passed. It would take another day to get to Sakura Island. The crew was mostly training their ass off in the 2 days, and it certainly boosted their physical strength. The growth was very noticeable, and it wasn't just because of hard work. Even Luffy gained some strength, but only a tiny bit, but others improved very well. Their recovery speed was quite fast. That's why they could improve in a short time, and it might be because of Sanji's cooking skills. While the members of the crew had yet to learn Simikeikan, Sanji's food could be easily absorbed into the body, giving immediate effects. Simikeikan is being able to control all parts of your body. One can even eat a tree log or dirt and extract calories from there if he uses the technique. Luffy had tried it once, eating no food for a month, surviving off things that weren't considered food. The things he did for the grind. While his crewmates didn't master the technique to that extent, even Sparky wasn't able to do it. Johnny and Yasaku only knew the basics of it. They were able to get very nutritious food due to Sanji, who knew having a good diet would be important. It seemed that meat from Sea Kings was very dense in nutrition, and the body wasn't able to fully absorb it. But with Sanji's cooking skills, they were able to do it. So knowing this, Luffy made all of them work hard. But then again, he wasn't like Garp or Bogard. He was a man of the grind. But as a previous powerlifter and strength athlete, he knew that overtraining would bring bad results and bring hate towards hard work. So he placed the training sessions in a way where the crewmates were actually enjoying the hard work and gain results at the same time. But it also made him jealous in a way. Now there was no Garp to constantly fight against. He wasn't getting any stronger like he was used to. He did get some strength after having the small clash with Hawkeye, but it wasn't that much. He was pretty much spoiled into fighting stronger guys because of Garp. So he felt a bit depressed that he couldn't gain that much strength. Even with Sparky's help, gaining even a bit of power or speed was getting difficult. That's why he was going to take drastic measures. The ship stopped in the middle of the ocean, and all the people on and off the ship were looking at Luffy. Even the Sea King Mamu was looking at what Luffy was doing. Captain, are you sure about this? Kobe asked, a bit scared of what Luffy was trying to do. The captain in question was tying a thick rope around his arms and waist. Don't even bother. I tried to talk him out of it for an hour now. Nami grumbled. If something happens, I will be the gal that told you so, she said, sticking her tongue out. Luffy shook his head. You wouldn't understand the grind, woman. Now go on and make me a sandwich. Nami snorted, ignoring the verbal retort. But she was honestly a bit worried herself. What you are doing is certainly stupid, Captain, Kuina said, crossing her arms. But then again, I understand where you're coming from. Zoro also nodded. Just don't get us lost in the sea, Luffy. He chuckled a bit, but stopped when everybody gave him a deadpan look. What? Of course, something idiotic, Moosehead. Sanji snorted, which brought a tick on the swordsman's forehead. You want to go round, shitty cook? Heh, I'm gonna kick your ass like the last time. Sanji rolled up his sleeves, sparks flying between them. But it's on, shitty swordsman. Bam. Both Sanji and Zoro were on the floor because of a certain navigator who didn't like the useless commotion. Hey, Sanji might be needed if the line is snatched, you know? Luffy mused. In 2 days, Sanji was already able to get the basic concept of Sara down and even was able to use it in water. Of course, he named it Blue Walk. But he was nowhere near mastering Jeppo, or his version of it. But the fact that he learned it meant that he would eventually be able to master it. He was also trying to learn the Tempest Kick, but the technique was still far from him, as the concept of air slash was a bit vague for non-weapon user like him. It was basically an unarmed version of air slash. But then again, Hachi will save me if that happens? Luffy mused. The fishman in question was this time on the ship and looking at Luffy weirdly. Of course, I will. But are you sure you want to do this? He said. Hachi might not like Luffy that much, but he didn't have any animosity towards him, so he wouldn't stand by if he was in danger. How else was he going to prove that all the fishmen weren't all like Arlong? Mamu can pull the ship just fine. I haven't seen any devil fruit users even able to move their body in water, let alone swim and pull a whole-ass ship tied to his back. The Sea King in question was now untied and curiously looking at what the crew was doing. Sparky seemed to bond well with the creature as he sat on top of Mamu's head. Luffy had to agree himself that it was certainly stupid. Pulling a full ship in water as devil fruit user wasn't something you should do. But Luffy was going to do it anyway. And besides, he trusted his crewmates. The years of training with sea stone and water training made him gain a bit of sea immunity to speak. Don't ask how, it just worked. Luffy didn't know if that was possible, but it seems that overexposure to the sea made it such. This world was definitely different from the original One Piece world, as he knew that even Jack, who was fishman, couldn't swim in the ocean. And here was Luffy, who was able to swim in the sea for a whole minute before the drawback from the energy sapping would be too much and he would need a break. Luffy at the time did in a small lake, but he never tried it in the open sea. But now he could. After starting his journey, Luffy hadn't tried breaking that record. Sure, he had a sea prism stone bracelet that he wore while training with his crewmates, but now it just sapped away his devil fruit power, not his strength. And it was still a good way to gain muscle mass without blocking in size. Swimming is a good exercise for speed and strength anyway, and add the drawback of the devil fruit into the mix. It's a total challenge. Luffy grinned. That's so manly, Captain. Johnny cried while holding Yasaku. Our captain doesn't fear any challenge, Yasaka said, both former bounty hunters awing at Luffy, as the sea was basically suicide for a devil fruit user. And Luffy was taking it as a challenge to do the impossible. Captain, I think you should still think about it, Kobe muttered. After eating his fruit, he tried to take a bath once, but he almost drowned himself at the time. So he was a bit worried about Luffy. Luffy, on the other hand, was thrilled at the aspect of what he was about to do. Adrenaline was already pumping in his veins. He just couldn't wait. Shishi. Luffy laughed. Now that the rope was tied up, he jumped to the head of the Going Merry. This is going to be fun. And don't you underestimate me, see? In a few years, I'm going to be the strongest thing alive in this world. Hoo-hoo. Asterisk splash. The rest of the crewmates hurried to the front of the ship just as their captain jumped into the water. They were a bit worried when they didn't see Luffy resurface for a few seconds. Zoro and Sanji already got their sandals and shoes off along with their shirts, in case they needed to jump and save Luffy. Jin, on the other hand, had absolute confidence in his captain as he focused on the water below. But Luffy was yet to show. Chapter 89. Asterisk splash. The rest of the crewmates hurried to the front of the ship just as their captain jumped into the water. They were a bit worried when they didn't see Luffy resurface for a few seconds. Zoro and Sanji already got their sandals and shoes off along with their shirts, in case they needed to jump and save Luffy. Jin, on the other hand, had absolute confidence in his captain as he focused on the water below. But Luffy was yet to show, and even he was getting a bit worried. But then suddenly the ship jerked forward a bit, as if someone was pulling it. Nami was wide-eyed. He's actually doing it, she said fondly before sighing. Why am I even surprised? And just like that, Luffy started pulling the ship, and his head finally came out of the water as he gritted his teeth and used every ounce of strength to pull the ship. And after some time, it gained a considerable amount of speed. The crewmates calculated that it was half of Mamu's speed, which was quite a lot, considering the sea gave any devil fruit user a huge debuff. All of them watched, and Nami had a small timer in her hand as she looked back at the clock. 1 minute had passed, and 10 more seconds later the ship stopped moving forward, before slowing down and stopping. Zoro and Sanji were about to jump into the ocean when Luffy's body was thrown out of the sea onto the deck, where he coughed out water with a huge grin on his face. "Thanks, Hachi. Shishishi," Luffy said. The adrenaline rush felt amazing. It truly felt great to be alive. "Nami's what's the time? 1 minute and 10 seconds, she said, now relieved that her captain was back at the deck. But then again, it bugged her quite a bit why she was worrying about him so much. A total of 10 seconds increased. I have been getting stronger, it seems." Luffy grinned. He then sat up suddenly with a huge grin on his face. "Let's do that a few more times. It's a good workout." "What?" Nami grumbled. Forget it." She stood up and walking into the navigating room. "I don't know why I worry about you in the first place," she mumbled to herself. Luffy frowned a bit. It felt good that Nami cared about him, but he wouldn't stop because of her. In fact, if he isn't strong enough, who would be the one to protect her? Well, her and the rest of the crewmates. Yeah, it's not like he had any feelings for her or anything. "Sparky, let's do it again," Luffy said, jumping up and standing. "You count this time." Sanji, who was by his side, whispered as he looked between Luffy and Nami, back and forth. "Is he dense?" "No, he's rubber," Jin answered, nodding to himself. Sanji wanted to say something back, before shrugging it off. He had better things to do anyways. Time passed, and the sun was almost rising when the crew reached the Sakura Island. The island looked quite beautiful, the pink color blending in with the crimson red of the sun rising. No, looking closely, the famous Sakura Island was in a state of chaos. Trees and houses were on fire. It wasn't just the sunlight that brought the crimson color out. People were fighting, some were fleeing. All that was happening near the port as well, where a few ships were docked. Those with enhanced senses, like Kobe or Sanji, or those with observation Haki, could hear the people's fearful scream from here. "Mamu, full speed ahead," Luffy ordered. Hatchan patted the beast as the Sea King moved and speed up as all the crewmates gathered on the ship for the upcoming island. Something was wrong here. As they got near, they could fully see what was happening. It seemed that a pirate crew decided to attack the island. But then looking closely, it seemed that 2 pirate groups were attacking each other, pillaging the whole island in an unsynchronized chaos. They could even see the pirate flags of the ships. One was, of course, of Black Cat pirates, the other was unrecognizable. It seemed that both pirate groups were fighting each other. "We have to stop them," Kobe said. One could see that the islanders were trying to flee from the area of chaos. The port was already destroyed. A few houses were on fire. A few ships were already broken. There were even dead bodies floating on the nearby water with red blood mixing with the water. "And I sense Captain Kuro," Luffy sighed after expanding his observation Haki towards the island. He could sense 3 powerful auras. One was Kuro's, the other might be the other pirate captain. Then there was a third one, who had a very powerful aura. And it seemed that both Kuro and the other weak-willed pirate captain were both fighting against him, while their crew fought amongst each other. "It's a good thing we came here." Usopp shoot a cannonball in the middle of the fight. "It should stop the fight and introduce our arrival," Luffy said, pointing at where the main fighting was going on. When Usopp observed closely, he saw 3 people that were fighting against each other. 2 against 1. Usopp didn't say anything and quickly moved the cannon toward the direction, aimed and shot. And like the best aimer Usopp was, it smashed into the pavement near Kuro, and the whole fight for a moment. The place went still for a moment as all heads snapped at the new arrival. And they were shocked to see that a Sea King was pulling the ship. "Hey, am I seeing things, but is that actually a Sea King?" One of the pirate lackeys asked the other. "I have no idea, but I hope it's not the Marines. I just recently got out." The other said, "Whoever it is, if he can tame a huge-ass Sea King, I'm not going to be here when the fight starts. First the insanely strong sailor, now this? I don't think the pirate life suits me." The other lackeys that were once fighting against each other all thought the same. There were rumors that Garp was here in East Blue, and he was the boogeyman for the pirates. They only hoped it wasn't him. "Wait, are the Marines already here?" Captain Kuro cursed. "But how did they get here so fast? The fight didn't even go for half an hour." There was another burly guy, who was double the height of Kuro, squinted his eyes, looking at the new arrival. He had an axe for a second hand and a metal mask to cover his face. He had blonde hair that made an afro on his head. Look carefully, that's not a Navy ship, the man said, pointing at the flag. It's a pirate ship. Oh, great, another one. The third man grumbled. He was shirtless and a bit wounded. His most notable features were his huge forearms, one of which had an anchor birthmark, and a smokeless pipe that was on his lips. His body was littered with battle wounds that made him look like a veteran of the sea. He had a small white hat and was wearing blue jeans with brown shoes. His choice of weapon was a unique anchor that he used more like a hammer. I will take all of you at the same time. These hands can do more than hammer swords. The other two didn't say anything, but cautiously looked at the man with huge forearms. The fight wasn't over yet. No, it just got intense. But it also gave hope for the two of the other pirates. If the third pirate group joined in, maybe they could take care of a humanly strong man. But of course, things were going to be that easy. More so when suddenly a figure dropped in between the three men. A straw hat, two naginata strapped to his back in a cross shape, and unbuttoned shirt that showed a figure packed with muscles. Partying without me, Kuro. Shishishi. The cold laughter sent shivers down the spines of all the people around them. More so for the people who recognized Luffy from his grown fame as the bounty-hunting hero. There were even rumors that he took down Arlong. Chapter 90. Partying without me, Kuro. Shishishi. The cold laughter sent shivers down the spines of all the people around them. More so for the people who recognized Luffy from his grown fame as the bounty-hunting hero. The surrounding pirates gulped seeing Luffy. Why was a big shot that easily took down a man with a 50 million bounties, and Arlong here? This was just unreasonable. They even avoided where the so-called hero was last seen, near the Konomi Islands, but now he was here. You know what, retiring is looking really appealing right now, one of the lackeys said. Soon the other straw hats jumped down from the nearby, docked going merry. The first ones to drop down were obviously Zoro, Kuina, Sanji, and Jin. Kobe and Usopp were a bit hesitant before calming down their nerves and getting down. The lackeys were wide-eyed as they saw the people coming out of the ship that was being dragged by a sea king. Wait, is that the pirate hunter Zoro and the white lady Kuina? Who's the curly brows? Maybe someone unimportant. Who said that? Sanji said with a tick mark on his forehead. It seems that you aren't popular, Zoro said with a small smile. Why you? The lackeys of course ignored Sanji and looked at the others. Wait, isn't that the man-demon Jin? Did he switch sides? Of course, he did. Then there's the kid and the long nose, the other lackeys said, not to mention the huge sea king and the fishmen who were looking at them coldly. That's it. I'm out, folks. With that, he dropped his sword and made a run for it. Not that the pirate lackey could get that far as he was quickly shot by someone falling on the ground. A headshot by Usopp. Kobe, who was by his side, blinked and gave the sniper an odd look, who the long-nosed pirate shrugged off. Hey, the large four-armed man called Luffy. You with them, bub? 'Cause I'm gonna tell you. I won't let you pirate run wild in this island if the last thing I do. When Luffy looked at the figure with large forearms, his jaw almost dropped to the floor. Why you? While Luffy seemed to recognize the fellow, the other straw hats didn't. Well, except for a certain someone. It was Jin, and he was tensed when he got near and saw the sailor. Captain, be careful. He was the one that stopped the Krieg pirates in Whiskey Peak. Never heard of him, Sanji said, crossing his arms, but he could tell that the man was strong. Who's he anyway? Some kind of famous bounty hunter? No, he's a former Marine captain. After the encounter with him, we did some research, and turns out he was dishonorably discharged from his rank. If I'm not wrong, the name is Anchor D. Popeye, Jin finished. Wait, you mean like the great sailor Popeye? Kobe asked. Like Popeye the Sailor Man? There were a few names Kobe knew from old children's books, like the Great Liar Noland and Popeye the Sailor Man. But unlike Mont Blanc Noland, who was portrayed as a liar, Popeye was shown as a strong figure that could carry out inhuman strength feats. It was said that the man was strong enough to pull an island, but he always thought of them as stories, tall tales of the legend. Jin nodded. Yup, might be one of his ancestors or something. No, Wonder he's strong. Real strong. Shot down 3 of our ships, throwing a full freaking building at us. That made all the straw hats blink. But he's clumsy. Krieg was able to get a drop on him. Also, he's kind of slow in movement. Jin said. That's how we're able to escape him. Even if he's not a Marine anymore, he still has a strong sense of justice, from what we know. Captain Luffy should look out in case he does something. Hey, join my crew, Luffy finally said. And that made all the straw hats facepalm themselves. But why were they even surprised? Or he can invite him on the crew, Jin said, nodding in understanding. His skills will be very needed in the future. The others wanted to question the man for his undying loyalty, but didn't. Almost all of their crewmates had quirks. They had to get used to it. What? Anchor squinted one of his eyes. Well, the other one has shut anyway. So he squinted one of his eyes. I'm not joining any pirate crews. I may not be a Marine anymore, but I won't fall that low. Who are you anyway? Luffy grinned. He was a bit glad that someone didn't recognize him for Mario. Well, my name's Lou. But he was cut off. Wait, aren't you the hero of Dawn Island, Mario? Anchor said, squinting at Luffy, mainly looking at his Naginata. Maybe I spoke too soon. Luffy internally grumbled. As I was saying, name's Luffy. They got the name wrong. When did you become a pirate? Anchor said, ignoring Luffy's words. What? A pirate can't be a good guy? The last time I checked, it's the Marines who lick the ass of self-entitled pigs on the red line. Luffy barked back. Anchor winched, before gruffing. His early discharge was related to that, but he didn't want to think about it. He already set up a new goal. I don't care anyway. I'm out on a mission to make the greatest sword in the world and study all their secrets. I just came here from the rumors of a broken skillful grade blade here. But now I have to stop these damn pirates so they don't kill everybody on the island due to their stupid over some corrupt marine loot. The man grumbled. Anyway, you with him? 'Cause I ain't afraid of you, he said, cocking up his fists. Luffy blinked. A skillful grade blade. Zoro didn't have any good swords. Maybe. This changes things. Luffy waved his hand, acting a bit normal.
No.
I'm actually here to stop them. You see, I might be a pirate, but there's a reason everyone calls me a hero. But it doesn't matter either way. I'm here to stop them from causing any more destruction. So if you want, I can give you a hand. Anchor grunted. He didn't like taking help from a pirate, being a former Marine. And the reason why both the pirates weren't dead was cause he wanted the civilians to desert the area. And most of the blood on his clothes was from his enemies anyway. But he didn't refuse the help. He wanted to see why the young man was getting so much attention in the first place. Luffy then looked at the 2 pirates that needed to be taken care of. Well, what do we have here? I'm very curious as to why both Captain Morgan, a former Marine, is joining hands with a scum like Kuro. But then again, birds of the flock stick together, don't they? Luffy was a bit amused. While Anchor D. Popeye wasn't the Popeye he knew from childhood, but the similarities were there. Those large forearms and the pipe was a hit back to the old days. This was certainly unexpected. Also, the other thing unexpected was seeing Kuro and Morgan here. The others blinked. Zoro and Kuina narrowed their eyes when they recognized Captain Morgan. He seemed a lot different. He was still the tall man, but was much more slender. Had a blonde afro that made him look quite different. And without his marine coat, and in addition to his clothless upper body and face mask, made him look quite different. But what made him certain that he was Morgan was his axe hand, that he was so famous for. Who's you, punk? Morgan growled. I ain't afraid of a bounty hunter like ya anymore, now that I have my own devil fruit. Oh, you have eaten a devil fruit. And what might be? Luffy asked. Visiting this island might have not been all bad. Poor man might need to die. How sad. Morgan grinned. I have eaten the smooth fruit. Now no one can attack me. Dahahaha. Kuro, who was on his side, grunted. He also wanted to get that fruit. With it, no bladed weapon or sharp weapons would be able to harm him. All the attacks would slip through him. The reason why both Kuro and Morgan were here on the island was that they had intel that Captain Nezumi often visited this place and had good connection to the island. So they came here to loot the island and try their luck to see if they could find anything. And it seemed that when they attacked the island, someone had listed a devil fruit to the black market to sell it off. So they both fought for the devil fruit. While Kuro was faster and trickier, by some odd luck Morgan was able to eat the fruit, gaining the abilities of a smooth human. It didn't make Kuro any less determined as he was willing to kill Morgan for taking the fruit. Morgan had not only quit the Marines, he was also able to gather a good crew of criminals under him once he broke out from Shell's town. With them around, Kuro's own makeshift crew were having a hard time holding them off. While Kuro's crew had the advantage, Kuro, on the other hand, was at a disadvantage against Morgan, who was able to slip away from all of Kuro's attacks. Their fight was going well, when suddenly the ex-Marine popped in. The man was around the island and wanted to stop both their fight as people's livelihoods were getting destroyed because of the meaningless fight. And Kuro and Morgan wanted to ignore him at first. But when they saw him take down their crewmates, Morgan and Kuro wanted to deal with him separately. But they soon came to the realization that Anchor was much stronger than he let on, easily able to take on both Morgan and Kuro at the same time. More so when he was able to damage Morgan with his sea stone-laced anchor. That's the reason why both of them were fighting him at the same time. Chapter 91. Oh, you have eaten a devil fruit, and what might be? Luffy asked. Morgan grinned. I have eaten the smooth fruit. Now no one can attack me. Dahahaha. Luffy blinked, before laughing. Now it made sense, so maybe Alvida got her fruit from Nezumi. And it seemed that didn't occur because of Luffy's current actions. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Alvida is kind of dead. I did knock her out pretty bad and then split the ship in two. Her surviving would be pretty rare. Luffy thought. But it's kind of funny seeing Morgan eat that fruit. Still not bad. I wouldn't give it to any of my crewmates, but selling it would fetch a good price. That's really impressive, but I don't really like you, so please die, Luffy said, before returning his horn's edge to his back. And the big man suddenly found himself split in half, vertically, before falling backward. No devil fruit can stop the power of Haki. Anchor, who was on the side, was wide-eyed. He could barely see the movement. How did a brat that was a decade younger than him be this strong? And that was certainly armament Haki. Anchor didn't know Haki yet, so he opted to use his anchor, that was laced with sea stone, against devil fruit users that could negate physical damage. But seeing someone in the East Blue use Haki, but then he suddenly remembered. Didn't the paper suggest that he was the grandson of Garp? If he's related to Vice Admiral Garp, then I can see that happening. He thought. Also that Naginata. Is that, hey, where did you get that blade? The metal one with chains, the anchor said, pointing at Luffy and his nameless Naginata. Luffy blinked. I was given it by someone, Luffy said. Why? You don't look like a blade user to me, he said, eyeing the anchor that Anchor held. It was kind of ironic how a man named Anchor was using an anchor as a hammer weapon. Because I have worked on that particular weapon when it was still in the hands of the Marines, but it seems that Wild Blade found itself in the hands of a pirate again. He said, I'm not a swordsman, but I do come from a smith family. My anchor isn't only for combat, it's also for smiting. I don't care either way. Luffy blinked. A weaponsmith. Now wasn't that interesting? He wanted the man on his crew. Who knows what kind of fun weapon he could make? And he already knew about his blade. That is quite impressive. You might as well be bluffing. Luffy shot back, but he wasn't just going to take his word for it. The blade shortened to your size, didn't it? Because the height of the Naginata doesn't add up, he said, rubbing his chin. Also that chain. It's from one of the compartments that I wasn't able to open. The weapon only allowed me to fix its blade, nothing more. It didn't deem me worthy to be its wielder. Not that I wanted to, of course. It's good to see that someone was finally able to wield that blade. It was quite impressive. More so when you add the fact that it was not broken by Vice Admiral Garp's fist. Just only got bent and dented. But he didn't say that out loud. He was also curious as to how this Luffy fellow was able to get his hand on the weapon. Maybe Garp gave it to him. Nah, he wouldn't do that. Luffy was impressed, but he didn't show it. Well, you aren't lying. Before I wasn't even able to carry it. It was quite heavy, but after I was able to speak to it and make it mine, it became almost weightless and shortened to my size. So, you were able to tame that wild blade? The ex-Marine mumbled, impressed. As a blacksmith, he wouldn't be able to ignore that. Tell you what, you give me some time to study your other blade, the bone blade, and I will give you something in return. That wasn't a bad deal. His horn's edge wasn't a ranked blade, so he could let the man see it, especially since he was the one that fixed his nameless Naginata. Maybe he could even upgrade the blade. If I am not able to get him on my crew, I will still have to keep good relation with him. His skills will be valuable. Luffy thought. Why not join my crew? Luffy mused. A person who can fight of both Kuro and Morgan at the same time with their full crew, being able to stop the Krieg pirates, taking down their ships, and not to mention he had some skills in the forging department. That kind of skill was needed for his crew. From his observation of Haki, it became obvious Anchor's status was. He was strong, but it seemed that Anchor lacked the intuition and speed that a fighter needs. He was more like an unbalanced character in a video game, having maxed status and strength while lacking in others. If not for his sea stone-laced weapon, he was sure that Kobe or even Jin would be able to handle him in a drawn-out fight. Unless, of course, he was able to get the drop on them. But when it came to strength, Luffy wasn't sure just how strong he was. But he might be even able to contend with him in raw power. He's kind of like that Elizabello fellow, who is able to destroy a fortress with his strength if he has enough time to charge it up. But other than that, he's weak in other aspects. Anchor gave Luffy a deadpan. No, but I will grant you some other request. Didn't you say this island has a broken skillful grade blade? Did you already find it? Anchor didn't say anything, but his eyes narrowed a bit. Luffy put his hands up. Hey, I'm not going to take it from you or anything like that. In fact, I'm willing to buy it from you. But have you fixed it? Anchor looked at Luffy for a while. He found no signs of lying, so he answered. No, but it shouldn't take time. And I don't mind giving it to someone who can wield the blade. But I also need some cash for that. Just for the repair charge would be enough. He said, as a proud swordsmith, he would love to see weapons made by him, or in this case repaired by him, go on to skillful users. Then when you are done, you can it to Zoro over there. You might know him as the man that challenged Mihawk. A foolish man, I tell you. Foolish enough to join the crew that will be the strongest in the future. And follow me. The man who one day will be the king of the pirates. Shishishi. The blacksmith looked at Luffy. Quite a bold goal. Some would call the boy foolish, yet his feats so far said otherwise. Anchor then looked at Zoro. He also recognized him, the pirate hunter Zoro. Well, it depends if the sword actually acknowledged him. He smirked. Though fixing it might take a whole day. Your nameless Naginata was just had a bent blade, so I was able to fix that. But the sword is cracked in several places, so it will take some time to put all the parts back together. Also, do one more thing for me. Give me a lift to Loguetown. I need to meet a former acquaintance there, he said, before eyeing the remaining pirate captain. Captain Kuro was actually trying to sneak from both of them. Sure thing, Luffy agreed, jabbing his thumb at Kuro. But what about him? I will have to deal with him and the rest of their pirate crew first. Many people died cause of them, he said in all seriousness. You heard him, guys. Get them, Luffy called out, as the rest of the crew donned their weapons and charged toward the pirates. The poor lackeys stood no chance, as they were getting taken out rather quickly. Only Usopp remained in his place, and he was glaring at Kuro. Anchor, who was about to charge against Kuro, was stopped. Yeah, can you give Kuro to my crewmate? They have a bit of history. The smith frowned, before looking between Usopp and Kuro, and nodded. Usopp, why don't you handle this one? Luffy said. You did want to pay him back for betraying Kaya. The long nose came forward, and this time, he wasn't shaking much. I'm not afraid of you anymore, Kuro, he said, taking out his new customized revolvers that was now mixed with Adam's wood and high-quality steel that he scavenged of Zoro's broken sword. Today is the day I end your evil ways. Luffy almost cringed at that line, but didn't say anything. His long-nosed friend was trying to play it brave, and he didn't want to ruin the moment. Though it seemed like Kobe, Usopp might also be suffering from 8th grader syndrome. Kuro clicked his tongue. Not this idiot again. You really think you can beat me, Captain Kuro of... But he wasn't able to finish when one bullet went straight from Usopp's gun to Kuro's head. The pirate was able to fling the bullet off with his claws, but the Usopp knew he was going to do that, so the second shot was aimed at his left knee, which Kuro wasn't able to avoid or deflect. Let's give them some space to fight, Luffy mused, jumping off to a nearby roof. Whatever. I can deal with others. Anchor grunted before jumping to another rooftop. Unlike Luffy, he wasn't that interested in the fight, so he joined the other Straw Hats while hunting down the lackeys that attacked the island. Chapter 92. Kuro grunted, his left knee busted by the sudden shot, and he looked at Usopp with hate and annoyance. Blood poured out of his new wound. This would reduce his mobility. But even with that, Kuro was confident in taking down Usopp. What made him worry was Luffy and the others. There was no doubt he would be caught again. But right now he didn't care. He was busy dealing with the village idiot. For a while nothing happened before both of them moved. Usopp was again the first one to attack with his dual revolvers, shooting multiple shots at the infamous pirate. Kuro might be injured, but he was still able to dive away from most of the shots that drilled the wall behind him. While his knee was busted, he could still use his technique a few times, with gritted teeth. He moved his feet in a familiar rhythm and kicked off the ground, going towards Usopp with his claws outstretched. But to his surprise, Usopp was able to roll away from his attack and also shot multiple bullets at Kuro. The Black Cat pirate was barely able to claw away at the bullets before they could harm him. Still, one bullet managed to puncture his chest on the right side, hitting his lungs. "Oh, why you damn fool!" Kuro shouted, in rage, but he was wide-eyed when Usopp tossed something near his face before diving in with hands over his head. The long nose also took the time to reload his revolver. It was a flashbang, and it exploded right in Kuro's face, almost breaking his eardrums and taking his eyesight. Kuro said, squinting his eyes as he took a couple of steps back. But Usopp wasn't finished yet as he used his slingshot to send a round-shaped object near Kuro, which bounced off the wall and landed near his legs. This one was a grenade that blew Kuro off to a nearby building, making him go through the wall. Usopp used this chance to take cover behind a wall, keep an eye on the enemy, and reload his revolvers. When he was done, he waited, and for a while, nothing happened. Usopp could see Kuro's body under the rubble, and he was about to check if he was out or not when he moved out. "I will fucking kill you." Kuro growled animalistically. "I will kill you for that." Due to the sheer amount of hatred, Usopp was shocked and took a few steps back. As if locating his location, Kuro jumped out of his position with his claws out near Usopp. Kuro was in bad shape, with burn wounds, and his eyes were red from Usopp's previous attack. He was in no condition to move like that, and yet he did. It seemed that hate was the driving factor, avoiding Usopp's shots based on pure instincts and reaction speed. Though 3 shots still punctured his body, 2 barely grazed him, while the third one hit his abdomen. He got near Usopp, avoiding a shot that would have taken his head, and swiped his claws upward, trying to take of Usopp's head. While Kuro was fast, he was nowhere near the level of speed that Luffy or even Sparky used, so he was able to follow it just fine and avoid the attack. "Face me like a man, you coward," Kuro growled, only getting a punch to his face that knocked a few of his teeth out. Well, Usopp didn't actually punch him, but rather used the bottom of his gun barrel to take out his teeth. "What? You really think I'm the same boy you used to look down upon back in the village? I have changed, Klahadore," Usopp said as both his revolvers forward in a fighting position. He was out of bullets, man. Revolvers were a pain in the ass to reload, but he still had his slingshot and another grenade, this one more compact and explosive. The sniper didn't back off. He wouldn't be called a coward anymore. He was a brave warrior of the sea, the sniper king of the Straw Hat Pirates. He wouldn't back down now. Call it pride, but for a second his fear washed away as he held his hand up, motioning Kuro for a close combat battle. Seeing Usopp in a fighting postillon, Kuro growled before attacking Usopp, which the boy avoided with ease. Kuro attacked with large swings, and it was making Usopp back off to a corner. It wouldn't end well if he was cornered. Usopp would be lying if he told that he wasn't scared. No, scratch that. He was terrified. And yet he was finding it quite easy in dealing with Kuro. While to the normal untrained eye, Kuro's movements were almost unreadable, for him it was easy to see through his acts and react in time. Compared to the harsh training Luffy put him through, it was honestly child's play. And while Kuro was scary, he was nowhere level the fear he faced in the past few days. Sea Kings, Mihawk and Luffy's Haki, or even trying to survive getting shot by Sparky, All of them were much more scary. Even though Usopp was avoiding Kuro's attacks he couldn't counter either, he would need some time to reload his guns, and if he didn't do something he would be backed into a corner. And Kuro's claws were hard for Usopp to get near and fight face to face. But Kuro was getting winded as the fight went on. His bleeding was catching up to him, while Usopp didn't have any amazing stamina. The fact that he remained uninjured was helping him in the fight. But Usopp didn't want to win this way. Call it foolish, but in this fight, he needed to prove something. Usopp had seen Kobe, who was comparable to him, now being able to take down multiple pirates at once. While he was a sniper, and he would much prefer fighting where the enemy couldn't reach him, he had to prove something today. So he took the risk and rushed forward. He grabbed Kuro's left arm, surprising the pirate, and quickly twisted his arm behind him, making him fall to the ground and trying to dislocate his shoulder. A bad attempt, but it did make Usopp move away from getting cornered. But his attempt was failed by a kick to the shin, making Usopp yelp, and Kuro was able to stab the boy in his left shoulder and pin him to the wall. Well, that didn't help. Chapter 93. Usopp's attempt was failed by a kick to the shin, making Usopp yelp, and Kuro was able to stab the boy in his left shoulder and pin him to the wall. Well, that didn't help. You are dead, boy, Kuro yelled as he tried to swipe Usopp with his other hand. But Usopp surprised him with a solid headbutt, winching when he felt his own blood, though he did hear a sickening crunch from Kuro's nose breaking. Usopp used the chance to kick Kuro off of him, kicking him on his stomach where a bullet wound was. And while this got Kuro off of him, his claws were still stabbed in Usopp's shoulder. Well, at least he did unarm his opponent, Kuro thought, still had his other set of claws left. With a winch, Usopp was able to pull out the blades from his wounds and toss them to his side. Blood poured out of his wound, but for now, Usopp would need to ignore that. Kuro also got up with a broken nose and a bleeding gut. He was panting heavily and a small smile on his face. You know you aren't half bad for a son of a lowly pirate. Kuro was on his last leg. He was barely able to stand. The wounds were too much for him, but he wouldn't drop anytime soon. Usopp snorted. Those words didn't riot him up anymore. We will see about that. While Kuro was catching his breath, Usopp used that time to reload one of his guns, while he holstered the other one. Kuro watched the long-nosed boy as he reloaded his gun. 1 bullet, 2 bullets, 3 bullets. Kuro leaped forward with his only clawed hand. Usopp ducked and rolled forward and placed another shot in Kuro's good leg. The man grunted, but he didn't need speed in close combat. So he got near Usopp and with his unarmed hand tossed his gun to the side, while swiping Usopp with his claws. The long-nosed sniper jumped back and took his slingshot out and shot off a projectile. The shot was aimed at the ground, so Kuro ran forward thinking he was aiming wrong. Well, Usopp didn't, and that was an oil bullet, which made the ground slippery enough to make the claw user fall and drench his clothes in it. Usopp didn't waste time and rolled towards his gun and took aim, putting Kuro on fire, but Kuro had anticipated this and rolled to his side and threw his jacket off. With that, Kuro rushed Usopp yet again, and this time while Usopp shot, he didn't even try to avoid the shot, taking a bullet to the chest and giving the boy a headbutt. Have a test of your own tricks, boy. He grinned, trying to use his claws to stab Usopp, but the sniper was one step ahead. Usopp grunted as he walked back, not before shooting a low shot near Kuro's groin. Fucking, the informed pirate cursed, holding his groin, and when he looked at Usopp he was wide-eyed. The boy quickly drew his other revolver and pointed it on his head. By the time Kuro remembered that the other gun was empty, Usopp had something sicky near Kuro's bare abdomen. It looked as if something was inside a sticky chewing gum and stuck on Kuro's stomach, near his bullet wound. Kuro, of course, kicked the long-nosed pirate, making him go several feet away. And Kuro tried to get the thing off his stomach, and it seemed to trigger the small object. Usopp didn't get up, rather he held his head low. Kuro, who was trying to get it off of him, was confused before suddenly an explosion occurred near his abdomen. He looked down and saw a good chunk of his stomach missing, his intestines on the ground. Wow! He took a few steps back before his back met a wall. He slid down, and even with all he had, his body couldn't stand up anymore with his stomach missing. Usopp got up from his position and winched at the sight of Kuro. 1/3 of his stomach was missing. The explosive grenade took it out. The boy could even see the man's bone marrow and his lungs peeking out from the wound. Heck, he could almost see his beating heart from his open wound. The sniper felt lightheaded and wanted to vomit, seeing the brutality that was done by him. But he didn't. He strengthened his resolve as he stood up, holding his shoulder wound that would leave a scar. He dragged himself near Kuro with his revolver drawn, putting bullets in it. He would finish this time. Kuro smiled, but he was in pure rage. "You don't have the balls?" Usopp didn't let him finish and shot him on the head, cutting him off. "You talk too much," he said, before shooting a few more times just to be sure he was dead. With that, the sniper of the straw hat dropped to the floor on his ass, winching at his shoulder wound. While Usopp had only one wound and lasting fatigue, his opponent, on the other hand, was littered with wounds and dismembered. With Kuro, it was never about revenge, so he wasn't glad that Kuro was dead. But he didn't regret his action either. Now that Kuro was dead, it felt as if a good amount of weight was off his chest. Now, he didn't need to worry about Kaya anymore. Due to his new crew and Captain Morgan, many people of Sakura Island were dead. He couldn't imagine what a man like that would do if he had gained enough power and attacked his home. Now, he wouldn't need to worry about him anymore. It almost made him remember what Luffy said a few days ago. It's better to be a warrior in the garden than a gardener in a war. Was this what Luffy meant? If Kaya didn't stop Luffy the other time, this wouldn't have happened. They would have been far into his journey, and maybe the many people in Sakura Island wouldn't need to lose their lives. With how Luffy was, he honestly didn't think of him as wise, but it was way back then. Now, as time passed, he respected the boy for his strength and leadership. He was proud of being a part of his crew. He looked at the sky. It seemed that the sun was fully up now. This was going to be a long day. A small smile dawned his face before exhaustion hit him, knocking him out. Chapter 94. Luffy grinned seeing Usopp's development. Not because he just murdered a pirate. No. It's because his aura had now changed. Now it was of a seasoned warrior. For Kobe, it happened gradually while he fought the pirates and looked over his goal in life. And it became firm when he finally accepted his offer and became a pirate himself. And it seemed that for Usopp, it was finally finishing of Kuro. Usopp did view himself as inferior to the pirate butler because of all the ridicule he had to listen to over the years. The other Straw Hats and even Anchor were finished with the other pirates, but they had a bit of mixed reactions seeing Usopp's deed. Though pride was a common thing among those emotions, though some like Nami and Kobe were a bit disheartened and sad about the step Usopp took, they were also a bit scared that Usopp might change for the worse. But then again, this was pirate life. Sure, it was filled with freedom and joy, but it also was backed by sacrifice and tough decisions. Luffy didn't say anything as Usopp fell on the floor after finally losing his consciousness. He walked over to him and knelt down, inspecting the wound on his shoulder. "Sparky, use your powers to slow down the blood loss and get some bandages. You might have to stitch the wound close." The six-armed monkey nodded and fired off his slow beam at Usopp, making the blood flow slow down to a crawl. When Sparky got his powers, he could only use it to slow down objects for 30 seconds. Now he could do it for over a minute and control what aspect he wanted to slow down. In theory, Sparky could one day slow someone's heart with his beams. Only the heart, knock out, or kill the enemy due to cardiac failure. And wasn't that just scary? It just showed how some fruit powers were underdeveloped in the series. Luffy shook his head. He was a bit concerned about Usopp. The stab went right through the muscles, missing the bones. It would be a bit difficult to use that arm for a while. But he should make a full recovery. We really need a doctor. Sparky should be able to handle this wound. But I need to be more careful and not let my crew get critically hurt, Luffy thought. He almost wanted to stop the fight when Usopp was about to get stabbed. But he saw a fire in Usopp's aura, a passion and dream to prove his worth. It would be a crime to take it away from his friend. It was a good thing that Sparky was knowledgeable enough to deal with this kind of wound. Still, he would find the doctors in the island and let them check Usopp up before going to Loguetown. Sparky quickly came back with the necessary things and got to work. Now that the two pirate crews were dealt with, the people of Sakura Island came back to their port town. and celebrated that a hero like Mario came to save them. Luffy didn't even bother with them. Instead used that fame to pull the island doctors in to check on Usopp. It seemed that Usopp was in good condition, but needed a small injection in case an iron infection occurred. All in all, it was good that it worked out. Even though the town celebrated the victory over the pirates and the fact that the pirate group didn't steal all their livelihood, there were still some who lost their family members, and quite a few graves were dug to bury the unfortunate. Kobe, Johnny, and Yasaku were mainly who helped with that. The pirates that were still alive were executed by the small-time law enforcement in the port town, and along with the rest of the pirates they were given a sea burial. For a few days, sea kings and big fishes would be very lively around the island. It might seem cruel, but for lawless criminals that took away people's lives and ruined others, Luffy didn't make the effort to stop them. And besides, it was their laws. He didn't want to shove his view on them. Chapter 95. On a lighter note, Nami was almost drooling from the 75 million berries they collected from Nezumi. Speaking of that rat, he wasn't needed anymore, so Sparky made him walk the plank. Sad. But anyways, Luffy told the crew to search for any odd-shaped fruit around the island. And Johnny and Yasaku found the smooth fruit. Both former bounty hunters were eager to eat the fruit for its powers, and even decided to play a game of rock, paper, scissors to decide the victor. But Luffy told them off. The fruit's powers were garbage. Then again, a creative mind might be able to come up with better ways to use the fruit's abilities. But Johnny and Yasaku sucked in their swordplay, period. Of course, they were way better than your average marine or pirate with a sword. Still, they had much room to improve. Unless they got better in that aspect, he wouldn't let them gain another power. Heck, Kobe was above them in terms of strength, and he barely started training 1 month ago. Sure, Kobe was a natural talent and had a devil fruit that boosted his capabilities. But Johnny and Yasaku also had talents in other aspects. Mainly controlling their bodies, they could easily get down Teki and Kami-E with enough training. And those two techniques alone would set them apart from most of the pirates that were in the Grand Line. For now, Luffy would polish their swordsmanship and teach them Rosukihiki skills. Only after then, he might think of giving them another power, though it might change if they find a better fruit. For now, Luffy promised to sell the fruit and give the money to them so they could buy better gear or named swords if they got the chance. Both former bounty hunters were depressed that they were told off from the fruit, but they were eager in gaining strength, so they didn't think that much. And the option of gaining a named blade also piqued their interest. Well, that and both of them idolized Zoro and Kuina, who didn't have any powers related to that. With things done, Luffy and a few members of the crew went a bit deep inside the island, where Anchor was setting up things for his smithy. It seemed that the Popeye also had the same idea of docking the boat inside the island, on land. Anchor had carried his medium-sized boat to land so that it wouldn't get stolen. Nami almost found it funny how much Luffy and Anchor thought alike. They almost seemed like typical muscle heads, but in truth, she knew they just played it that way. "So, you set up, old man?" Luffy asked. "You do know, I'm only a decade older than you?" Anchor deadpanned. "See, practically my grandpa." Luffy waved him off. Anchor shrugged. It wasn't an insult in his books to be compared to someone like Garp, even if that was by ridicule. "So, is the thing ready?" Anchor didn't say anything and took them to a nearby table beside the fire where a broken sword was placed. The blade of the sword was oddly red in color, broken in multiple places, yet still attached. The hilt of the sword was a vibrant green that contrasted well with the crimson-red blade. "The blade will need to be fully reforged, and that will take a few hours. It's good that you had added material, or we would have to go to Loguetown before I can fix your sword," Anchor said, getting fully serious about his work. Now that he was wearing a black shirt and a handkerchief around his neck, he really looked like Popeye. Luffy nodded. The added material were Zoro's blade that were broken by Mihawk. Usopp had collected them and worked with a few pieces, but there was still a lot of them left to use as good material. Well, it's a brainer. If someone knew who made the swords, to begin with. And Anchor seemed to figure it out himself. "You guys can leave, it will get loud from this point on. And I don't want some kids ruining my work," Anchor said, shooing them away, mainly looking at Luffy, who stuck his tongue out in a very mature way. "I'll stay," Zoro said. The green-headed swordsman refused to leave. Anchor shrugged. Sure, suit yourself. He then proceeded to wear a big, bulky piece of headgear, mainly for noise cancellation. It also had a glass front so that nothing got near his face. His anchor, which he used as a weapon now, looked much smaller and looked like a proper hammer now. Of course, a smith like him would have a named weapon. This will get loud. I mean very loud, he said as he picked up the sword with iron-gloved hands. With that he began to work. And God, was it loud. The townspeople thought that another pirate group was attacking the island, as each hammer was like a cannon shot even from that distance. Luffy and the rest of the crew had to calm down the town and tell them what it was. They could barely hold off for a few minutes, and this would take 5 hours. It was a good thing they left Anchor's temporary forge. Well, other than Zoro, of course. The swordsman with the iron will didn't back up from the sound while he was watching the sword forge. Chapter 96. While the Zoro was waiting for his sword, Kuina was practicing her sword with Sanji. The chef was reluctant to hurt a lady, more so when it was a friend. Of course, like the original, he was opposed to harming a woman. Some things never change. But it pissed Kuina off a bit, as she viewed herself as a proud and capable warrior. So Sanji was getting a good workout by getting run down by the white lady. Heh, Sanji running away from ladies. Now, wasn't that something you don't see every day? With how Kuina strong was, not all attacks could be avoided or ignored. Sanji had to desperately use his diable jam, Saru, if he didn't want to get hurt. Kuina was also learning the leg-based movement, so chasing Sanji was a good workout for her. While Sanji's exoskeleton might be hard, unlike his brothers, it wasn't unbreakable. In fact, a skilled blade user like Kuina who could cut steel was able to cut through Sanji's exoskeleton. So even while Sanji was trying to defend himself, also due to Sanji's use of flames, Kuina's frost ability was getting a bit of training as well. While Sanji got his supernatural due to being a Vinsmoke experimentation, where he could bring out fire from inside his body from Luffy's observation Haki, it looked like a bright yellow core. No one else but Sanji had that. So that should be the key to his flames, but it could be a whole different kind of organ. He was a Vinsmoke experiment after all. And this Sanji was different from the original. The original Sanji didn't get his Vinsmoke genetics unlocked much later in the series, and they were much stronger than this current Sanji. So Sanji's flames were part of the so-called gift that his father gave, which the cook hated to admit. But he promised to use the same flames to burn Judge down one day. Anyway, in Sanji's core, it was almost as if there was a sleeping sun, where the fire was stored and Sanji was able to use it. Because even in the world of One Piece, energy can't be created, just transformed from one form to another. His body absorbed the heat around him, and when he used diable jam, his legs heated up to the point that they catch fire from the nearby oxygen and helium. It was wacky science, but it worked. Sanji told Luffy that himself. In some ways, Sanji's powers were a bit like Escaner's, except he didn't bulking giant every time he used his flames. And no, Sanji couldn't control what his flames burned. His shoes and pants were just flame resistance. He could, however, control the temperature of the flame. But too much, and he would even burn himself. His exoskeleton wasn't tough enough to handle hotter flames, or flames that burned blue. But from what Sanji said, his exoskeleton was getting stronger over the years from training with Sea Kings, so he might be able to handle stronger flames in the future. On the other, Kuina's frost worked totally differently. In a way, Kuina's frost attacks were literally ice summoning. Like how Luffy's mass increased when using his devil fruit powers, Kuina was able to summon her element from a different place altogether. Of course, there was an aspect of limitation to it, as she couldn't just summon chunks of ice. Only a limited amount. But her ice wasn't normal either. It would inflict pain over the wounds, and it was so cold to the point a normal person would get frostbite from just good amount. But of course she wouldn't be fighting normal people in the Grand Line, so she needed to improve that as well. Even without devil fruit, how she was able to use that kind of power was beyond Luffy's imagination. Though Luffy saw her attacks being a variant of her Haki, Kuina didn't fully explain her powers to Luffy like Sanji. So Luffy was going from his own theories. It wasn't like Kuina had trust issues or anything. It would seem she had to keep her lips tight because of the original user of the technique and the promise she made with her. Haki is willpower in energized form. The most common form is armament and observation. Conquerors being an outlier. But it doesn't mean it's only that. Now that Luffy knew armament, he found that cutting steel, flying slashes, Rokugan could be considered as Haki as well. Sure, they wouldn't even tickle a Logia user, but in a way it was a pre-version of armament Haki. And with observation, Haki Luffy came to that conclusion. Maybe devil fruit powers and Haki came from the same source-based energy, most probably. As far as Luffy remembered, there was Kinemon who could summon fire from his blade, and there was discussion in the online community about his fire being a kind of Haki. Elemental Haki, like Luffy's Red Hawk or Luffy's electricity-based attack one time he used, or even Miss Golden Week's hypnosis-based powers. So most probably Kuina's powers worked the same way, kind of like summoning. While Sanji's flames were part of his biology, like the electricity of Minx or the flames of Lunarian. Anyway, while they trained, Luffy was mostly checking out the island, trying his luck to find another fruit. Sparky was with Usopp tending to his injuries, and so Luffy was alone in his search. But alas, even with observation Haki and communicating with small animals, he couldn't find any other odd-shaped fruits. The island that was filled with Sakura trees were quite beautiful, but all the animals on the island were on edge because of the constant noise pollution that was happening due to Anchor hammering in his smithy. But Luffy didn't mind it that much. He did shut off his ears with his semi-cake in. What? He still had his trusty observation Haki to go by. His paranoia wouldn't let him go by unguarded. And in a way, it was also training. Speaking of training, Luffy was currently overseeing Kobe, Johnny, and Yasaka's training. They were currently pushing their bodies to the extreme with weighted exercises. All exercises that Luffy had to do when gaining a body fit for Rokushiki. They had started following the training plans before Baratie. Still, they improved very fast. It seemed that seeing and fighting in constant danger had brought up their potential. Heck, Johnny and Yasaka barely had any near-death battles, and yet they were able to keep up with Kobe. But then again, they had been in the bounty hunting business for many years, and already had an impressive physique. In an all-out fight, Kobe would be able to beat them, but in training, they weren't behind Kobe, even if his devil fruit gave him a physical boost in abilities. While Luffy's powers of having a rubber body was bad for his strength gain, Kobe's fruit was totally the opposite, helping him gain strength because of the fast recovery. Jin would have also joined on training, but Nami had other ideas for shopping. So the poor pirate was used to scare off local vendors to buy products at a cheap price. However, it wasn't needed that much anyway, as after saving the port town from Kuro and Morgan, the townspeople were happy to sell them stuff at a discount. So the man-demon was used more or less as a carrying man for the outlandish shopping spree that Nami went on. Of course, most of the things she brought were for the ship and the crewmates, but she also had quite a bit of her own shopping. While Luffy was overseeing the training of 3 pirates, suddenly an explosion went off, and it came from where Anchor and Zoro were. Hey, what was that? Johnny asked, looking up the mushroom cloud that was going off in a distance. Wasn't that where Anchor set up his smithy? Kobe asked, frowning. Did someone attack them? Yasaka said. No, Luffy said as a small smile dawned his face. It seems that Popeye is done with his work. He could clearly see it with his observation Haki. The sword it was giving of power and radiance like no other. Let's go. Zoro should be happy with his new partner. Heck, even the nameless Naginata on Luffy's back was reacted to the other sword's awakening. Chapter 97. When Luffy and the rest of the crew got near the location, Zoro was by the smithy. His body was in flames. Mainly his arms were on fire. We have to stop him, Kobe said wide-eyed, but was stopped by Luffy. Look carefully. The flames aren't hurting him. Luffy said, they are testing him. Kobe blinked and he and the rest looked carefully. It didn't seem like Zoro was struggling with flames. No, they were going over his body, wrapping around his right arm that held the blade. With one swipe the flames were gone, and stood the bare sword in Zoro's hands. Zoro cryptically looked at the blade for a few moments. It was as if he was having a conversation with the blade. The complete blade now stood magnificently in Zoro's hands. Red blade that had a few silver lines, mainly where the blade was missing parts, where Anchor had reforged them with spear parts. Still, it didn't look like a flaw. No, it looked like a unique pattern instead. Along the green grip of the blade, it looked magnificent. But it was just a showpiece either. Luffy could feel the aura of the blade, and it was definitely strong. Even his nameless Naginata wanted to clash with it and judge its strength. Dirty bastard didn't even like me when it awakened, Anchor grumbled. His clothes were scorched, but he was already wearing protective gear and so he didn't get injured. I'll have to buy new gear. But it seems that he likes you. Heh, it seems like I don't have to test you either, since the blade already took a liking to you. Zoro looked at Anchor and nodded gratefully. Anchor tossed a green sheet which the swordsman caught. Use this and treat him with care. Akaita no Zarashi, that's the name. The red blade that can stand anything, a mighty name, but the previous user left it broken mess. Hope you don't do the same thing. Others also seemed to arrive, mainly Kuina and Sanji. Zoro sheathed the blade. I will treat him with care, but he's stubborn, he said smiling at the new blade. And I don't back off from the challenge. I will make you acknowledge me. Akaita no Zarashi. And together we will one day take the place of the strongest swordsman. As if hearing Zoro's call, the blade hummed softly. Wait no Zarashi, as in the madman's blade no Zarashi? Kuina was the first one to ask. She recognizes the name, though the legend was old scratch that it was considered a fairy tale. Her grandfather used to tell her about it once in a while. How every user of it was a madman. Luffy rubbed his chin. No Zarashi, why does that name sound familiar? Anchor puffed his chest with pride. Yes, but this isn't the original Nozarashi. It was made by the same man who made the famed Nozarashi blade. But this one was the first, unrefined, and unbalanced. Yet a mighty blade that holds the power of a devil fruit. Of course, I would know. It was my granduncle who made the blade. Wait, a sword with the power of an elemental devil fruit? Luffy blinked. Is that even possible? Popeye bit his tongue, but his face turned serious. Me and my big mouth. Don't tell anyone else this, but yes, this sword possesses an unknown flame-based fruit. Anyway, I'm already thankful for being here and reforging the sword. With this, I know the secret of forging a devil fruit-based weapon, he said with pride. And soon enough I will able to make one. Hey, I'm willing to trade the fruit you have got. I might be able to make a good weapon out of it. Luffy wanted to so badly persuade him to join his crew, but he stopped himself. He didn't want to ruin the relationship between him and the crew. He would be helpful much later. Sure, but I'm willing to give it to you anyway. Just remember you owe me a favor. I hate owing people favors, but fine. I will take this as a token of friendship. Anchor said. Luffy just smiled. It would be better this way. No amount of money would be able to what Anchor was capable of. But, hey, just so you know, it would be pretty bad if you share the secrets with the Marines. Luffy said, thoughtfully. But then again, they might give you your captain position back. Luffy casually said, while he was judging Popeye's reaction. He would rather kill him than let that kind of secret be in the hands of Marines. Fuck being a good guy. Giving that kind of secret to the Marines was handing them over to the world government. Anchor snorted. I like my job as it is, and besides with what I did. I'm lucky to be even alive. Luck, and because of the help of a certain Marine, he said, thinking of Garp. He would die rather than reveal the secrets to the Marines. As a former member of the Sword, he knew the corruption of the Marines. And there was no way he would do anything that would serve the pigs on the Red Line. Kobe was sympathizing with the man, as he also was someone who wanted to be a Marine. So, does that mean if we bring you a devil fruit and a sword you can make them combine? Johnny was the one to ask, and all heads moved towards him before moving towards Popeye. He shook his head. It has to be some kind of element-based power, be it Logia and Paramecia. That's the only requirement fruit-wise. As for the weapon, it should be at least a named blade. With that, Popeye shrugged. But to use that, one must be very tuned in with the blade. It was a good thing that the Akaita no Zarashi took a liking to Zoro. Maybe it's due to it bearing the formerly broken swords of Zoro. But I would recommend you to use a weapon that you are familiar with. For the payment, I will just say it will be pricey. Now that brought both Kuina and Luffy to look at their blades, each having their own thoughts in their mind. Hey, Popeye was the one to break Luffy out of his thoughts. You know the deal. Chapter 98. Hey, Popeye was the one to break Luffy out of his thoughts. You know the deal. Luffy nodded, taking out his first ever Naginata. Horn's Edge. It might not be a named sword, but this one was the first formal weapon he used. So he was a bit sentimental about the blade. But a deal was a deal, so for the next few hours, Popeye inspected the bone blade very carefully. Hours passed by. Zoro had left trying to find out more about his new blade. Others also did their own things, while Luffy was around Popeye as he inspected the blade. Finding out how it was made was quite hard for him. From what he found out, this blade might be old. Well, it was made from bones. And upgrading the blade would be a challenge for any normal smith. But he loved the challenge. To tell you what, find me again in a few months later. I might be able to upgrade the blade. Anchor said, you might not know this, but your blade has a hidden ability of its own. It's able to regrow itself with the iron and blood. So it might not be the most durable blade, like the graded blades. But don't worry if you break it. It should be able to regrow itself. Luffy blinked. He didn't know that. But now that he mentioned it, while doing his routine cleanup on his blade, the scars on Horn's Edge would always go away a day or two later. He didn't think of it that much, but now it kind of made sense. While it might be a bonus, it's also a drawback in upgrading the weapon. Without proper material and the proper way, even I won't be able to keep the blade's ability intact. But I should be fine now that I have had a better look at it. Popeye grinned. You know, coming to this island isn't all bad. Luffy also grinned. You can say that again? But then he frowned, and suddenly looked towards the port. His eyes were hardened. What happened? An enemy, and a strong one, Luffy said, picking up the bone blade before jumping in air. Mid-air, Sparky, who was around the jungle, jumped on Luffy's shoulder. Popeye blinked. Did he use Jeppo? Nah, must be some kind of wind devil fruit. He shook his head. There's no way a non-marine would be able to use that. Even he took a few years to learn that. But then again, he was weak in his leg area anyways. Speed was his downfall. Anchor also took his weapon in his hand. But I might need to check who's trying to cause trouble, he said. I don't want the kid to die on me now. Anchor found Luffy's character quite likable, similar to the vice admiral he respected. But then again, they were related. So he didn't want the kid to die, in case a tough opponent arrived. He knew Luffy was strong, but he would rather be safe than sorry. Also, the townspeople need to clear out if another fight were to break loose. When Luffy dropped down near the port, he saw the scene. Nami looked horrified. Jin was knocked out with some splashes of green on his clothes. The green liquid looked like acid as they burned through his shirt, and his mouth foamed, while his body was struggling in agony. The same for Hachan and Mamo, who were on the water floating unconscious. You better have some very good reason for attacking my friends there, Luffy said, with his hands crossed on his chest, his two naginata crossed on his back. He could have started the fight if it was anyone else, but Luffy recognized the man, and he wasn't an easy opponent. Luffy was already a foot taller in height with more muscular definition, his hair swaying wildly like a dark mane of a lion, and most of all, he was pissed, and yet he was trying to be as calm as possible. The man looked at Luffy, before rubbing his chin as he took a drag from his cigarette. The man was tall, even taller than Garp, and had a really eerily carefree expression. Oh, aren't you so-called hero of this part of the sea, my. I hope you don't mind if I cash in the bounty of these two? Of course, he was cashing in the bounty of Jin and Hachan. Honestly, Luffy didn't even know if Hachan had any bounty on his or not. I do actually, Luffy said. They work for me now, and as you can see, they weren't causing any trouble around here. So I hope we can end this without a fight. The tall man laughed. You might not to fight me, but I'm very eager to fight you. You have had quite the reputation as a bounty hunter. I have been at this job for years now, brat, and I don't like your gain to sudden fame. So maybe you will have to fight me after all. I wouldn't mind a good fight. And how strong could someone from the weakest sea be? The man was none other than Aramaki, or better known as his allies as Green Bull Ryakujiu, a current bounty hunter who hunts down pirates. In the original, he was appointed as an admiral in the Marines after the war. During the World Military Draft in the 2 years time skip, he along with Fujitora became Marine admirals. So this wasn't just an easy opponent that Luffy could fight through. Still, Luffy was confident in killing the freak if it came down to a fight. In Luffy's estimation, he should be still around admiral level. Then why did he believe that, well, He never said it was going to be a fair fight. Still, Luffy might end up losing a limb or two if a fight occurred, and not to mention, he might end up losing one or more of his crew members. That's why he wanted to avoid having a fight. However, what bothered Luffy was that Armaki's devil fruit is different from what he remembered from the series. He wasn't seeing any outgrown vines or trees anywhere, but what he could see was green acid-like liquid dripping down from Jin and Hachin's wounds. Shit. It also means he would need to be ready for something unexpected. Luffy had kept tabs on Aramaki and Fujotiro with the few underground connections he had back in Dawn Island. Like Sakura Island, Dawn Island was also a notable spot in East Blue where ships from other parts of the Blue, or even the Grand Line, docked from time to time. So buying some info from the merchants was a good way to get up to date on news there. Still, while contributions of the Marines and pirates were always on the front page of the newspaper, Luffy was able to find some news on Aramaki there. And this man was dangerous. More so now that with observation Haki, Luffy could sense that the man also had Haki himself. Chapter 99. Luffy looked at Aramaki. I still don't want to fight you. I'm a bounty hunter like you. If we fought, many civilians will die. And we might actually be categorized as criminals then. Luffy wasn't fully spouting bullshit. He didn't want innocent people to die. But that wasn't his main plan. He was taking advantage of the situation that Aramaki still thought of him as a bounty hunter. If they fought here, there was a chance that his crewmates would try to help in the fight, not to mention the Going Merry was docked near. It might get destroyed, or Aramaki might even target them to get through Luffy. So he wanted to fight him in an isolated area if possible. The whole crew except Usopp, and those who were knocked out were now here. And seeing Luffy's face off against the tall man, they prepared for a battle. The tension was high. Kuina was able to recognize who the man was and was on guard. Sanji and Zoro also wanted to act, but Luffy looked at them and shook his head. It wasn't a fight even all three of them together could win. Kobe, who was on the side with Johnny and Yasaku, also stood in tension, knowing they couldn't help their captain. Rahahaha, now I don't want that, do I? Mr. Hero, the tall man said, putting on his black sunglasses, taking a drag from his cigarette and dropping it to the ground and stepping on it. But that is only if the news gets out that I was here. I don't mind killing the whole island and putting the blame on some random pirates. Rahaha. I mean, just a few days ago I was in the North Blue. Who would blame me? Now the surrounding citizens who heard his words screamed and started running from the area. Rahaha, bunch of headless chickens, Aramaki said with some sort of mad expression behind those glasses. Even though the man was a bounty hunter, he looked like a pirate. Bare chest with his shirt unbuttoned, uncombed messy hair, black tight pants, and boots. He also had a sword on his side. Luffy crossed his arms and didn't say anything. Luffy couldn't get a read on him. If he was a non-observation Haki user then, Aramaki would be easy to read. But he isn't. How the fuck did he get into the Marines? Oh yeah, Akinu was in charge. The same fucker who didn't mind killing civilians if it served his version of justice. So of course that kind of man would be recruited. Now, where were we? Aramaki then looked at Luffy with a challenging grin. You see, actually I was planning on a short vacation in the Blue. But that's when I heard that a certain island was getting attacked by two separate groups of pirates, and color me surprised when I came here and the attack was already dealt with, he said, glancing back to Jin, Hatchan, and the knocked-out Sea King. But then I see them, the right-hand man of Krieg pirates and one of the officers of Arlong pirates roaming around the island. I mean, I'm really short of money, and taking their bounty will give me some good booze money for a while. If it's money that you want, I can buy you a couple of drinks. Luffy said, just leave the island. Already many people died here. The locals won't like any more trouble here. Seeing Luffy act like this made all his crewmates feel the seriousness of the situation. It was just like Mihawk, but in fact, it was much more dangerous. While the opponent here was weaker than Mihawk, he was a well-known bounty hunter in the New World, a man that should be just below the strength of an admiral right now. And to top it all off, this person wasn't like Hawkeye Mihawk. He wasn't here to test Luffy or any other in the crew. So this might end up in a death battle, which Luffy wanted to avoid right now. Personally, it was very tempting to just throw caution to the wind and take the challenge. It will make Luffy stronger, fighting an opponent like him. But the downfall was so many. There was no guarantee that he could win. He didn't want his crewmates to get hurt, especially with that unknown devil fruit. If it was just green acid, then Luffy wouldn't be so cautious. But it could be just like Magellan, like some sort of venom or poison fruit. If so, then even a drop of that could kill his crewmates. Maybe only Sparky and Kobe would be able to survive. With so many unknown factors, he really wanted to avoid the fight. Also, he was worried about Jin and Hatchan. If it was a fight, then they should move elsewhere. Then maybe Sparky would be able to do something to their wounds. Luckily, only Jin had the green liquid covering his body. Hatchan looked like he was wounded with a sword. Same with Mamu, the Sea King. Spoke like a true hero. The papers have your name all over it. And so I'm really eager to fight you. Hope you don't disappoint. But I don't want to fight you, though, Luffy said. That was a total lie. He wanted nothing more to smash that smug face of the man's face. But he had to be rational here. Yeah, bub, you should listen to the kid, Anchor said, with his weapon resting on his shoulder. He jabbed his thumb to his side. See that ship? I'm sure you won't be able to get your way, now that the Marines are here. Both Aramaki and Luffy looked at the approaching Marine vessel. It was quite far, but if a battle were to occur, it wouldn't go the tall man's way. Such spoiled fun, Aramaki said. But then again, you should relax more. I never intended to fight you. Rahahaha. Honestly, Luffy wasn't even sure if the guy was joking or not. But he didn't care. He was just glad that this was over. Suddenly, Aramaki appeared right in front of Luffy and gave a knee right to his stomach. Luffy was able to react in time and shield himself with armament Haki. But still, he was flung away into the sky. Sparky, who was on his shoulder, was clinging on to Luffy as he flew. Luffy crash-landed in the forest behind, going through several trees before he was able to stop himself. I should have seen the fucker coming, Luffy said, spitting to his side. Some blood mixed in with his spit. Sparky, go back and tell the crew to board the ship. Check Jin's and the others' condition. Tell them start the ship. I will be able to catch up. And come back immediately. We should be able to take fucker together. I will hold him off for the time being. The six-armed monkey was a bit hesitant before he nodded and used Saru to vanish from there. Just in time when Aramaki landed on the ground with a wild smile. Now the Marines won't stop us from having some fun. Ain't that right, Mr. Hero? Aramaki savagely grinned as he took out his katana, a named blade from the aura it gave, and suddenly it lit up in green flames from Aramaki's devil fruit. It also had a tint of black in it, meaning armament Haki. Luffy also stood up, taking out his two Naginatas and coating them in Haki. Let's dance. Chapter 100. Let's dance, Luffy said before his already bulked-up body started steaming, his skin taking a red tint. Using a combination of Gear 1 and 2nd, both his speed and strength increased to the maximum level. The tall bounty hunter grinned as he charged at Luffy with his green flaming sword. His devil fruit powers and armament Haki coated his sword, making it look akin to a green lightsaber version of katana. Luffy also pushed forward with his nameless Naginata, coating it with Haki, and both blades clashed with each other. The clash was so strong that the wind pressure cleared several meters of the forest around them. Rahaha, you are pretty well for a brat. Just don't die too quickly. With that, Aramaki attacked with his sword, slashes that were too fast to see with ordinary eyes. Luffy met each slash with his own blade, each clash creating sonic booms as their black blades meet with each other. Even though Luffy wasn't getting harmed, each strike rattled Luffy's bones, and that was saying something for a man that was made of rubber. Heck, his arms were in a state of constant techie, and yet the man's strength was too much for him to handle, even with armament Haki. Not to mention Luffy had to be cautious about the green flames. With Luffy's observation, green flames weren't Aramaki's powers. No, it was the green liquid that was on Jin, but was able to somehow put it on flame and attack with it. Luffy wanted to avoid the green substances at all cost, not knowing what effects they might have. But with how the grass and ground around them were sizzling, it became clear that it was some kind of acid or hot liquid. But how that was able to create flames was another factor that he didn't know. You have an odd power, Luffy said as he clashed another time with the bounty hunter. Both their blades meet each other. And I have a question, and that is? The man mused, pushing harder against Luffy as they struggled with their blades and strength. "What's your devil fruit power, anyway?" Luffy asked as he struggled for strength against Aramaki. Even with this much strength, Luffy was barely able to hold him off. Just how strong was the guy? To top it all off, Luffy knew for a fact that he wasn't fully going all out. "Now, wouldn't you like to know?" Aramaki snorted, pushing down on Luffy. His green flames almost licked Luffy's face. But two can play this game. With a breath air, Luffy concentrated and the muscles in his arms bulged a bit, giving him the strength boost needed to push Aramaki off of him. Luffy used the chance to kick the man in his face. Aramaki was thrown away for several meters going through trees, and Luffy was already ready for his next attack. Equipping Horn's Edge and the nameless Naginata at the same time, he slashed in a cross way. Two-blade style. Falling Star. From Luffy's blades, a pure dark slash embedded with Haki, shot towards Aramaki. The slash went with an unimaginable speed and attacked Aramaki. The man laughed at the face of danger and cut of Luffy's attack in half with one swing. But Luffy expected that, suddenly appearing behind him, his chains wrapping around Aramaki with armament Haki. Even the tall man was surprised. Luffy then lifted his leg, his feet coiling inside itself like a spring with armament hardening on it. "Take a trip, dipshit," and he released all the build-up tension on his leg, giving a devastating kick to the back of the man's head. As the man went off from the chins, spinning like a top, the man crashed onto a nearby rock formation before getting up and dusting his clothes. Almost as if nothing happened, Luffy clicked his tongue. The kick was hard, and yet Luffy knew that it didn't do any significant damage. Aramaki was able to use his own armament Haki to protect him. Aramaki was strong, but way stronger than currently Luffy was capable of fighting right now. And yet he felt no fear. In fact, it excited him. There was a thrill to it that Luffy couldn't describe. "Now, wasn't that surprising? You also have a devil fruit," Aramaki said, fixing his glass on his face. The man looked completely unharmed, even though Luffy put almost his full strength into it. Even if Luffy went all out, there was no guarantee that he could harm Aramaki. That's why he was stalling for time. There had to be some reason why the canon Aramaki joined the Marines. And even though things in this world was different, Aramaki didn't want to get on the Marines' bad side. So he was betting on that. So Luffy was waiting for the Marines to come, and for Sparky to come back after dealing with the crew. Then Luffy would be able to face him off for real. He still had sea stones in case he got a chance to cuff him up. But now that he was fighting Aramaki, he had other ideas. Even with Sparky, if the man fought seriously, there was minimal chance of him winning, without getting severely injured. That was quite the spin. "Now let's get serious," Aramaki said before blazing near Luffy with slashing him in the chest with his katana. Luffy at the last moment used Kami-E with observation Haki to avoid the attack and headbutt the man at the same time. While Luffy's armament Haki was strong, he didn't want to waste it. And while Aramaki was fast and strong, he was nowhere in the level of Garp. So he could react just fine with his observation Haki alone. Damaging the bounty hunter, on the other hand, was another deal. Luffy avoided the strikes from Aramaki with little difficulty. He was trying to memorize and get accustomed to the man's attack patterns. He was also observing the effect of Aramaki on the environment. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 3. Peace.